Buongiorno, Bella Gente. Welcome to the OOR Permobile Misano 8-hour round 2 of the Italian job. I am Sean Muller, as always, joining you. And joining me as well is the one and only Alexis Bowen and Cameron the Man Thistleway. Good evening, or good morning, I should say.
Yes, good morning. It is great to be here for what is a fantastic racetrack. And if this race is anything like what we had at Monza, we are in for an absolute treat.
Absolutely. Been an excellent starting to our Italian job series with the Monza 8-hour, and now we come to Misano. A very different track, a very different way of driving, and but still the same old miscreants making up the grid, and hopefully provide us a lot of action. Not too much looks on the horizon for rain today so far, with bright sunny skies over the Italian track. As we look to have our grid forming up, we'll be getting on the way very shortly.
Fantastic track, this one, located in the Adriatic. So a beautiful part of Italy, famous for their lemons. Also, track limits going to be a massive deal here, 100%, because speaking to a couple of the guys from Kovacs and also Ben Chicken Racing, they reckon first half an hour, someone will get a track limit penalty.
First half an hour, I think, for first 5 laps, to be honest. It's so easy here to get a track limit. It's, especially when you're jostling, especially when you're battling with someone, you tend to kind of deviate from your lines a little bit. You're looking to take any opportunity to have an overtake, duck left, right, up, down, everywhere, trying to take an overtake here. And it is, it's not the easiest track for overtaking, probably not in comparison to our Monza last week, but we're looking to form up the grid now. On pole position is Filippo Bakita in the 89 BS Plus BMW, making up the top row of Lucas Keys, now being piloted by Sean Bubnow in the 165 Turbo Muscle Racing. Alexander Tonkin makes up the P3, followed by Paul Britt in the first of our Porsches. Sasha Def, our lead Ferrari, followed by Shady Samuel in the 191 Porsche, Peppa Pig Porsche. And we got Jay Holmes in the 422 McLaren, one to watch for this race, followed by our first Mustang of Christopher Taylor in the Shell Helix 17 car. Luke Johnson piloting the GTR in the 111, followed by Matt Niparis in the second Mustang to make up the top grid. Excellent job by Austin McNeil to get down to the top 10. Taufik in our 711 Ferrari, followed by Babby in the 161 Porsche, followed by Luke Dreyer and Gibbo to make up the grid for 13 and 14. Tony Spence and Bryn Collins make up the McLaren and Aston duo for P15 and 16. P17 is Cafiel Slade. We know how quick Cafiel is, and very one to watch in this race in the McLaren. Aidan Squires in the 888 BMW makes up P18, followed by Mark Bushell for our first Mercedes of the grid, and P19, followed by Richard Wells in the 66 McLaren. Purcell, very quick new driver to our series in Preston Rookies, followed by Johnson. Dardy as well, with Fleming in the 20 Aston Martin. Hayden Marsh in the Ferrari for P20 for 27. Livingston in P25 in the McLaren. Bartlett and the P26 for the 676 Aston Martin. A few Astons here on the grid today. Great to see it. Kay in the Porsche, ever pink Porsche. This one's going to stand out, followed by Ferkelin and equally standing out MRT Porsche. Webb and Whitmore make up P29 and P30 in the Ferrari and Porsche respectively, followed by Chalmers in his ever-loved BMW for Kovacs. Ben Wittner, one to also watch, a very quick driver down in the dumps a little bit, and I'm sure we'll be making his way up the field. Dunlop in the Ferrari, Partington in the Porsche. Cricky, mark that. Scarney makes up the Pixel Racers, Polygon Racers, I should say, GTR. Gosling in the BMW, followed by George Sicanius in the 277 Aston Martin. Lim in the Ferrari for P38. P39 is Norris in the Mustang, and Pianiano makes up our top 40 in the other respective Mustang, followed by our last three of Dale in the Ferrari, Ellis in the Lamborghini, one to watch, that's going to go right through the field, and Gray to mark up our 43 runners for this Misano 8 hour.
Well done, Karen. Good work.
Yeah,
And
beautiful work.
breathe.
Yes. But yeah, should be a very interesting start to this one. We've got plenty of fast drivers out there, full fuel tanks, and it's the start of an endurance race. So we're going to get a lot of action early on. And as we've already mentioned, there could be quite a few early track limits penalties, given how easy it is to get those track limits warnings around here. But we're getting towards the end of our formation lap now, and we'll have 8 hours of this beautiful Misano World Circuit.
And they are lining up now. Filippo Bakita is going to control the field as they head off towards the start line, and then they will head towards the Variante del Parco. Really tricky opening corner, this one. Big welcome to all our viewers. Hope you are strapped in for 8 hours of racing. We are going to race into the night at Misano, round 2 of the Italian job. Thank you to Permobile for sponsoring us as well. And we are about to go racing! Heading off down towards turn 1 and turn 2. Really tricky. Bakita gets a fantastic start. There's a bit of bumping and grinding there in the background. One's off. Looks like that was the Rockets Evolved entry. The GTR has gone off. So they'll come back on the track. Nice rejoin. Nice and safe. But already they got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, big upset for Luke Johnson and the GTR. I'm not sure what happened. Looked like a bit of a sort of, just everyone kind of came to a stop a little bit where we had a little bit of helping hand. I'm sure we'll find out eventually in due time. And that will be sent up to the stewards. Yep, 8 hours to go from 2 p.m. all the way to 10 p.m. So we are going to lose the light somewhat and get some hopefully nice little sunset rays, as we did see. Britt did get ahead of the other Porsche as well, but we see Sasha Def looking all over on the back of JP Sneakers in the Porsche. That will not be an easy feat, but yet Britt there up in P3, followed closely by Mia Rose actually in the McLaren. There's a few driver changes. The grid was not represented as unfortunately we've got P number 13 had a stop at the horrific P corner 10. It's always tricky, always a bit of congregation that happens there on the first lap. Not too surprising.
Yeah, Tremonto is a very, very tricky corner to get right, even at the best of times. So on the start of these races, you're always going to see at least one little incident there. But overall, it's been a pretty clean first lap. Few bump and grinds, but that's racing after all. As we look on with Liam Kay currently in P24, chasing after Purcell there in the BMW.
It's got a nice mixture of classes and cars as well in this race, which is awesome to see. Loving seeing all different makes up there. So we've got McLarens, Astons, BMWs, Mercedes, Ferraris, and of course the great Porsche as well. Oh, and there's a Lamborghini there as well, which is always nice. Currently looking at Liam Kay at the moment for Lemon Racing in the 492. And a lot of single line stuff here. So you've got to be really bold and brave to make a passing opportunity. As we head back up the field, looking at, of course, the one and only JP Sonekas. Whoa! Britt has gone way wide there. Could have caused a bit of a pile up, but back on the track and slots in behind. I believe, is that Convoy?
That's Scani.
That is Scani.
Oh no, sorry.
No, it's
not. Sorry, it's the Mustang. They have the same livery. My mistake. That is our JC, who will be joining us in the Combucks later on. But yes, calamities for Britt, not what we want to see. And it's all congregating up ahead as the Mustang and the Sasha Def in the Ferrari goes 2 by 2 into the hairpin. Sasha just holds it round the outside and should have the inside line for the next corner. Mustang will be struggling to make that one work and ducks out of it. and the mature driving there from our staple driver of Nippers. Always Brit, I think, went into the back of JC. If not, if it was so utterly very close, and it's going to have Spinazzi in the 161 right behind him as well, as he looks to try and find some rhythm back after obviously having an error. We did see him and Miros were very close on track, but we wait to see a replay before we cast any judgment, and if so, that'll be down to the stewards and not us.
Yeah, so we've got a bit of a MRT rivalry going on here between the in the moment 200 car driven by Death and Nippers in the Lost Our Way 700 car. Death started the race up in P5, whereas Nippers was starting in P10, so they've sort of converged together a little bit here. But Death equally is chasing after Taylor in what is a beautiful Shell Helix Mustang livery.
Definitely one of my favourite liveries on the grid. Of course, based on the famous Ford Falcon DJR race car from back in the late 90s, early 2000s. Real classic. I mean, as soon as the Mustang came out, I jumped on Race Department. Every supercars livery, I think, is on there already. It's crazy how many people just associate the Mustang with supercar racing around the world, and it is great to see it in GT3 racing as well. Of course, had a really good run at Le Mans. Very solid, but yeah, really good to see. And hopefully, wink, wink, we get the Corvette very soon as well.
Yeah, there were a few teething issues, I think, with the Mustang when it initially revealed itself in real life racing, but ever since it's come into ACC, it has been very, very strong. Currently, the lead Mustang is the number 17 that Taylor's driving with. A bit of a Ferrari sandwich with the Mustangs as the bread here.
And the Mustang is not broken at Bathurst at all.
No, not at all.
Absolutely. One of the few tracks where it probably uses its 6th gear, from what I understand. And yes, surprising it can make up the speed. I think it's kind of replaced. It's the new bold Mercedes, if anything. It does. You wouldn't think it would go too well at a track like this, but we have seen somewhat power cars, front-engine cars have been able to make up their speed in sort of different ways at the Misano track. It's despite how technical it can be, especially with the series of corners through turn 3, 4, and 5. Very, very tricky. But he's looking to chase down the Porsche of Sanikas in the 191. It'd be a mean feat to do so, and also it'd be interesting to see what the tyre wear difference between these twos are, because there are no mandatory stops for tyres or fuel, but obviously it's got a maximum. I'm not sure if we have a maximum spin time, but anyway, strategy is fairly free reign, and you've got to pretty much bang on the hour, maybe an hour and 5 minutes every lap, every stint, to try and get to the end in the prime position. But right now it's still all about survival somewhat.
Well, I was speaking to a few teams, especially the Porsche teams, and they were talking 80 minutes. So that, which is interesting in itself. The 5-stop is what a lot of people are aiming for. But again, depends on tyre. The Porsche is a slow starter, but it does come into its own sort of that midway through the stint once the fuel starts to drop out of it. The Mustang, I'm just going to assume it's probably not nice on its tyres, considering it's a huge lump of a thing. And the Ferrari, we know what the Ferrari's like on fuel. It sips fuel for fun. Really good on fuel, good on tyres. It's a really solid race car. And same as the BMW as well, so it's going to be very close. And just to update on lap times, Bakita just dropped in a 33.7, if you don't mind.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Disgusting. Yeah, I was going to say, Lucas Keys did have the fastest lap, I think, on lap 2 or 3 for a bit. But other than that, Bakita and Keys have been running away with it from the start somewhat after that small incident with Britt. We'll still down. But here we go, Britt is up the inside of JC right now. And it's going to be a power drag race between a flat 6 and a V8, stonking V8. And I think JC's going to have a little bit of draft from the Ferrari as well. And he's, pulled across. And I think Britt, to the size of our resident Porsche fanatic, Sean Muller.
Dear idea.
Yeah, when you have
That's actually
Mustang trying to go up, well, you have a Porsche trying to out-drag a Mustang. The Mustang will always win, unfortunately. So, Britt will have to try into a corner that's just about getting that exit speed from the Porsche compared to the Mustang.
It's okay.
It is a race,
it's a long
not
race.
a sprint. But yes,
they're actually,
when you do not have the torque, you tend to lose out, especially in these early phases, like you were saying, Sean. When you're laden with fuel, if you are lacking torque, you are really, let's say, suffering somewhat.
As we are on board with Paul Britt in the Laundry House Porsche, my actual pick for this race. So I went early, but got a bit of work to do. But I just feel like, really strong driver combination in this car. And they are very, very equipped to win endurance races. We've seen it before. Of course, our reigning Spa 24-hour team. So really interested to see. But JC's doing a fantastic job here up ahead in the Pixel Racer Mustang. He's absolutely making that thing wide as possible. Oh, Britt very late on the brakes. Porsche is an absolute demon on the brakes, but now the Mustang will unleash its party trick and say, bye, see you later, thanks for coming.
Bye-bye. Yep, as it shrinks somewhat in the distance, we'll give him a nice little tow. If this was real-life racing, you probably, if you couldn't make the pass done, you'd probably turn the engine down a little bit, save some fuel. But let's say racers tend to go full bore, full gun for the most part in these online races still. And it's, let's say, not as advantageous to necessarily save too much fuel at this time if you can't make a pass. And let's say, despite the power advantage, we know Britt can still find his way through. Just a matter of when and the right opportunity.
Yeah, that's it. We can never, ever rule out the Laundry House team. They have been a mainstay of the OR endurances pretty much from the beginning. And as you said, they've got quite the incredible history of wins, especially when you, yes, of course, mentioned the Spa 24-hour that we ran last year. We'll have to see what happens, but I have a feeling this could be one that happens in the pit stops later on, just based on the difference in strengths between the Mustang and the Porsche.
Couldn't agree more. A lot of, actually, because I did speak to a few Porsche teams before we sort of started the broadcast today, and a lot of them are actually running map 2, which is really interesting in itself, as Brett really slides it up the inside. Oh, that's a great move from Brett. Fantastic. JC did give him a bit of room there as well, but Britt saw the door slightly open and said, I will have that, thank you very much, as he gets his head. Oh, but look at JC, he's going to fight back on this one. As
the penalty for car like 111. There's Rockets Evolved. Wow. The GTR, the Calsonic colours on that one, a drive-through causing a collision. We haven't not been able to say when and where that was, but that's another nail in their coffin somewhat to compound their bad start. And yes, unfortunately, they're going to have to go through not a short pit lane here. Really not. It's very deceptive. It is, the pit lane is fairly short, but it's got a long, as you can see it there on the right, it goes gone. Granted, you cut out a few corners, but still, it's a long old way.
Certainly is, as we see. Also, a 15-second penalty for car 19 as well. That's the Kovacs Racing Blue entry. So, again, not a great start for some of these teams early on. Geez, that's the thing with Enduros, isn't it? Once you have a bit of bad luck at the start of the race, it just compounds. I feel like it's every Enduro. You want to start off really well because, for some reason, bad luck seems to follow you, and Rockets as well. But I'm sure they've got a very strong driver lineup. They'll make their way back up through the field. So we are still looking here at Paul Britt, who's just gapped JC there a little bit. So he's got the head down now after Tofik and Niparis up there ahead. So he'll, I reckon, will range up to the back of them in the next lap or two, as Nikita is just pumping out 33.8s for fun at the moment. And Lucas Key's actually very close on lap time, set to 33.887. So there's not much between our top two, but there is quite a drop off to third and fourth position.
Rose has the fastest lap in this race, and she seems to be just ever so slightly getting closer and closer to the leading duo. So could very well be a career similar with Nikita's pace. She's looking like she's going to fly away at the moment. 2.5 seconds clear of Keys with Rose just behind. And that's going to scamper their efforts. A 15-second penalty for the Pit Viper Alpha entry for causing a collision.
Wow, that's put, damper on those things. Of course, Mia will see that. And, of course, that can be served in the pit stop, as we all know. There are a bit of a tweak to the safety car rules. I have kind of read over them. So basically a safety car can be called for an incident. We will have the wave by, but everyone will stay in track position with the wave by if you are a lap down. I believe that's correct. Someone want to correct me?
Nope,
Yep.
I didn't.
There we go. As you can hear, we are
Categorically canon, in fact. Yes, and yes, probably a rare instance that we will get a safety car unless it's a calamity, utter calamity. The track splits in half or something that happens. Day of the Dead, or perhaps any potential. Not to knock on wood, no server issues to say the least. But yes, unlikely we'll see a safety car. I'd wager, although what I've just said may come to bite me. But anyway, yes, Mia Rose taking that 15-second penalty. That was for lap 2, and granted, you shouldn't say anything without seeing the replay. But we did see an incident where Paul Britt went round and Mia was a car behind. We might have to investigate on whether that was a cause, because you had to hit someone to get causing a collision, and they were very close to the car in front of Paul Britt.
So while we do have
insightful information there, Will Buxton. But yes, we'll have to see what happens. That meanwhile, battles further down. The battle for P6 between Taylor and Death is still on there. It's about 3/10 now between those two. And here we will get a replay of what happened between Britt and Rose. And it might just be a little bit of a tap. Yeah, a little bit of a tap there on the apex.
The tiniest, and thankfully no real secondary damage as JP and Tonkin went side by side as it all kind of came to a stop somewhat, and deep on the brakes. Oh my god, Tonkin did touch actually the back of Mia Rose as well, and lucky to get away with not too much misdemeanor on that one, as thankfully Mia was able to catch it up, and ACC physics decided to let that one off the hook somewhat. Oh dear, and you see Taylor there with the Mustang punishing the Porsche for doing anything on coming onto the straight. But looks like no positions were gained overall, and I think the same order that we are still right now.
Very smooth transition there by our resident broadcaster Glenn there, with the transition between live and the replay right at the exact moment that Mia Rose was running through towards turn 8 at Quersha.
I believe that was a penalty that jumped up for the 4-2-1, so that's Brimble came behind the wheel for Pit Viper Omega. So Pit Viper's having a bit of a mare at the moment, but of course, long race to go. We've just ticked over 7 hours and 43 minutes to go. Just a quick hello to my sim racing mum, Jan. I hope you are well. Thank you for all the lovely messages as well, Jan. So great to see you tuned in, and everyone else, great to see you all tuned in. And it is great to be back in the box. So looking forward to calling all this action. But it's just a bit of a lull. But actually, looking there on the track map at the moment, I believe that's car 17. There seems to be a bit of a battle going on there, which I'll be interested to get a look at. Hopefully we get one very soon. Hint, hint.
Yeah, it looks like Chris Taylor.
Oh, look at that.
Still being the thorn in Sasha Def's side. We know how quick Sasha is as well. Very, very quick. And Ferrari also, we talk about, cars that are good in the race. That is probably one of the best cars overall in the game on race day. And yes, going very well. A frugal machine of the 296. And we got in the background Britt going around the outside of Nippers, I believe, and might have he's still got the inside line for the next corner, but where he's got enough, and he's got JC ready to pounce on any occasion, but I think he has failed in his overtake around the outside at the hairpin. Yes, behind Nippers, and he's going to have to wait again with Taufik in the wings as well.
Yes, so looks like Britt actually got past Nippers at the inside of Tramonto, much the same as he did on Convoy earlier, but Nippers managed to get the run up towards 11 and 12, managed to dive up the inside of 14 at Caro hairpin, and managed to make the move stick again. So those two are going to be battling very, very hard for the next couple of laps.
This is my favourite thing about Paul Britt, though. I love watching him come through the field. He's just will not die wondering, this guy. And he's just such a clean racer as well, and he's uber quick, as we know. So, yeah, this should be really good to watch. This will be popcorn viewing for sure. Britt currently in 9th position in the 992. He's got JC behind him, Niporous up ahead, Death, some real quick operators here.
Yep.
Jace, I just look at it there. JP's just in a bit of no man's land there at the moment, so he's got some nice track space around him, which is what you always want around a track like this. It just seems there's that Niporous working on the back of Death there.
A little bit ebbs and flows of anything, and Death right on the back of Taylor as well, as it pretty much has been the whole race. Taylor doing a great job out there. Real kind of raised his game somewhat with this Mustang. Not to say he was slow before, but he's kind of really come and been able to handle the top guns in this sort of pro aspect, pro part of the grid, and really holding his own. Excellent job by Chris Taylor as well. It'll be interesting to watch with Paul Britt. He has Lamb and Lawrenson, his teammates for this race, and that's a fine pair of drivers, and a very quick car overall. And just a shout out, Sneakers in the 191. Granted, they are down a driver with losing John today, so it'll just be him and Shady Samuel. But that car was pretty much in the running to win Monza the whole race, but unfortunately, it all kind of fell away in the last hour. And Monza race winners of Sang and Wong in the BMW, unfortunately, are not here this week for this race. So all to play for on who can win, and not necessarily those in the top 10 right now are not necessarily going to finish in that order. That's granted, and anything can happen. It's the first hour of 8, and you just got to get through all these hours until you get to the pretty much the final hour, and then you really start to kind of throw everything on the table.
Yes, that's it. And in this first hour, you don't want to Paul Britt gone wrong there for Paul Britt. He's gone off at turn 13. Most likely a little bit of Porsche things there now, side by side there with Spinazzi, and manages to stay ahead. But that is a lot of lost ground there, Paul Britt. Things are just not quite going smoothly for the Laundry House in this first stint.
I think he would have had a small slide. It is an awkward corner a little bit, or your transition from your braking to your turn in. And I wonder if he's had a bit of a tank slapper and fired off the left, and thankfully kind of had his own accident and been able to rejoin, granted further down, but hasn't lost as much as he probably could have, to state the obvious.
I've said this a couple of times actually. The 992 is definitely a lot more forgiving than the 991.2, but it's still a Porsche. So once once the pendulum starts swinging, very hard to recover it. But did a good job, came back on the track cleanly. But now it's really got to get the head down, because that's a couple of more positions lost. But providing plenty of action for us, so that's the main thing at the end of the day. That's what we love as commentators.
Absolutely. Yes, and I'm sure those tyres won't appreciate that as well. And you need those rear tyres on the Porsche, because it's the only thing that stops that weight pendulum around, if anything. And yes, good job as well. I was going to say we have a Lamborghini in the background, but I believe that is a lap down. So I thought Bruno Ellis had made up all the positions in the world, but I don't believe that is the case, unfortunately. But we know how quick Breno Ellis is, as we see here. Oh, too much inside curb, and bottomed out. Oh dear. Porsche teams, like Alexa said.
Great save. Yeah, that was could have fired straight into the fence. So that is a certified brown pants moment.
Yeah.
Most definitely. I was just about to say that keeping it clean and penalty free as much as possible in this first stint is so crucial, because any early penalties here can cost you a lot of positions, whereas later on in the race, when the gaps are a bit more spaced out, may not cost you nearly as much. So definitely keeping it as clean as you can throughout this first hour is crucial. And unfortunately for Laundry House, so far they have not been able to do that, and they've got a lot of positions to make up in the next 7.5 hours. But after all, there is still 7.5 hours. That's Brumble come up the inside of Spinazzi. Have they made it cleanly through there? They're still side by side there in the background. I think Spinazzi has the inside line, so should be able to get on top, and does. But now Brummelco's switcheroo up the inside into turn 10 at Tremonto, and he gets it done. That's brilliant.
Lovely bit of racing.
Yeah, very great to see that as well with the switcheroo and no contact as well. That's very easily could have gone wrong, especially at Tremonte. Very tricky corner, and unfortunately a scene of many collisions overall in the past. But excellent move done by the Aston Martin. Granted, we were 15-second penalties, so that's gonna pay. It's gonna hurt a little bit when it comes to the pit stops. But good pace, and with pace you can go anywhere. If any, in this race, as we can see, Britt already on the back of Taufik a little bit as well, ready to get his restart. Granted, with Britt, he wasn't really at fault for his first collision with Mia Rose, but it shows you how things kind of get taken out of your hands, and then it kind of just can spiral from there. Even worse. But granted, he's P11, he's got no penalties, he's got no real damage on the car, if anything, and it's still in a very good position to be in right now.
I just want to give a shout out also to the 916 of Mark Bushell, currently behind the wheel. That's in 15th position at the moment as an AM entry, so that is a fantastic opening stint there by Bushell. Made up, 4 spots so far, so really great opening stint there. And I'll be keeping an eye on the AM battle. I think the AM battle is going to be a bit of a beauty. A couple of really quick operators in at the moment, so we should definitely keep watching it. And there is Jacob Fleming at the moment, aka Darty, in the Triple J Aston Martin. Of course, Triple J, a famous radio station here in Australia. Not the same as it used to be, though. Has definitely changed the way it used to be, but I won't get into that because that'll start a rant.
Yeah, we'll sideline that one, and I think we did also see Britt was going side by side down the straight with Taufik, and it looks like he may have gotten him, but we'll see if the timing is correct. And that one as Darty goes for a little bit of expedition down the edge, and he's going to let Purcell pass in the Pit Viper BMW. He'll take that. Thank you very much. Freebie for me, and position taken on that regards. Great to see the Aston Martins, though, kind of getting a little bit more limelight than some. Obviously, we know Lucas Keys loves his Aston Martin, but still great to see it with the obviously custom BOP that we have right now in this race going well. And we know, in the past as well, that Aston Martin's been a very, very good race car.
And of course,
Marsh down there in P31. The number
we got some.
Oh wow!
We got some Mustang action.
This is Niporus going side by side with.
Oh no!
How did they not make contact?
That was as close
a
as
little
you
bit
like.
late from JC on brakes, and Sasha Def didn't necessarily know they were coming, and it's been fired back there from Niporus, but he's gone over too hard, too hot, and he's going to be undercutted by JC. Oh dear, that was very good. And poor Britt, this is what he needs to kind of get those positions back, but unfortunately going to fall foul to power differences. But yes, JC, very lucky there. I think there was a slight touch, if anything, a bit of rear locking just to try and keep the thing stopped, pushing that pedal to 110% for sure.
Yeah, Def was seeing Def there for a moment, but she manages to stay there in P7 for now. Yeah, JC is rather lucky to not have made any more significant contact, but that could have been developing from a little bit of a side-by-side there between the two MRT cars. And unfortunately for Niporus, he's ended up losing out. Now Def's under a lot of pressure from Convoy.
This is actually a real good battle pack. Look at this. There's 7 cars here covered by a sweet bugger all. But what that has done is just allowed in the background Taufik and Brimbacombe and Spinanzi just to catch up as well. So is JC a little bit of a cork in the bottle here? Pace looks okay in terms of a lap time, but dropped down on 36.4 that lap. So maybe the Mustang's just starting to hurt a little bit tyre wear wise, but we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Of course, the does have a lot of power there. That's probably why it's a bit harder on its tyres.
Yeah, well, it was JC who was the one making the move before, so we'll have to see what this lap time is, but they're all starting to catch back up to the back of Taylor again. So it's going to become an 8-car battle for P6 in a minute.
Yeah, just to kind of perhaps theorize, I think, we did see Def on the back of Taylor for so long, and I wonder if they had a little bit of moment to themselves, which kind of just, kind of caused Nippers and JC to close up a little bit to each other, and, calamity ensued somewhat. Well, no, not really calamity, but, a nice little battle is ensued for us, which is great. But yes, between P6, and this is probably the tightest pack on the grid, between P6 all the way down to P13, it is probably a good 10 seconds at most, and it's anything to play for here. P13 to P6, there could be big wins for anyone here if it goes sideways.
Yeah, right now we're looking more about 5-6 second markers. The 91 Kovacs red entry has picked up a 15-second penalty, so that's currently being driven by Johnson. They'll have to serve that in their pit stop.
Bit of a shame that, the sort of couple of penalties coming, so 15 seconds as well. That's a fair old whack. So the stewards, big thank you to our stewards as always, who do the most tireless job. They certainly put the effort in, which is great. So we couldn't go racing without them. As we are looking back at this battle, and Nipper is there. Look at that Porsche under brakes. It's just a demon. So good under brakes, the Porsche. It's fantastic. But then the Mustang flicks the switch and goes horsepower.
Yeah, that move into Camacho is going to be Britt's best opportunity to get past. But as you said, straight line speed of that Mustang is something that he will be fearing. As we saw earlier, they did go side by side down that back, not so straight. And then, Nippers went up the inside of Caro hairpin. But look at Britt, he's all over the back of Nippers and could be shaping up a move very shortly, as is Def on the back of Taylor. And she'd have had those tyres maybe back into a bit more of a reasonable condition. But it's still going to be tough to overtake a Mustang. And once again, she is stuck in a bit of a Ferrari sandwich with the Mustangs as the bread.
Absolutely. I think, the Mustangs, like you were saying, might be starting to feel it a little bit. There's a little bit more weight. There's definitely a lot more wheelbase. They are kind of, they generate their downforce from their floor, if not their real wings, to be honest. And a different way of going quick. But, with all the direction changes here and all the mass to go to change left and right, it's a lot of weight on the wheels. And generally, that's what kills your tires somewhat. But, to be honest, it's how you drive it. Oh, it's very close as Britt goes up the inside of Nippers, but I think we saw, Taylor's around, and I think there was a contact there with Def, as it did look like it was going to get real close as we cut away. As Britt has to cover off Nippers as well there into Tramonto. Oh, it's all kicked off, and unfortunately for Taylor, is going to be a sorry sight.
Yeah, he was doing such a good job for so long, but I think much the same as the Rose Britt incident earlier, it was just a little bit of contact at the apex, and that's turned Taylor right around, and now he's dropped down to P14, so going to be a big recovery task for him from here.
Yeah, and those tyres will be hurting a little bit as well as he's falling back the mosaic car of Leo Dryer. And P14 for Taylor. It's not where we want to see. It is, we did say it's hard to get an overtake here. It kind of requires a bit of sending somewhat, because you don't really get that close somewhat up and at very few points around this place, and there's only so many overtaking classes opportunities as play I should say, to really get it done here. And yes, we have seen a few sends, and they either go well or piss.
Yes.
Technical term there.
Absolutely.
So the other thing as well, because this track is so tire dependent, it's really hard on the rubber. Any sort of spin that you spin around, you start spinning the wheels, damages the tires, and it can make the last half an hour of a stint really painful, as we are looking here at such death at the moment. Currently in 6th position, JC behind in 7th, Britt in 8th, Nippers in 9th, and Taufik there in 10th, with Wimbledon bringing up the rear there as well. So this battle is still raging on. But just give me a quick look here. I reckon Britt's going to be on the... Oh, here we go. So Telfik and Brimblecombe. Brimblecomb's going to try and go around the outside. Oh, there's contact. Brimblecombe has been elbowed out off the track, and that's going to allow here Bab, I think.
He's been hit by Spinazzi.
Spinazzi has given a little tap-a-rooney, and that has spun him around. So there'll be many words coming out of that car, that is for sure. Here's Spinazzi currently in the Bin Chicken Racing 161. Who's that behind? Is that a lap car already?
Yeah, it's a lap car.
Yeah, it is.
Might be Ellis in that one. Unfortunately, it's quite quick, but unfortunately had some calamities and got a lap down. So, unfortunate position for him, trying to unlap himself potentially. Yes, unfortunately. Oh dear. I was going to say we had side by side. We had Brimblecombe going around the outside of Talpik, maybe a little bit early on turning, and they had a touch as Talpik was on the apex line, and and unfortunately. Spinazzi, wrong place, wrong time. Probably could have backed out a bit as he knew that maybe that gap was going to disappear. But we'll wait to see on the replay, and I'm sure it'll be sent off to the stewards in due course.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. It did look like Brooker may have just turned in a little bit too early there. Didn't quite give Talfik enough room on the inside, and that caused a little bit of a bump. Brooker came back, and Spinazzi trying to capitalise may have just been a little bit overzealous on the braking, and I think in the end it will be a penalty going the way of the Bin Chicken Racing car.
Well, we will wait and see. Currently down in 11th position. So this is the Permobile Misano 8-hour round 2 of the Italian job. As we got outside of replay, it's just the different timing screen. It always confuses me that. There's it's all right. Here's JC at the moment. Currently in 7th position in that absolutely gorgeous livery pixel racer entry. Geez, they look good on track.
Absolutely.
He's got the laundry house entry of Paul Britt right behind him. Britt's back on the charge again. And currently the ambient temperature is 24 degrees, 33 track temperature. Absolutely beautiful day in Italy. And of course, many people, I reckon, will be having their drink of choice, which is the Italian drink of choice. Of course, there are many, but a bit of Prosecco, maybe, with some lovely cheese. I think that sounds pretty good to me. Cappuccino, yes, definitely.
It is still morning after all here on the east coast of Australia.
That is true. We all have to be responsible. I mean, I'm on the Ribenas at the moment because that's about as much as I can have.
Ribena.
Ribena is great.
No bad thing. With Ribena as well. And yes, as we did see, JC, I believe, did let Britt go there as coming down into Querica on that last lap. And there's he is not really in the fight with Britt, and JC with his head on, thinking about his race, not really Britt's, and has let that Porsche go after Sasha Def.
Very responsible there from JC and the Pixel Racers crew. So that makes Britt's job a lot easier, up to P7, but I don't think Sasha Def will be as easy to get past.
I was just about to say that myself. Very good heads-up racing there from JC. Sometimes it is. Discretion is the best part of Vela. So, you let the car go past. Maybe pick up some tips as well. Just sort of some lines. And you may find that JC might just fall away a little bit. But he knows there's bigger fish to fry towards the end of the day. He's actually got Nippers behind him. So this will be a nice battle between the two Mustangs. And as you can see, Britt, though, just the attitude of the car. He is wringing the neck of that laundry house Porsche.
He's trying his best to get back to the rightful spot he should be in. Right now, he's probably he's a fair way off of the top 5 at this stage. Probably about 11 seconds away from the top 5 at this stage. So he's got a lot of time to make up, but he also has a lot of time to do so, as does the whole of the Laundry House team. We know how fast Laundry House can be at the best.
Of course, the one thing I am looking forward to is Matthew Lamb back in a Porsche. All is right in the world now. Everything, the stars have aligned, so we know Lamb is super quick. So looking forward to his stint. Of course, that'll be coming up. But at the moment, it's just a bit of a holding pattern at the moment between sort of all the races. There's no real major battles going on at the moment. So a lot of these teams and drivers, here is our lead up, Philippa Paquita, currently just doing it in a bit of cruise control at the moment. But that gap's actually come down a little bit to Lucas Keys. So it's back down to 2.9 seconds. So Lucas has obviously found some pace.
There is flag traffic as well getting involved in
definitely.
This. Yeah, there you go. Sasha Death picks up a 15-second penalty for causing a collision. That would have been the collision with Taylor earlier.
Yeah, as we kind of expected. And following between Mia Rose and Tonkin there in the background as well, following this sort of top three. And there's the Peppa Pig of Sneakers in the Porsche. And yes, kind of top five all fairly spaced out, but not too big of a gaps overall, obviously in comparison to the gap all the way down to the back, as we saw Brick in the background. Maybe having a look around the outside of that Tremonto, and we're going to get past. Oh, I think we got another let by. Yep, they've let him go. And they know they're fighting. I think Def knows they're probably fighting JC and Morka around it, but a little bit wide there from Sasha Def. But JC's in there to bounce, but too deep on the brakes, and JC's definitely got to bounce. And a little bit of rubbing racing as they go side by side into the penultimate corner, but the Mustang's going to lose out on the outside line there with barely any camber. Ooh dear. But too many of those, and JC is going to love that for sure. Surely going to get past if any more mistakes of that variety come from the Ferrari.
Yeah, I think just got caught out a little bit from having the car in front. Couldn't quite take the lines that Sasha wanted. And yeah, just allowed JC enough space to have a little bit of a sniff, but nothing more. With a 15-second penalty, you would expect Death to drop down a fairway by the pit stops.
I think the other thing as well, when you try and make a move around the outside like that, there's a good chance you might get a track cut warning as well. So you've got to be super careful when you are positioning yourself out on the track. Track limits here are very weird. So they allow you to use the whole track, which is if you go a millimetre over, bang, cop it straight away. But the tip around here is use the curbs, use all the curbs and all the track to go faster around here.
Yep. I paid for these curbs, and I am going to use these curbs. As getting some word in that Amstar, who was in 15th, has had a game crash, so has gone from 15th all the way back to the rear of the field.
Yeah, it's a real shame for Bushell. Yeah, and sharing that car with Jones and Albert. Albert did an exceptional job in qualifying for to be honest, with someone in the for an AM car. They were going very, very quick, to say the least, doing a 33. And yes, gonna be one to watch, but gonna be a big feat for them to try and take those AM honors. But it's gonna say never, but I think they've lost at least 2 laps to even their other AM compatriots.
4 laps down, it's saying on there compared to Bruno Ellis, so not going to be easy for them. But yeah, they were doing a very, very good job up there in P15 and leading the way in the AM class, but unfortunately Kunos said no.
Thank you, Kunos.
To check those game files, if anything. It's we are all privy to an odd crash every now and again. But that's really unfortunate, especially happening now. Not sure. Is it worse or better to have it all throw away at the start or at the end? I'm not too sure. Both are horrible.
Yeah, they're both horrible. But honestly, I think for a game crash, having it earlier on probably isn't too bad, because it at least gives you the time to regain that time that you've lost. Whereas if you have it later on, you're sort of consigned to thinking, oh well, we had this as a potential, now this. So
there's Taufik giving a little, and then Spinazzi. Whoop! Yep, that will be coming with an invoice.
Most definitely, yeah. So there's that little bit of a side-by-side rub between Bunker and Taufik, and then Spinazzi maybe just not quite as clinical enough on what could have been a move there, just getting the right rear corner of Bunker.
I think that's a really tricky situation. And granted, that Spinazzi is going to be found at fault as they did make the collision. But I think like even Bruno Ellis went into the back of them when that all kicked off, and they had a car right behind them as well. Granted, it was lap, but still, it maybe kind of looked like a bit of just indecision of whether they wanted to park it up the inside with the Brimmelcombe going wide or not. They wanted to stay out of it, and it was just granted they're at fault, but it's just. I find those such scenarios they happen a lot, and it's just the wrong move is so easy to make, and necessarily not easy to do the right thing.
It's just that pair of indecision there that causes those little collisions and what will ultimately be, I would say, some form of penalty going the way of Spinazzi and their 161 entry in chicken racing, of course.
111 in the pits, I believe. Is that our Rockets Evolved car again?
That's Rockets Evolved.
Yep.
Oh, they're gone. Are they gone? Oh, they were in the pits and then they disappeared now. Oh, watch out. I think that's...
no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, boy. As I said...
That hasn't been a deliberate disconnect this early on in the race, but given that we've already had a game crash earlier, I hope that hasn't been the same case here as Sneakers gets past the black Ferrari there with ease. So the Peppa Pig livery car will carry on in quite a bit of empty space. Got 3.8 seconds ahead and 10 seconds behind.
Always a difficult position this is at the moment for JP. It's sort of... I never like racing in this position. I always like to have cars in front of me, something to chase, a bit of a carrot in front of me. When you just got this amount of track space on your own, it is hard to keep motivated, keep the lap times pumping along. But this car will be one to watch. Of course, they are two-manning it, with John having an unfortunate internet issues. But the second driver is the one and only Shady Samuel, who is a pretty quick operator. So I expect the Peppa Pig Porsche to be around that top 5 all day. But he's going to have to keep an eye on his rearview mirror because he's got a certain Paul Britt, yes, 10 seconds behind, but we're seeing Britt at the moment who is just taking no prisoners on his recovery.
Yeah,
that was 11 seconds not long ago as well, so it is coming down.
Yeah, now just under 10 seconds. Yeah, JP's position is a little bit of a double-edged sword. You can, on one hand, get a bit bored being sort of stuck on your own. You can lose that focus just for a split second and make a slight error, but at the same time keep an eye on those margins, and if you see that margin to the car in front coming down, it just gives you all the motivation in the world to keep pushing on and setting those fast laps. Sometimes without that disruption going on around you, you can put your focus all into your driving.
It's a very good point.
Absolutely. And I can see that car going quite a bit further than the hour as well, if he's played his cards right.
Well, I mean, he hasn't had to fight too many cars either, so the tyre wear will be better than those around him. He did have a little bit of battling with Rose Tonkin and Britt earlier on. I mean, Britt behind the tyres on that Porsche will not be in the greatest of shape, especially with how hard he's pushing them. But it's also a case of fuel loads here and how they're managing their fuel throughout the stint.
Correct, and of course these cars all burn at different rates. They have different weight as well, and weight, as you know, is a tyre and fuel killer. So the heavier you are, the more fuel you will use in general. And the Porsche is quite light on its feet, and just having a look at the attitude of the car there as well. Geez, it bounces around a lot, especially in the rear end. You can just see it bobbling up and down, and does tend to bottom out quite a bit, the Porsche. And when it bottoms out, it does Porsche things. But of course, when you get it on the rails, as JP's doing at the moment, it is an absolute treat to drive. Yes, biased opinion, but I'm sticking to it.
I'll tell you what, I watched the onboards from last year's Spa 24 when they had the Manti had their 992 out and they had the fuse damage, and the fact that they were going 90 degrees right hand through Blanchimont at times with that car. I think the game, to be honest, looks a lot more tamer than the real life car. If that's anything to go by, especially, we don't really have to worry too much. Well, granted, we do have damage in the game, but it is, let's just say, I think it's damage. I think is toned down somewhat in comparison to real life, to say the least. And yes, always want to watch Porsches. Granted, have had a little bit of troubles with their diffusers because unfortunately, it's tend to be the first thing cars hit if they get hit from behind.
Yeah, ACC damage is very much damage with a bit of an asterisk to it. It's still there, but certainly isn't as harsh as it is in real life. You can have a huge cushion to the wall and still be able to get it out there in a couple of laps, whereas in real life, big cushion to the wall, that is done.
Game, set, and match. Definitely. So we're looking at Cameron Norris at the moment in the 187 freebie racing. It's a bit of a Ken Block tribute there, I believe, and he's definitely got some damage on that front. I do believe the bonnet is not meant to flap around like that. Of course, the Mustang doesn't come with its rear wing trick that it did in real life at the start of its iteration. For those who don't know, it used to pop the rear boot lid just randomly. So
flexi wings.
Yeah.
Got the DRS that you can't disable.
And he's pushed it on here, Cameron. And that's the other thing, when you get damage, the Mustang can take quite a few hits. I tried that out myself. I've slowly been getting myself back in the rig, and I just wanted to find out how much damage it could take. It definitely can take a hit. So, whereas the Porsche and the McLaren especially, any damage on the McLaren, and you've got to repair it straight away. It does not like damage at all, that thing.
Yeah, it does tend to vary.
American builds.
America, that's it. Build them tough, build them strong, build them big.
Hey man, Larry at Multimatic, they build some fantastic cars. They don't just build American big V8 races, but they made the Porsche Le Mans chassis, from what I understand, as well as multiple MP2s. They know their stuff at Multimatic, and obviously did the old 4 GTEs back in the day as well, when they came to win Le Mans back in 2016. I have just recently watched Ford versus Ferrari, so I've kind of clued up on that one. Excellent film, I will say. You don't have to really be a car fan; it's just fantastic.
It's one that I've watched multiple times before and always loved it.
Just anything Christian Bale does is excellent.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of great racing movies out there. Ford versus Ferrari is definitely up there as one of the greats.
Well, that's a good segue, because I was going to bring that up. We saw the F1 trailer last week with Brad Pitt. We all excited for that?
I'm very intrigued. I think, granted, I think some of the dialogue in the trailer kind of made me go a little bit. But yes, if anything, if we get a movie full of cool camera shots, I'll be happy at the very least. I'm easily pleased on these, and it looks like they're doing it proper in that regards. They're not really CGIing everything, to say the least, as we've seen from the races.
Yeah, it looks like some of their onboards were taken from the actual F1 cars themselves. I think there was a shot that showed was it an Alpine?
Yeah, Eau Rouge.
Through Eau Rouge or whatever. That was taken from Gasly's Alpine in it with a hidden camera on board the car. So, and from there they just edit the Apex Grand Prix car over the top of it. It does look quite interesting, and the fact it has the backing from F1 would make it quite enticing. I think the teaser didn't want to give a lot away, so I'm gonna hold out hopes until when they actually release, and then I can go and watch it.
I just don't want a cheesy storyline.
Yeah.
That's all I'm worried about, really, to be honest with you. I think it'll look fantastic. I think the CGI and the way they're doing a lot of real racing recording well is going to look amazing. But I am worried about the storyline. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think you have a right to be worried on that regards. Oh no! From what was it? Oh my goodness! Sod everything we're talking about. 4 attempts between P1 and P2.
What's happened there?
What's happened? There's a
Keys
big
has
gap
been
to Mia
catching
Rose.
Nikita at quite a rate. Nikita may just be entering into a bit of conservation mode, and Keys, meanwhile, is taking every opportunity he's got to try and attack this BMW out front. They've got some blue flag traffic up ahead. Oh dear, that was
Gets out the way.
What's that?
Yeah, I think, from my gut feel, I think the BMW is just suffering a little bit of tyre issues at the moment.
Oh yeah, you can see it. It doesn't look quite settled.
This is what we wanted to see, though. We wanted to see Philippa under a bit of pressure. Of course, she is a world-class driver, make no mistake here. But Lucas Keys is no slouch either, so this is going to be intriguing. This, I feel like, is going to go on for a little while. Again, look at the asset. It just looks again, Philippa right out using the whole track and some. So I think Lucas Keys sniffs an opportunity here and is absolutely going to go for it if he gets a chance.
Most definitely, and here we go down the one of the back straights here up towards Quercia Curve. Does show the nose, but it's out of it. So just trying to scare Nikita a little bit here that she is going to be wise to it. She is, as you said, world class, one of the fastest GT drivers in ACC in the world, really. And yeah, it's going to be a tough ask for Keys to get past, but with the state of those tyres on the BMW, you can see it just snaking out of Tremonzo. It's, yeah, we'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah, very torquey motor in the BMW. Gets its turbo spooled very early in the rev range, so it can lead to be a little bit of sideways action. That means you can be quick, but you know, I was going to say it's one of the better balanced front engine cars, but Lucas is just really, you know, he just cleans him a line. It's not really sliding the car around. Granted, a shorter wheelbase, it just looks a little bit more in control, but you know, Bakita knows it doesn't have to what she needs to do to keep him behind. You know, you got to kind of just keep it on track, keep it on the racing line around here, and both cars, especially the BMW, got a fair bit of poke down the straight, so no easy calls on that, no easy passes on that regards.
And as we are joined in the box by the one and only Chris Murphy, how are you, Lungy? Oh, good chat. He's well.
He's very well indeed there, it seems like. And see when he's going to join us.
I believe we'll be joined by JC as well once he gets out of the car.
Yes. And I'll be sticking around for another hour. You'll have to deal with my voice for a little bit longer. As
me and Sean are going to have a lovely lunch down one of these Italian restaurants.
Might have some. Actually, I've got some parma left from last night. I might have some of that.
Oh. Save me a slice.
Yeah. You don't want to give that information out publicly.
Yeah, good point.
Come raid your fridge.
Pizza still, but it's not the most Italian in the world, unfortunately.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Looks like I've joined at the right time.
Yes.
Nice little battle for P1 here.
Very nice. Indeed.
I have a feeling Pip has gone for the TC off strat and starting to pay the price.
That would explain a few things.
E-sport drivers. But yes, I was going to say the gap's still quite big to Mia Rose as well. Like, it was probably not that big overall. So Lucas, I think, it's just really also been on it, as well as maybe Bakita's come back to him a little bit with Iraya driving. Let's look on the dash. TC1 still. So right now, so yep. We'll see what happens so far, but we're getting close to surely some stops. Getting towards the hour. Granted, those will be a lot of people will be trying to extend, but we shall see on that regards.
I don't like giving Lucas Keys credit at the best of times, but considering at 9 PM last night he was setting up a new set of pedals, he's done quite well.
Oh my goodness.
Really? Oh dear. Okay, so a little bit of acclimatization into a curve for Lucas Keys in that regard. The fact that he's doing this is quite something. As you can see, Bakita is running that TC off strategy that you did mention there, Chris.
Oh, no,
you shows where she's switching to TC1, but for the most part, it is TC off.
Which
very interesting.
Frustrates the hell out of me.
I mean, last time I drove the BMW, it was the TC8 for everything strat, so it's very different now.
Meanwhile, that's a 5-second penalty for Liam Kane, the 492. So, not deserve that stop.
Yeah, just like housekeeping, obviously, Bakita, granted, Lucas and Bakita, they may stay in their cars, come their pit stops, but for the BS Plus car, they've also got Morella and Mitchie Hobbs to put in if they choose. And for the 165, their teammates are Bob now and Luke Jones, I believe. And they've got 2 cars fighting for position up ahead, lapped. And this should be interesting. I hope they see their blue flags. I believe that was the Ken Block Mustang that we were looking at earlier.
It'll be interesting to see how Luke Jones goes in the P2 car. He's a Gran Turismo player who's just made the switch to ACC.
Yeah, Lachlan is a good friend of mine, so I've known him for quite a while over there at Sector 1. Yeah, very quick though. He's taken to ACC very quickly. Also, he's an endurance karter in real life, so he loves his endurance racing. So yeah, really keen to see how he goes. But currently, at the moment, Lucas is putting in a stellar job. But Bakita, how she's hanging on to that thing, I've got no idea.
I believe they call it talent, Sean.
Oh, well, yeah. Something I do not have.
How do you spell that? I'll have to look it up.
Bakita's got some insane car control skills and talent. He's one of the best out there, and I mean, yeah, the fact that she's running TC off around most of the track sort of shows that. And also, the fact that she's keeping it pointed mostly in a straight line, but we'll have to see how long that lasts. Heading into that hour mark just about now, so a few pit stops will start to take shape, but I don't think we'll see the front ones come in for another 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, both of these cars turbocharged and kind of make their powers in different ways. We know with the Aston Martin, it's got a fair old turbo lag. It's got a very big turbocharger, so once it spools up, it gets really going. But it takes a little bit to cars. Whereas the BMW, I think it's got like a twin turbo setup where one feeds the other, and they kind of make a lot of torque in the lower band, hence why they're so sideways all the time. But really close now, coming to Tramonto. You have a look, Pip knows how to place that car and knows what she needs to do for sure.
That is surprising, actually. No drive-throughs for track limits yet, and we're an hour in, so big hats off to all the drivers. Well done.
Absolutely.
Well, we've put the mocker on them now, so
Yeah.
Just see the BMW gets the better run out of Tramonto, but out of Quercia, Keys on that lap was really, really solid. He just getting a little bit loose in the rear, so she's definitely struggling with the tyre wear and the traction in that BMW, but she's continuing on with a very, very fast pace regardless.
I guess at this point it just comes down to who can do more laps on their fuel.
That's it, and not too sure what the fuel usage is between these two cars, but I'd say they're pretty similar based on their assessment of the engines and the turbos by Cam just a moment ago.
I think the Aston will maybe have I think just the way that Lucas has been driving overall, I can imagine he might have been a little bit more conservative at the start, and maybe now kind of coming back a little bit to it. But I've got nothing to really base that on. There's no thing to say. But anyway, I am going to leave you. I'll be out of the box for a couple of hours and then back in the mid stint, and I'm sure you'll have a lovely time. I'll be watching the whole time, granted with a little bit of food under my plate, and I'll catch you later in the race.
Yeah, thank you, Cam.
Thanks, Cam. See you later.
See you back later, and enjoy your lunch.
Oh well. I'm gonna raid Sean's fridge.
Yes. Steelers Palmy always not looking. Palmer, I should say. I'm not gonna.
Hey, settle down.
And on that, goodbye. I'm leaving that debate to use.
Yes. Yeah. not going to go there right now. So after all, we've still got this battle raging out front. He's just holding around the half a second mark behind Bakita there. Ebbing and flowing now. I think they're both just starting to get into the flow of things. And Bakita seeing where Keys is stronger, Keys seeing where Bakita is stronger. And oh dear, just trying to avoid that blue flag car, and Bakita's had to defend the inside going into turn 4 at Rio. Just managed to stay ahead for now.
Here's our currently fifth position, JP Snakers in the Peppa Pig Porsche. And he's working. It is Tonkin, so Tonkin's come right back to JP here. So again, could be tyre issues. We have seen a few cars just starting to hit that point now where the tyres are very much second hand. It is something that does frustrate me about this game. You know, in real life they can double stint tyres, even triple stint. I've seen some people do. Yet in this game, anything, once you get to that 60, 65 minutes, the tyres just fall off the cliff like you wouldn't believe. Really annoying.
You get that a lot of racing series compounds. You get the double camera set up to see these battles here. Yeah, no, a lot of racing compounds tend to fire at all cylinders for a little while, and then once they fall off a cliff, they are well and truly off a cliff. So with the ACC tyres in particular, you probably have a few things that tend to come back at you a little bit, but yeah, a lot of times they just go on, as you see Purcell in the 121 pick up a 15-second penalty.
We've got battles. This is good to watch actually. So we've got a battle for 4th and 5th, and we've got a battle for 1st and 2nd. This is what you want. Again, the pit stops is going to be really, as I said, really interesting to see how this all sort of plays out, as Purcell gets a 10-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Wow.
That's going to hurt. So that's 25 seconds worth of penalties for the 121 car now. So they're going to be having a little bit of a longer pit stop. I mean, the pit lane here is already quite long, how long that pit exit is, but you're not going to do them any favours, as Keys is still all over the back of Bakita and getting towards the end of the straight. Bakita should still be able to stay ahead. This is going to be something that comes down to the pit stops. I don't really see a move being made on track unless someone makes a mistake.
Have to agree with that. Maybe Keys has just put the cue on the rack and just sitting behind now. Maybe thought about maybe it's not worth making a bit of a late dive, or that maybe he thinks he can run longer than Pip. We don't know. So this is keeping an eye on that timer at the top very much I am, and that'll give us a bit of an idea of strategy for the rest of the day. I don't know, Chris might be able to give a bit more insight to that.
It's not exactly the easiest track in the world to pass on, so I'm guessing Lucas is just trying to be patient here, which is definitely not his strong point. But then again, I only see him in public lobbies.
Wow, that's something.
Starting to see the first round of pit stops here.
Yeah, Britt's into the pits. Yeah, I figured he'd be one of the first ones in, given that he's had a few incidents and has also been punishing those tyres like crazy to catch back up. So he's going to go for a little bit of an earlier stop here, as is Carl Johnson in the 91 Kovacs red entry. They did have a penalty that they have to serve in the stop, so they'll be sitting for a little bit longer. Yeah, again, Keys just on the back of Bakita, but can't make anything work. So when are either of these two going to blink first? Like, who is it going to be?
It's not only this battle, there seems to be quite a few good little battles down through the grid here. I can see 20 and 21. Scarney defending from Webb. 15-16 looks like a little battle, so it's good to see a racing happening after almost an hour and 10 minutes.
Indeed, yeah. There's a few little facts, of course. We had a look at Tonkin and Sinekas before. Homeboy Nipper is still going ahead. Dev just breaking clear a little bit with the 15-second penalty. She will drop back behind, most likely, Southink and maybe Spinazzi. There we go. It's Tonkin into the pits, so those tyres are just about done. Just seeing in the YouTube chat asking about 15 seconds for Mia. So that 15-second penalty for Mia was as a result of contact between herself and Paul Britt. Pushing her at turn 8 on lap 2. Mia is just getting a little bit of the rear of Britt and turning him around, so she ends up getting the invoice for it. Still in front, Nikita is holding off. He's about to come up to pit lane once again with 70 minutes done in this stint. Going to be interesting. Neither of them are peeling away yet as we get a replay of, well, this would have been Purcell. Oh, that's a send. That's too much of a send. And now the rejoin. Oh, yeah, that's not the cleanest rejoin in the world. Could have very easily been contact had that McLaren not reacted.
That is not quite a big stick, but it's definitely a stick.
Yes, definitely. As Cam in chats just mentioned that Lamb has taken over from Britt, so Maddie Lamb is back in a Porsche. We can get a little bit of a preview of that in the final round of the Simrig Sprint Series that we ran only a couple of weeks ago at Bathurst. Things didn't quite go to plan for Ashley Lamb on that occasion, but here he is in the Laundry House entry just ahead of the leaders, so he's avoid being lapped for now. With the pace of those fresh tyres, he should be able to stay ahead of the leaders, you'd think, although got plenty of overtaking to do.
From what I hear, this driving display today from Battleland is powered by Cortisone.
Jesus.
Not sure if it's the elbow or the ankle, but he's that's the reason we haven't seen him in the car lately, apart from the last round of sprints. He is a broken man.
I see. Well, hopefully being back in the car can mend his broken attributes. I mean, right now they're P17, but of course they did make the pit stop a little bit earlier, about the 65-minute mark, so to see how long Lamb can push for from here as Bakita is in.
I thought my eyes weren't playing tricks on me then. I thought I saw the BS Plus car in the pits. That must be the tyres for the fuel for the BMW.
Yeah, and Mia Rose is also in the pits. She has to serve a 15-second penalty, as now Keys is having a lot of blue flag traffic to navigate, and yeah, I think he was sort of forced to stay out with her Bakita coming in, trying to do something different to get past. And all this blue flag traffic, it could end up hampering him in the long run.
And in the chat saying Lucas has fuel for 2 more laps.
Interesting. So, of course, yeah, fuel will come down to it in the end, and 2 more laps, they'll get him to about 75 minutes into this race. So, average that out across the whole race, and could find himself doing maybe a little bit less time in the pits at the end, or maybe even one less stop than what the BS Plus entry has to do. God, 6 hours and 47 minutes to go in this one. It's Mitch Hobbs now in the car coming out of the pits. They're in P8, just ahead of the Aston Martin there. I believe that would be probably a lap down. So Hobbs in, fair amount of clean air at this stage. We want to get the tyres up to temperature as soon as possible, of course. Long pit exit means the residual heat in the tyres dissipates quite quickly, so this first half of lap here for Hobbs will be crucial. So, Keys has gone for one more, so Keys will be in at the end of this lap, you would say. I mean, they've done 46 laps already in this race, so it should be 47 laps on one stint for Lucas Keys. That is very, very impressive here at Misano.
Fantastic stint so far. Just go back to Hobbs. Hobbs in a BMW. That's going to take a little bit to get used to. So yeah, what's that? So 75-minute stint. That's bang on 5-stop territory, I believe. So anyone that goes 75 or over, yeah, looking at 5 stops.
And because you've also got to consider the amount of time in pit transit and also stops, changing tyres, changing drivers, adding fuel to the car. So adding all that into the equation, and yeah, 5 stops is definitely on the cards here for the Tour Vermisor Racing entry here, and we'll probably see Lucas Keys come in at the end of this one.
I definitely know of at least one Porsche that is doing the 5-stop strat.
Spill.
Heard it here first.
There we go. Keys is in and keeps it well under the pit limit, so he'll be stopping very, very shortly, and we'll have to see who gets swapped into the car. But that is a brilliant stint from Lucas Keys.
Fantastic stint.
Sneakers continues on, and I would suggest this was the Porsche you were referring to.
What map is that? Map 2? It is map 2. That says a lot.
Yes, indeed it does. So Kovacs Purple going for the 5-stopper with Sneakers in the car at the moment.
That wasn't even the Porsche I was talking about.
Oh dear. Oh, okay, so there might be a few Porsches out there going for the 5-stop then.
Yeah, I got a feeling I know which one it is. I believe the 191 will be, the 161 will be. That is my guess at the moment. They're going to try and go for the 80-minute stint, which is a mega effort in a Porsche as well, because the Porsche, yeah, once the tyres go on the Porsche, it's close to undrivable. So to keep them fresh and to keep the pace up, fantastic opening stint by both the Kovacs Purple entry and Bin Chicken Racing.
See where 165 comes out in comparison to the 89. And 165 does come out of the pits, and it looks like is a fair way behind the 89. Keys is still in there. Keys has continued on, so he's double stinting here. That's very brave, very bold from Lucas Keys, but we're trying to maximize the pace earlier on in this race. With the 5-stop being very, very possible for that Aston Martin, that could end up being the difference between them and the 89 coming into the race. But 4.5 seconds is the gap.
And on that note, we do welcome the one and only Jamie Conboy to the box. Top of the morning, good sir.
Top of the morning, Sean Muller. Hello, everyone.
Oh, another
what
good chat.
A great start to this race it was.
But on that note, I will bid you adieu. I will be back later on. It's time to go have a Palmer, and we'll see you soon.
See you, Sean.
I'm up, Sean, and we'll see you back shortly.
How was your stint, JC?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
And
I made myself loud and clear, and then Sean cut over me, so I thought maybe my mic was off. I don't know whether that was just me. Anyway, stint was pretty good. Stint was very spicy at the start. There was a lot of argy and bargy up inside the top 10 and a couple of pens being handed out, and I kind of just made my way quietly through there. I drove to a Delta and moved up a couple of spots. So, yeah, very happy with the first stint. Ford's very nasty on its tyres towards the end of the stint, though, so we started to drop off towards the end, but that's what we get for having a ridiculous advantage on the back straight.
yes, indeed. And looks like Wellerburn's jumped into the car and has actually dropped back behind the 700 of Nipris there. So I think you and the 700 MRT will be going at it pretty much this whole race here. We've got 6 hours and 40 minutes to go. As we see, yeah, there we go. There is Nipris and Wellerburn on track.
Just Matty double stinting, is he? That's a good effort from him. Yeah,
Same
he'll
with,
be
Lucas Keys.
he'll be tired because especially in that last sector, once the tyres go, you are properly wrestling this forward. It really just does not want to grip up anywhere. So, yeah, I'd be interested to see if he can hold off Yoda. How long for? and whether he can keep his pace up, because he sort of dropped off in the middle of the stint, did Niparis, and he was sort of 2 or 3 tenths slower than I was, but then towards the end of the stint he really lit up and got himself back into the 34s, so he's clearly found a little bit of pace towards the end of the stint, but can he, he's got to be feeling a bit of fatigue, so Yoda, fresh in the car, he'll be trying to chase him down and get back through, I would suggest.
And Yoda, Mr. Fitness himself, will not struggle to have fatigue for the end of the stint.
Spot on. That man could lift that forward over his head. I guarantee it.
I would love to see that. Actually, your stint looked pretty solid there. You had a nice strong battle there earlier on there with the 992. That was Britt in the car at the time. Later on, you did let him go as I think you were just trying to manage the tyres, which was pretty mature and pretty smart of you in the end. Plenty of good racing towards the lower end of that top 10 in that battle for P6.
Yeah, I actually let him through twice. He had a bit of an issue. I don't know whether he got punted or something, but around the outside of turn 8, I found him sort of on the left-hand side and passed him there on pace alone, so I thought, he's quickly going to get past me. I won't bother too much. So I let him through twice, and he ended up opening the door for us a couple of times. He got into a couple of battles, because clearly he's a very quick driver as Britt, and he's clear of the couple of cars in front of us, so he opened that door for me, and that's sort of how I made my way through the field, was just following Britt through 2 or 3 times, and but as you said, it was a lot of fun, especially in that first sort of 15-20 minutes. It was chaos, really good. What else is going on? We've got the Senecas up there. That's going to be a really good effort if Peach and Shady can bring that home in one piece.
They're still going on that set of tyres and that stint. Wow, that's long stint for them, and for Sasha Death up there in P2, of course, she picked up that 15-second penalty for that contact with here at turn 8. But those two have gone 80 minutes, and that was really the goal for a lot of these teams here.
Who would be doing that? Obviously the Porsches and the Ferraris. I believe the Nissans can do that as well. There's not too many Nissans in the field. Astons can't, McLarens can't.
We lost the Rockets Evolved entry a bit early. I'm not sure where they got back in, but yeah, they had the issues at turn 1, lap 1.
That's a bit sad.
Damiano has picked up a drive-through penalty. That would be for speeding in the pits, as now McLaughlin is in that 500 car. So after a long stint from them, unfortunately they picked up that speeding in the pit lane penalty. Sneakers is still going on. He's really saving that fuel.
Lunchbag would know more about it. The Porsches can do that, can't they? Aren't they going like 90 minutes or something?
I don't think he'd get to 90, but certainly mid-80s is possible.
Wow, that is something. So that would make that final stop for them even shorter, and they're already eliminating a stop compared to a lot of their rivals.
And they have to, I think they're running, what is it, like fuel map, a different fuel map or something. I don't know what the Porsche does. I'm not a Porsche man, but they run a different fuel map, which sort of costs them on the back straight, especially. I felt like I was just walking past Britt if I wanted to. I don't know whether he's running the same strat. And at the start of the race, we went through Spinats, the bin chicken Porsche, and same thing, like we just walked past them on the back straight. I know the Ford's pretty strong, but even then, like we just blew by them. So I assume they're running a fuel saving map to get this long in.
Yeah, I was watching when you just drove away from us. Yeah, that was definitely map 2. I think Peach was getting frustrated in practice because his fastest lap was on map 2. I think
what is what's the pace up the front? Are they dipping into the 33s at all?
Earlier on, you had some 33s out front, but later on the stint they were back into the 34s, and Bakita, especially towards the end of the stint, that BMW was struggling on the tyre wear, sort of high 34s. So yeah, they were starting to struggle a little bit on the tyre wear out front, with the Aston Martin of Keys gaining a fair bit later on. Now he's gained from 4.5 to 2.1 seconds now to a Hobbs, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. You can see, there you go. JP's best so far is a 34.3. Oh dear.
Oh, hello, who's that? I think that's Sasha Death.
Yeah, because Death had the penalty, so it's essentially dropped a whole lap in the process.
So it just came out of the pits there, did Sasha or something, and obviously,
Yes.
yeah, nearly got into the side of Page there. That was quite lucky.
Very, very close indeed. I think Sasha will have the pace advantage at this stage, just based on the fact that Page is still on the tyres he was at start. Of course, Page doesn't have the fuel load in the car either, as Darrell Lim in the 23 picks up the 15-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin. So another unsafe rejoin penalty in this race.
Any weather
Absolutely,
expected?
Sasha was.
Sorry, Lunchy, you go, mate. Get in there.
I get the feeling Sasha was desperately trying to get in front of Peach there to not be stuck in blue flag purgatory.
I think Page here coming pretty soon. Go another lap here. So we'll have to see how long it goes. We're heading into that mid-80s mark, as here we go. This will be the moment that Sasha comes out of the pits and very, very close to the side of JP Sneakers. Look at that. Yeah, you can't get any closer than that. You can see Peach did have to react a little bit, and then Sasha got out of it. Just couldn't quite get ahead of the portion in that penalty, probably costing her there. But, of course, Peach won't be out there for too long, and Sasha is on a bit of a different strategy to a lot of the ones around her. 6 hours and 35 minutes ago, looking down the field, looks like Holmes is catching up to the back of Lamb, and they've still got the fast lap back from when Mia Rose set it, because they had the 15-second penalty before. And the battle for the provisional race lead between Hobbs and Keys is Devil's number, 0.6 of a second, 0.666 if you don't mind. So Keys is running up to the back of Hobbs like a bat out of hell.
Sorry, had to dodge out for a little bit of breather there. The family's just got home from swimming. It's all happening here, and it's all happening on track too. So I've got Chad up now. Hello, Chad. Hello, John. Hello, Chad. Hello, Jan. Jan's still around. Oh, I love you, Jan. I miss you. Lunchbag's in chat and in here. We're very lucky. Hello, Annie. Annie, have you got live timing going today? Is Annie's live timing stream up? Is my question.
Yes, it is.
Excellent. I'll go and open that up.
It is the pinned comment in YouTube chat.
Nice, it is too. Beautiful. Oh no, that's it's Pitwall. That's whatever, the same thing. I don't care. As long as it's live timing, I'm all for that. Get it up.
Page is in the pit, so 54 laps if you don't mind. That is very, very impressive.
Good morning, Scarney. How was your first stint?
Scotty!
Scotty was, looks like he was doing reasonably, just trying to keep out of trouble. Not sure if there was anything else beyond that. But now this battle between Hobbs and Keys is for the actual race lead, and Keys looks a lot faster at the moment. I believe before he heard word that he was about a second faster than the BS Plus BMW, so that Easton has got a lot of pace.
This will be a very interesting battle. Two young guns of OR. This will be very interesting. Lucas has just won Split Red SRO Asia, so he'll be on top of his chops. And Mitch Hobbs won Split Yellow, I think. Either Split Yellow or Split Green. So these two, both recent Sprint Series winners here at Octane Online Racing. So this will be a very, very good battle if this develops.
Indeed, is just seeing where the 101 comes out. They've come out in P3, so we've gotten quite the overcut there. Yeah, that's massive, because they were fighting with the 512 before, and they've dropped down to P6. And the 422 had the penalty, of course. And Lamb's probably the biggest gainer of it all. He's now only 1 second behind the 191, but the 191 will be doing one less stop, you would think, given that the 992 pit at about 65.
Yeah, Yeah, that is a ripping effort from the laundry house guys who, as I said before, sort of got punted early on and then had to fight their way back through slower traffic and have done so, and now back up into P4. They'll be around about where their pace lies, and they'll be fighting for 2, 3. They'll be trying to get the win today for sure, but a podium you'd think is the minimum for the laundry house boys. So after that first stint, really good effort to be back up there in P4 from Britt first and now Lamb. And interesting to see the McLaren there of Holmes currently with the fastest lap. What is that fastest lap? Sorry, I missed before. Did we drop into the 33s at all?
Yes, there was 33s sort of earlier on in the first stints for these drivers. So that was set by Amir Rose sort of around lap 6, if I'm not mistaken. And that was a 33.7, which I was just saying in chat.
Must be nice.
Yes.
Must be nice.
I think Nikita earlier on was doing 33.8s in that BMW. Ops hasn't quite managed to drop down in pace, but I think we'll just be managing the tyres given how quickly they are faded away for Nikita. And now look at Keys all over the back. It's not going to be easy as there you go. Matty Lamb's past Shady Samuel. Apparently, it seems that them going quite aggressive, going on more aggressive fuel map. So, yeah, they're definitely going a 6-stop, whereas the 191 going on the 5-stop strategy. So we'll have to see, but that battle won't really materialize probably until the end of this race. It just depends on what the pace advantage of going faster earlier on and compromising with an extra stop does for their 992.
You sound good, Alexis. What are you running a different microphone or something? You sound a little bit different. It actually took me a while to work out who the bloody hell was talking, and then I scrolled down and saw it was you. You sound good. You got a different mic happening.
I am currently back at my hometown, so I don't have my usual rig. I'm running with my laptop, and I guess the laptop microphone is just solid. Like, it just must be all right. But
how is the weather in Repugnant today? It'd be pretty bloody chilly up there, I would assume.
yes, yeah, it can get quite cold up here. I mean, pretty much this whole next week is going to be very, very cold. I'll be back in the Big Smoke very, very soon, though. Given that, things have actually been going well on the laptop, I might have to do this sort of thing on the laptop more often and use my desktop for a more specific ACC work.
You're not wrong about the
battle up here at the front. Looking forward to watching this for the next 6.5 hours.
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be hard to draw our eyes away from this one. We'll keep an eye on some other battles developing. I want to keep an eye on that AM class battle. There's still 5 seconds to gap there, but with the 25-second penalty to Purcell. Triple J looking good there. And there's the Pro-Am Lou car currently in P6 there. Driving very nicely and very consistently in that McLaren. That McLaren looks really good in race pace, in race trim. A little bit faster and stronger than the Fords. So you would think that Lou and his gang hang on to that one. Seems they've had a rough start. That's the 512 car. I think they started P3. I think Tonk put them right up there on the second row. So I don't know how they've managed to drop back, but they haven't fallen too far behind.
Yeah, I think a lot of that just came down to the tyre drop-off towards the end of the first stint. Tonkin was one of the early ones to come into the pits, and I think, Lou just doesn't quite have the pace to match Lamb, Samuel, and Holmes. Again, you are having to go up against Lamb, Samuel, and Holmes, who are very, very fast in their own right. So I think for them, they're just managing their own battles and trying to hold on to what is currently a Pro-Am lead.
Hello to Nick Amone in chat. Legion 2K is North America's #1 commentator. Hello to you, sir. What time would it be over in North America? Probably about 7:38 would be my guess. 7:38 p.m. That is a wild guess. Let me know how I went there.
All depends on what side of the country Nick is on. That's probably a reasonable sort of guess. Still just really close between Keys and Hobbs. There you go, got the word in. It's 9:38 as Nick is on the east coast.
That's prime time.
Perfect. Sit back on the couch and watch some brilliant battling here between Keys. It's just going to be who makes the first mistake. As we've already mentioned, it's quite difficult to make a move here. I think Keys tends to get the better exits out of Quersha. BMW just gets rather squiggly on the exit, but then out of Tremonto, that's where the BMW tends to find its footing a lot better with the turbo coming in a lot earlier than the Aston.
Not sure if you found the same thing in your stint just then, JC, but the aero wash here is a killer, especially
Isn't it?
at 345 complex.
Yeah,
Always has been.
It's shocking. As soon as I got out of that aero wash, it felt like I just found grip everywhere. It was amazing. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, Lucas, I think you're right, Alexis. I think Lucas has just got a little bit of extra pace here. Doesn't seem to be using all the track, and he's just putting his nose in the mirrors of the BMW in a couple of areas. So I feel like if he gets in front, he'll start to pull away, but he's got to find a way through safely. And as I said, that BMW's got a little bit of overspeed in a few places. So it's going to be an interesting watch here for sure.
Most definitely, and you can see Keys is trying to draw the mistake out of Hobbs, as we see Charles Clark in the 91 pick up a 10-second penalty. So another penalty there for the Kovacs red entry. And you can see that Keys is just trying to stick the nose out, give Hobbs something to think about, but Hobbs is, as was Bakita before, very wise to it and will not be drawn into the error. Is just driving his own race and doing a pretty good job at the moment, holding off the fast Aston behind. You can see the different lines that they're taking into Tremonto. You can see Hobbs taking a narrow line, trying to get the power down with the turbo on the exit, whereas Keys is having to try and maximize that exit speed with the turbo lag that the Aston's got. But here you go. It's a lot closer this time, but you're not going to get too many moves going into turn 13. With the dirty air, it's going to be tricky to go for a dive into 14, but he's going to try it. Up the inside of 14, this is the battle for the lead, and now he's got to have the outside. Hobbs loose on the exit. You're going to be hard-assed to hold around the outside there, but he does it, and what a move from Lucas Keys.
Well, it's not over yet.
Hobbs sticks it up again, and they're still side by side. This is brilliant battle. He's been fighting for pretty much a sector here. But Keys now at the straight line speed and the inside line to turn one. He should make it stick. Hobbs just trying to hold a nose in there, but it's not going to be enough. Lucas Keys in the 165 entry up to P1.
That was fantastic driving by both drivers there.
Absolutely. Absolutely love Lucas Keys. That is a proper move, my friend. Hobbsy did really well to defend as long as he could, especially through that last sector while he had those inside lines. He did really nicely to hang on to it, but Lucas sending it around the outside of that final sector. I think it was turn 15 and turn 16, eventually getting it done, having the inside line down into turn 1. Great battle. Well called, Alexis.
Yeah, what a battle that was. We'll have to see how the pace compares between them now that they are probably in pace order. And of course, Keys did manage to go a bit longer on the first stint than Bakita did in the 89 before, so we'll have to see what happens there with the differences in strategies. Of course, we're sort of looking at that crossroad between a 5-stop and a 6-stop for a lot of these teams.
This will also give us an opportunity to see the true pace of both cars, with Lucas no longer being affected by the aero wash behind the BMW.
And you can see he's already broken probably about a second clear. So Keys definitely has a lot of pace here, and he'd want to use it, having double stinted. Not sure how many more stints he'd want to do in this car. I'd say they'd probably hold him out until for the in this race if he does go again. But wouldn't surprise me if they try and balance things out as much as possible in terms of driver time. scrolling down, that's number 90, and Vintner has a drive-through. I wonder, was that for track limits? Have we actually seen a track limits penalty applied for the first time this race?
That can't be the first one. There was one in the first stint. I can't remember who it was, but I think it was 219, if my memory serves me. If that number doesn't exist, forgive me. But there was definitely one in the first stint.
It was very early.
Right, okay. It was one that we unfortunately did not see then. But yeah, at least out of the ones that we can see, there's a drive-through there for track limits.
Yeah, I just remember I was celebrating because it wasn't me.
I mean, Casey, you managed to have a reasonable pit stop today, it seems, so far.
Look, it wasn't 100% perfect, but it wasn't horrible. Got a good pit entry, but then apparently I didn't turn the car off, so I just sat there staring at the pit crew for about 4 seconds before I realised. So that's how Nippers got back in front of us, because obviously we had them covered on the way into the pit lane, and then he did an overcut because he did one more lap. I had the fuel for one more lap, but I just didn't want to risk it because it was very close, and if anything goes wrong, then obviously you're rooted. So he's done the overcut, got in there, and then, overtaken us in the pits because of that 4 second extra stop. Standard JC stop, Ferro.
Never changed, JC, never changed.
Also, didn't hand over the car with 3 warnings. It was only 2 warnings. So I've met that quota as well. I'm having a good day.
It does sound like you're having a good day. You were very jovial jumping into the comms box. It looks like your car is in quite the battle here between Taufik, Nippers, and with Death slowly approaching. It's going to be a 4-car battle there for P7 at the moment.
Yeah, I was just watching that. Nippers has been closing up to 2 Figs Ferrari for a little while now, and that delta's really closed in. Weatherburn was also right up underneath Nippers, but seems to have dropped back a 10th or 2 here, so I don't know whether he's made a little mistake or he's just trying to get out of the aero wash, because as I said, Lunchbag said it before, that aero wash is actually pretty nasty and can really get you sliding. And we're trying to drive to a delta. We know that if we're going to have any good result today, we really need to look after our tyres throughout the stint. So he may have just said, you know what, I'm sliding a bit too much here. I'll let Nippers go a little bit and see if he gets into a battle with 2Fig, and then I'll close back up.
That's probably fair enough. As got Nick asking us in chat, outside of Spa, Lourdes, and Bathurst, what track would you like OR to host a 12/24-hour race on?
I think my answer is
I will always die on the Suzuka Hill.
Yeah, so Suzuka's definitely up there for me as well. But honestly, I'd like to see one at Silverstone. I just really like Silverstone as a track, and you can tend to get a lot of really good side-by-side racing around Silverstone, I find.
Yep, I agree with both of your answers. They are both in my top 3, but my number 1 answer is Paul Ricard, and I will die on that hill. And I think the 3 of us have all just chosen tracks that have good side-by-side battling. That's what we want to see in those long races. So,
Paul Ricard tends to get a lot of stick, but I think in these GC cars, it is an excellent racing track.
It is just absolutely miserable to practice with.
Yeah, that's it. And another thing with Paul Ricard, tyre wear is massive. It is huge at Paul Ricard, as is a lot of the tracks I just mentioned there, given that they've all got a lot of fast, long, sweeping corners that tend to punish the tyres a fair bit. So, yeah, they would all create brilliant enduro races, I think, whether it be the 12 or the 24-hour formats.
Muller saying he wants his 12 hours of brands. I agree with that, but I'd only do it if it was a Porsche Cup race. I wouldn't do it in GT3s. 12 hours of brands in GT3 sounds like pain. But if you did 12 hours of brands in Porsche Cups and you got 30 or 40 of us out there, I'd 100% do that.
I'm guessing that's
some absolute shade on Paul Ricard there. Chris, it's been nice having you here, but I think your local authorities will be picking you up very shortly.
definitely not my vote. I believe that's Logan Burton in chat with a good shout for Red Bull Ring.
Yep. Yeah, Red Bull will be up there. It's a good track.
Yeah.
I guess because it is the newest track, it's not a classic answer.
Good shout, though. There's a couple of good overtaking opportunities, a couple of good blue flag opportunities. It's a reasonably simple track. It is fun to hot lap, fun to practice. Yeah, it's a good shout. Red Bull Ring.
Townsville. That's certainly a choice. I mean, I really like the Reed Park circuit, but I don't know. I don't think it's in ACC. Get 24 hours of snow in that song.
No, see, Philo had said that in chat, and I guess it's no. It's a big fat no from me.
Yeah.
You can stick that one in your bomb hole.
Okay, Nix has revised his answer and wants 24 hours of gold press. Oof. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on which version of track, where you're looking at the modern version or the original layout.
They're coming up to some blue flag traffic here. Yep, that pink Porsche is indeed blue flag. So two Figs still towing along Niparis here. The Ford with a massive advantage once it gets up to this curb here. If he's not alongside yet, he won't get him. But the Ford in fourth gear is just an absolute weapon, and that's where the Ford will get most of its work done. So hopefully this blue flag jumps out of the way of both of them here, and it does. Nice work. Yoda has dropped. Oh, there's someone on the infield there. Oh, no. Now, that's a very dangerous place to rejoin. That inside, if you cut that inside, you can sometimes get disqualified there. And it's obviously nothing that the stewards can do about that. They can clear the disqualification to be sitting in the pit lane for 3 minutes, but that is a very nasty place to lose your car.
I think that's that's the exact thing that's just happened.
Oh, no.
3. Yep, pending penalties cleared. I think they got disqualified.
Oh, no. We've seen that happen before. We might just get a little replay of that, because that is a teaching lesson for anyone watching who doesn't actually know. If you spin and end up in that midfield there around the inside of Caro, turn 14, you've got to really turn around basically and go back to turn 13, rejoin there, which is obviously dangerous in itself because you've got cars coming through very quickly there. And then you've got to do turn 13, 14 and 15 correctly. You can't cut through the infield between 14 and 15, because if you do, the game disqualifies you for cutting too aggressively, apparently.
That triple three was left standing there for about 10 seconds at least.
Unfortunately, not long enough.
Yeah, game refuses to recognise that you've been absolutely blasted on your delta. And it's a tricky corner. The outside of turn 13, it's just a nasty area of the track, because the outside of turn 13, you can get 2 warnings on the outside of turn 13, which, so here we go here. It's got the BMW at the back there. He's had a little look up the inside of a blue flag there, and it's just come around. So here he is in the infield. Now you have to do a full U-turn here. You have to do a U-turn and rejoin where you came in. He's waited. He's cost himself a lot of time. There's no one's denying here that he's done the right thing. Look how long he's waited. He's absolutely cost himself 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds here, rejoining safely, and is still going to get DQ'd by Kunos.
Wait for it.
Bow.
That is a real shame.
That's a shame, yeah. That's it, though. That's the teaching moment. We sort of called that it would happen, and indeed it does. So it doesn't matter how long you wait. You cannot do that. You must put it onto 0 TC, get that thing turned around, and get back out to turn 13 and rejoin there.
Yeah, that's it. You cannot take any risks, unfortunately. So for Brickley, they'll have to, and the triple three, they'll have to carry onwards and see what they can do for the rest of this one. Just thought I'd mention Cam Chad. He's got good taste with the 24 hours of Fujimi Kaido. So, probably one of my favourite tracks of Jerome Forza, to be fair. A bit of a blue flag action.
Oh, that was a bit rude.
It's getting pushed off the track. I mean, there are blue flags after all, but yeah, you still have to keep that in mind, as Woods just held his line there and allowed the driver to go up the inside, staying as predictable as possible, I suppose, for the 960 Rotama spin car.
Yeah, a bit of a shambles there. I don't know who was blue flagged and who wasn't. There was a lot of cars trying to make their way through, and felt like Neil did the right thing. He sort of got offline and tried to be as nice as he could, and just got a bit of a whack on the door on the way through. It was a bit rude.
Well, it's one of those things that can happen in these sorts of injuries when you've got plenty of drivers out there at a different pace, and it can be very, very difficult when you're a blue flag car having to let other drivers go.
You driving at some point, Lunchback, or are you?
I'll be in the car next, so I believe Babby still has quite a bit of stint left.
Yeah, Babby's P11, yep. So you guys going along okay. He's currently 9 seconds behind Sasha Death. Are you doing the fuel saving? Yeah, you're in the spin-outs one, so you're doing the fuel saving as well. So you guys will make up your time towards the end of the race when everyone else is doing that extra pit stop. So you guys are cruising along nicely at the moment. Cookie, I think, has made his way back up to P12. That is an excellent effort considering that they had to do... Oh, that is a McLaren going a bit of a J. That's the outside of turn 13 there. And it does the right thing and rejoins safely. So must have caught a bit too much of the inside curb there on the inside of turn 12 and got the arse in front of the nose there, unfortunately, for Hode.
Yeah, much the same as what Britt did early in the laundry house entry, but not quite being able to manage the spin, and yeah, unfortunately for Hode, he's lost a few positions there. Look at Campo there in P26. Look at this battle here. You got K just in front of 5 seconds, Campo with 10 seconds, and then Tatlian right behind this. No penalties to speak of at all. So Tatlian's just going to be watching this all unfold in front of him, really.
I was talking about Cookie before, who dropped back to, I think they were in the 30s at some point, 35, P36, something like that. We lapped him. And his teammate Chris Taylor saying that with the tyre wear that they pitted on the hour and got a massive undercut. So that's helped them for now. But you'll have to stretch out those stints if you don't want to do an extra stop towards the end of the race, because if you're pitting on the hour, I would suggest you're doing an extra one.
That is quite the sends there from K back up the inside of Kappa. Kappa got up the inside there of Wersha. Now they're going to go side by side down this back not so straight. You don't want to be going side by side for too long, and I think K's managed to get it back ahead. So Tatlian, once again, will just be looking at all this and rubbing his hands together and trying to keep out of their way. Just further add to your point on Taylor and Cook there, Chris Taylor has just mentioned that, yeah, tyre pressures were down to 26.0, so they had to do the undercut.
No, that is suboptimal, 26.0. That's very low. That'll be increasing your wear if you sat out there for too long on those. So good call to get in there on the box, and as it's worked out for them. As I said, they made their way back up to P12 already. So on a slightly different strategy, but I mean everyone out there's on a different strategy. It's hard to work out who's where, really, at the moment, based on all the different strategies that are occurring, which is going to make for an interesting last couple of hours, especially the last 2 hours. Once it really starts to pan out who's where, we'll reconvene and see where everyone is. But these guys have got a long way to go. The smokestack shell helix forward, they've done pretty well to get back where they are. Cookie's very quick. I reckon he's about 2 or 3 tenths quicker than the other Fords inside the top 10. So no reason they can't be the top Ford today.
They were the top Ford earlier until the death was brought upon them by Sasha Death, unfortunately. But they're making a very good recovery, as you said. So we'll see how things pan out from here. We've got just over 6 hours to go. So, but yeah, this is the fun of these races where they don't have the driver stint timer. It all comes down to how you manage the car, and you get a lot of variance in the pit strategies, and it becomes a very, very interesting affair.
Just looking at the track map here, and it looks like Lucas Keys has put quite a bit of time into Mitch Hobbs.
Yeah, Lucas Key's last lap was a 34.3. Mitch Hobbs' last lap was a 35.0. 7 tenths quicker on the last lap was Lucas Key's, and the gap is out to 10 seconds. So, yeah, you're not wrong. Lucas is stonking along up the front there now.
Coming down well and truly. That is express pace for getting into the mid-stint for them. They hit about 6,045 to go. So they're about 40 minutes in to what should be about another 75-minute stint for them. Lamb, meanwhile, is pushing along here. They're going aggressive after a bit of a mishap early on this first stint for Brit. About 4.2 seconds clear of Shady Sammy at the moment, who is equally 3.5 seconds clear of the 422, currently being driven by Holmes.
Yeah, Lamb also up in the low 34s. So he's only a tenth or two slower than Keys. He's reeling in Hobbs, whose last lap was a 35.2. So he's lost another 2 tenths to himself on that lap, has Hobbs. That BMW starting to struggle here mid-stint. And the Aston pulling away, and Lamb in this Porsche starting to catch him. It's a long way to go for Lamb, though. He's 18 seconds behind Hobbs. So you would think towards the end of the stint he might start to see him in his windscreen, but at the moment, just trying to navigate these blue flags safely is Matty Lamb.
So indeed, we'll have to keep an eye on when Lamb is coming. Yeah, the Laundry House team came in with 65 minutes into this race, so they were punishing the tyres a lot more in that first stint, but I think both the 89 and the 992 will be looking at a 6-stop strategy unless the BMW is able to start to conserve things a bit more, because yeah, they came about only 5 minutes after the 992 came in that first stint. So meanwhile, Weatherburn's under a fair bit of pressure here from Sashadev. Sashadev putting in a very, very good stint after getting that 15-second penalty for contact earlier on with Chris Taylor in the 17. This is your team, JC.
Yeah, nowhere to pass that forward on the straight, that's for sure. So it's going to have to be, if Sasha's going to get this done, it's going to have to be a similar sort of move to the move that we saw on Cook, which obviously resulted in a 15-second penalty, and I hope that's not what occurs. Sasha's clearly got an extra 5, maybe 6 tenths on Yoda here in terms of outright pace, but there's no real corners you can properly send it on the Ford, and then obviously you're not getting past the Ford on the straight. Yoda, if he just keeps this car in all the right places, will be frustrating the living death out of that Ferrari.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Just looking at the gaps here, Weatherburn's dropped about 3.5 seconds behind Niporus. So Niporus clearly not being phased by any sort of fatigue, and is only 5 seconds away from the Pro-Am lead. So maybe just following along with Taufik, catching up to Lou there in P6 to try and build on that battle for Pro-Am lead for the remaining 6 hours, as Tatlian now gets a 15-second penalty. So that's for collision on lap 30, so that's a while ago now.
Yeah, that is seriously impressive pace from Matty Niporus in the MRT 700. As we said, double stinting, so he's now 2 hours in. Well, we're coming up to 2 hours in of non-stop driving. And as I said, that Ford can be pretty difficult to wrestle on old tyres. So, yeah, that's some really good stamina from Matty Niporus to still be up there in P8 and pulling away from Yoda here, who, as you said before, is fresh into the car. That looked a little wide there. I hope that wasn't a cut. Doesn't know, it looks like he's got away with it, but Christ, that looked a little wide. That's very scary out there. As I said before, you get 2 warnings sometimes if you run out wide there of the outside of turn 13.
Yep, that happened to me in the sprint race here recently. Very sad.
Tell me that's not a top 5 livery on the grid.
It's probably a top 3 livery on the grid, to be fair.
So good. Thank you to the Valiant Knight, Mike Crick, who put those together for us, and obviously the other Pixel Races entry as well. The Nissan that Cricky is driving in is running one of these liveries as well, and yeah, we're very, very happy with them. I don't know whether I'm biased, but everyone else seems to like them too, so I think they're pretty bloody handy. They look good at night too. They look very good under lights.
Oh yes, I've always loved the Pixel Races livery, but yeah, John in chat mentioned the Laundry House livery. Yeah, the Laundry House livery for me is probably the best one on this grid. It is spectacular, but probably Laundry House, the Shell Helix, and the Pixel Races that make up the top three for me.
Yeah, do love the Shell Helix.
Well, JC, Alexis, and everyone, I'm going to make my way into the practice server and try to remember how to drive. Thank you very much.
Good luck, Lunchy.
It's been nice having you in here, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you, thank you. I might jump back in the box later on.
Awesome. We'll hopefully see you there if you do.
Very solid on debut, Lunchy, wasn't he? He's got a knack for it.
Oh, definitely, yeah. He was very, very good in the Oz box. As that's a car around at the final corner. Not sure who that was, but it did look like a McLaren. It's
999?
A 999?
999 Brownet McLaren is currently P23 after having dropped a few places there at the outside of the last corner. So yeah, they were sitting out there in the sand and having a picnic while they waited to rejoin.
So it was Brandon, the 999K Motorsports entry, the Italian livery there.
So yeah, we've just bid adieu to Lunchy, Chris Murphy in the Discord. And he's driving in the Bin Chicken Porsche, currently sitting in P11, the 161 car with Bab behind the wheel. So
just see it there. Oh no, that wouldn't be the 161 there. They're about 10 seconds back from this battle. But they've got a blue livery on their car, and that is also another one that I really, really like.
There's a couple of niche liveries like that, isn't there? Like the Peppa Pig Porsche as well at the front. There's a couple of little, there's a couple of cute ones. Just watching Sash to death here. Sash is getting so frustrated, must be getting so frustrated sitting behind Yoda, who's, as I said before, just got this car in all the right places, and we're driving to a Delta. He's not pushing this car at all, and knows that there's nowhere on this track that any car can pass us unless they send it pretty egregiously. We're going to get a look here at Brownet, and what happened at the last corner?
Up the inside of what looks to be the Rockets' evolved car.
Yeah, it just seemed a little bit over-ambitious to get a move done there on a car that's probably a little bit quicker than them, and came off second best because of it.
Yeah, unfortunately there, and yeah, now they are into the pits, so just putting a fresh set of boots on, I don't think those tyres would have been in the greatest of shape after a little bit of contacts there. But we are now less than 6 hours in, so we're a quarter of the way through our 8-hour race here at Misano. God, this track.
You what?
I really love this track, but then again, I'm probably biased because I've had some very, very, very good results around here.
Yeah, fair enough. I think my like for this track has been pretty made clear. I just don't like any of the Italian tracks. Monza's not terrible, but Misano and Imola are the... Whoa! Oh, God. Goodness gracious. That's a blue flag. Never mind. No, I can't stand lapping this track, and Imola's even worse. But, it's the Italian job. That's... whatever. Get it out of the way.
Sasha's had an error there. She's dropped a long way back. The back of Wellerburn.
Yeah. Yeah, she has. 7 seconds.
7 seconds. Wow. Okay, so there
Where's she gone?
must have been she must have had a bit of a spin somewhere, or that's weird. But we'll have to look at the replay. But I was wondering where Sasha's car had gone. You can see it there, just going through Arrow hairpin, and she's dropped off. Yeah, way back. I mean, good news for her. She doesn't have to look at the back of a Ford for the moment, as she has done for most of this race. But unfortunately for her, it means that she's dropped a long way back from P9 at the moment. 7 seconds.
Is it Malik running the cameras or Glenn? Who's running the cameras today? Yeah, Glenn. Can we go have a look? Can we go have a look at car? What is it? 161. We've got a couple looking for the bluey livery, please. If we can go and get our eyes on that Porsche currently in P11. That would make our number one commentator, Nick Amone, very happy. And we'll go have a look at the Sasha replay first. The Sasha death incident. We were just talking about how Sasha's dropped set. This is right up behind Yoda, and then we watched Yoda dive this pink blue flag, and then Sasha's tried to do the same sort of thing from a long way back. That was very over ambitious there from Sasha. So another mistake for that. Ferrari has seen them drop 7 or 8 seconds off.
Bit of optimism showing. I don't think that blue flag had any need to move out of the way given how fast. But look at how dirty that blue livery has gotten. You can still see very clearly the influence of the very popular Australian kids TV show. I think pretty much everyone has heard the Bluey intro at some stage as we get beautiful chase cam on the Porsche there. Always got to love the chase cam.
I haven't. I'm going to be honest. I haven't seen this show once. The missus was reading a book. She's got a Bluey book that she reads to our daughter, and it was an interesting read. I won't go into it, but yeah, I've never heard of this show. I've now heard of the show. Don't get me wrong, but I haven't seen it, and I don't know the intro. I haven't heard the intro, so I'm going to have to read up because apparently it's pretty popular.
It's insanely popular. Like it internationally as well. And you get a lot of cameos from very big stars that. Whether that be Australian or international stars as well. A lot of these episodes are only 10 minutes long at most. They did have a few very long half-hour episodes recently, but yeah, no, it's insanely worldwide.
Cool. So I assume Bluey is a blue healer.
Yes.
And so therefore, are we sort of taking Australia to the world with this show? Are we?
Yeah. Yes. I would say so. It's fair. You can tell that there's a lot of Australianisms in there.
Yeah, cool. All right, yeah, I'll look into it. As I said, I didn't know it was a show. I do now, and as I said, the missus was reading a book to her daughter, and it was pretty aggressive in its tone. I was like, "Is this a kid's book?"
It tends to teach a lot of like manners and morals, but also has I've seen bits and pieces here and there, but every time it looks like it can be quite a lot of fun for the kids. I mean, a lot of kids I've seen really enjoy it, so it must be doing something right, given it's gone on for quite a few years at this point. And, welcome Sean Muller back into the comms box. How was your Parma, Sean?
Bloody delicious, man.
Very good to hear. Getting Italian food down the gulp as we've got 5 hours and 54 minutes going. This one, pit stops will be starting to take shape in the next half an hour or so.
Well, what's happened here? We've got a replay up. There's a bit of side-by-side action there.
It's a boop. Oh, that's a wall.
Neither car really making it through 4 or 5 cleanly, which meant that they both got a little bit upset on the rear around the outside of turn 6 there, and that was the outside car got up on the sausages and then sort of came back across the track, and it just was never going to end well. Hopefully this rejoin is okay. It's as well off the racing line, so you would assume this rejoin is going to be okay. And oh dear, who's that one there? Also, there's another blue flag trying to get out of the way of someone else, and yeah, anyway, they've all made that through.
That was when we were on board with the blue livery before the Bin Chicken Racing car. There's Buddy has entered the pit lane with a limits drive-through there, so 419 car picking up the drive-through. And one of the many in this race to have or will have a drive-through at the track limits.
Yeah, if there's any car that gets through this race today without a drive-through, I'll be seriously impressed.
And it's just frustrating because this pit lane is just so long.
Yeah.
Well and truly.
Yeah, I'd expect the front guys to be truly capable of it, like Keys, Hobbs, Lamb, Senekis, etc. There's a couple of really good, experienced endurance racers up there. They'll probably get through without picking up the 4 warnings required for a drive-through, but everyone else, surely at some point today, picks themselves up a drive-through, and then back towards the end of the field with a couple of AM-class drivers and the maybe 2 or 3 drive-throughs, and that could probably decide some really strong positions too. Like you're trying to fight for a top 10, you get an extra drive-through, that's going to hurt you.
Yeah, most definitely. It's all going to be about keeping it as clean as possible as we now have. Is that box still there in the Nissan?
It is.
So yes, box on the Nissan now all over the back of Puddy after he's coming to the pits. Those tyres will be quite cold now. He has to get them back up to temperature, and look at hard Puddy's having to defend. Can the Nissan try to switch back? No, it cannot. But down the straight, you would expect the Nissan to be quite good. By the way, stop go 30 being the pits. That's not good if you've just done the garage.
Oh no,
that hurts.
So try again.
so Boxy just has to be patient. He really doesn't have to make any moves at all. He's just got to wait for him to get in there and do his stop go, and he'll have that position. Thank you very much. Currently in P28, the Polygon races. Where did they start? It was a little bit higher than that. Polygon races started in P35. Never mind, they've made up 7 spots. They're doing very nicely in the Nissan. Up to P27 now.
P26 with Bishop in the pits there in the 277. So
good shout.
I'm starting to take shape here. So there you go. It's Chicanes now jumping into that 277 entry for Race Factory. Seems to be pretty stable at the moment. Ambient temperature of 23, track temperature 30. It's pretty usual for these sorts of conditions here in Italy.
Yeah, track temp has definitely dropped a little bit, which will be helping the tyres last a little bit longer. But the ambient temperature remains at 23, which is where we started. Now that we're 4:15 in the afternoon, we'll probably start seeing both of those numbers drop. But for now, staying pretty steady.
We've got Taufik all over the back of Lou, and look who's followed him. That's Nippers, who has put in an excellent stint. And once Taufik potentially gets past Lou, we've got our Pro-Am lead battle.
Mega stint by Nippers. He's doubled, so that's a huge effort. In the Mustang as well. Not an easy car to drive, personally.
Not an easy track to double stint on either.
Exactly. Concentration everywhere. It's no real rest breaks around Misano. As John says in chat, Misano is a great track for bikes. I'd have to agree with that.
It is a fantastic track for bikes, and I'd say it's a better track for bikes than it is for cars, but again, I'm biased here. I still love Misano.
Tell you what, when the MotoGP does go to Misano, though, it's, especially when Valley used to race, incredible the atmosphere.
Yes. Of course, I believe this the Misano circuit is also the Marcus Simoncelli circuit, named after the late Marcus Simoncelli.
So 5 hours and 48 minutes to go. Round 2 of the Italian job from Misano. So it is Lucas Keys leading the way from Mitch Hobbs, Matthew Lamb, Shady Samuel, Holmes, Lou, who's the battle on screen at the moment, Taufik, Nippers, Weatherburn and Death are your top 10. And we've got Bab and Johnson just sitting out there in 11th and 12th position. And we've got Lou, who currently is our Pro-Am leader. And we've got Rondiella, who is our AM class leader at the moment, currently sitting in 16th.
Yeah, this Pro-Am battle is going to really heat up soon if Nippers does manage to get past 2Fig. And even if he doesn't, the fact that these guys have caught the 512 entries is pretty impressive. Obviously, the McLaren starting in P3 has dropped back through the field a little bit, and Nippers has made his way up, so these two have come together. And down for that AM class battle, Rondinella has only just overtaken the AM class leader who has pitted. It was Purcell who came into the pits with a 25-second penalty, I think he had over him. So those guys are going to drop way out of contention now for the AM class lead. And Rondinella sitting pretty up there in P16. Loopty's going to be joining us later too. Another one on debut in the comms box later on, around about 4 or 5 o'clock. He'll jump in, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Rondinella and the Aston Martin at the moment. Oh dear. That's 2 feet.
Losing it there.
Oh, nice.
And now, look at this. Nimbus with the exit. Compared to Lou, he's just been a little bit spooked by the run wide. Now, is Nimbus going to dive it up the inside? He's going to have a look, but Lou does manage to hold it off as Jack Man. That's a name and a half. 10-second penalty for the 492 entry for a collision on lap 73.
Is that a real name?
Surely not.
Well, that's it. We said the Pro-Am lead was going to spice up. Here it is. This is Nimbus chasing around Lou. Let's keep an eye on this for a while.
First, definitely, yeah. Lou just not quite getting the purchase he'd want out of turn 15. Allows Taufik through up in P6, and now, yeah, as you said, the Pro-Am battle is well and truly heating up with Nimbus showing excellent pace right now.
He's close here, Nimbus. He just needs to get a good run out of there. And then along this back straight, he can wind up that big Mustang, but just a little bit far behind at the moment to make a move. But he's sitting in that rear view mirror, which is sometimes all you need to do, which can force the error. We have seen the 512 make a bit of an error before, so that'll be in the back of Nimbus's mind.
Yeah, and I think that will encourage Nimbus to show the nose a little bit, try and force that error out of Lou, knowing that he's a bit prone to it just at this stage. As I continue to see Misano slander in the chat, that is a real shame.
Yes, and he says Misano would make a great airfield. Very good.
Monza's probably the better airfield. It's got enough of a straight there. You can probably just convert that into an airfield, okay?
Speaking of airfields, I'm trying to avoid talking about the Bombers, but I'm very excited about playing Melbourne tonight.
Yes, excited, and that's all we'll speak about it.
Is it? Is it all we'll speak about? I'm trying. I'm itching to talk about it. Is this right? We get to watch it, right? This finishes like 6, doesn't it? Yeah, all right. So we get to watch it. I wonder if I could still have time to sneak in there. Yeah, just have a look here.
Good look. My worry is I'm confident we'll win tonight. That's why I'm concerned.
That's concerning.
Essendon have been pretty solid this season. I mean, I haven't been following as much the AFL this season as I used to, but it does seem like the Bombers are flying high.
Very good. Yeah, we're plodding along. We're just, doing okay. So we just want to keep it that way, keep the lid firmly on, even though JC does like to open the lid every now and then. But I like to keep it locked shut.
When we were second on the ladder after beating GWS, the lid was sky high.
Well, I mean, at least my team might actually win something, given that we're last at the moment.
Yeah, you guys are...
First time ever.
You guys are going backwards. I reckon if you get rid of Martin and a couple of the other older fellas and you get a couple of picks in exchange for Martin, you can really start from the bottom again and come up quickly.
Yeah, I think so. We've just sort of got our focus too much on the offers. Like we've got some reasonable young ones in. It's just, they don't really have any spotlight to shine. I mean, you look at Hawthorn and how they've prioritised the younger ones recently, and before they lost to Geelong last week, they were on quite the winning streak.
Exactly.
Here we go. That's up the inside.
Oh, no! Oh, that's ended in disaster.
Oh. Well, they both keep going straight.
Contentious one. It's going to be a contentious one, I think.
Neither of them really drops out in too many positions, and they both get to keep going. So the damage isn't massive, but yes, will the stewards have a look at that and decide on a penalty, because that was As you said, it's going to be a contentious look.
Yeah, I think we'd honestly need a different angle from it to sort of see what we sort of think. But yeah, it's hard to really say whether Nippers was over ambitious or whether Lou should have left a bit more room or what in that scenario.
Yeah, it's
Meanwhile, we've
definitely
got-
need multi angles in it. As we do welcome the one and only John Sonicus to the box. Hello, sir.
Uncle John!
Hi, good morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
We're having a ball up here. We really are. It's been a very good race to watch so far, and our man Lucas Keys got past Hobbsy before with an epic move, and there's been some really good close battles to watch so far. So we're having a great old time. How are you going? Is your internet back?
Yeah, my internet came back 5 minutes after the race started, mate. So all good. I heard yesterday I get to spend an hour with JC. I misunderstood it. I cut my internet, booked the tickets, and then Glenn said it's in the comms box. So no, all good, mate. The car's running well, so I'm just here to have fun with the guys.
Awesome. Well, with you jumping in, I'm going to grab some lunch, have a bit of a break, and I will be back sort of around 3 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. But until then, I'll bid you adieu and good luck for the next couple of hours.
Nice work, Alexis Bowen.
Great work.
Very well called. She called the Keys-Hobbs battle before and absolutely delivered on that one. So very nice work from Alexis. Looking forward to hearing her later on. To tell you what, that new microphone on the laptop for Alexis is working wonders too. Sounds very good.
Yeah, very nice. And how good was it seeing a battle for the lead without any touchy? Nice, clean, respectful racing. That's what we like to see.
Here's your replay. This is Nippers up the inside of Lou for the Pro-Am lead. And I think that's a little bit too far back. And Lou maybe left the door open a little bit, but by the time he got to the apex, I think the door was probably closed. And as I said, the stewards will have all the angles, but just from mine at first glance, it looks a little aggressive. Yeah, Lou's got that door closed.
Yeah, it's a bit optimistic, but it's a big old car to stop that road racing. So.
Yeah, spot on. Especially on pads 2, the forward feels like it doesn't really pull up as well as it does, especially on low fuel pads 1. Obviously, every car's a bit like that, but the forward especially just doesn't seem to quite get it pulled up on those anchors. So maybe a little bit of fatigue finally setting in for Nippers. I was going to say that first 2 hours is all him. Really super effort on the double stint, pulling himself from P10 up into P7. Currently sitting in P6, but yeah, we think with a little pen on the way. And Sasha Death still sitting here behind Yoda. In fact, getting a nice little run out of their hairpin there. So I don't see her having any chance of passing the forward on the straight. But Sasha Death still sitting here behind Yoda. And again, Yoda just driving to a delta very nicely with the car in all the right places and not allowing Sasha through anywhere.
Yoda loves that Mustang.
Doesn't he ever?
He's very good in it. Sasha Death going left and right, trying to maybe just force an error, but just inch perfect at the moment. This is a good stint. Ooh, got to be careful doing that.
Yeah, that's wide. That could potentially be a cut for Sasha. There's a few off tracks for Sasha in the early part of this stint, so they'll probably be sitting on a few warnings as well.
I think we're seeing the next round of pit stops starting with the Lamb car in for their stop, Lawrence in now. So expecting the 422 and 89 to stop soon as well. I think the Keys car goes about a lap or two longer, and then eventually 191 should stop, I don't know, tomorrow. I think it's the next stop, scheduled stop. Yeah, roughly like that. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, because you obviously have like Lawrenson. He's coming out in traffic, in people that are running longer. So it's all going to be about who clears that traffic the fastest, how the strats play out.
So what's the intent of 191? How do you win this race? How do you beat the Aston and the BMW? Obviously, based on the strategy and you're running that extra time into your stints with the lower fuel map. What needs to go right for the 191 to pick up the win?
Basically, we need to. The pace is really good at the moment, surprisingly good. and the tires are holding on. That we weren't sure if the tires were going to make the 80 odd laps, so whatever it is. So or 80 minutes, sorry, 85 minutes. So for us, we know we're doing one less stop than the Beamer, most likely. Keys, we're not sure. And the McLarens, we should have one less stop. But for us, it's basically keep the pace going, stay within a pit stop of, whoever's in front of us, and then we should be able to run a little bit shorter as well at the end. Oh, there goes Sasha.
Sasha Death, straight up the inside.
Finally getting it done. Yoda just missing the apex in turn 1 and then having to go a little bit wide in turn 2. There was also a blue flag pink Ferrari of some description out the outside of turn 2 there. And I don't know whether Yoda just got a little bit distracted and he just missed a few apexes in a row through the first sector, which allowed Sasha to get the nice run up the inside into turn 4 and finally getting the move done. Yoda now having to settle for P8. Sasha's...
Oh, we lost Josie there.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I think JC bounced out there, but yeah, the Ford's going quite a bit longer than I was expecting. Muller, they're getting almost Porsche like economy there.
Yeah, they are doing quite well. Oh, that's a car on the infield.
Okay.
But it's just their tyre wear, I've noticed. The last sort of 10-15 minutes they do some weird things, the Mustang. Big, heavy car, but ooh, as you can see there's Yoda just slides it a little bit through the final corner.
I think that's just its natural state, is like
sliding.
Sideways. I tested when I was choosing cars. I was like, you know what, I'll try it. And I had so much fun in it. I was slow, and the tires hated me, but I was sideways all the way around this track. So you can definitely see the appeal of driving this.
Oh, great. I took it around the ring, actually. I thought I'll take it for a lap around the ring. And actually, yeah, really enjoyed it. A lot of fun. It does have that supercar feel to it. You do have to drive it a little bit differently than other cars, but it's very, very good.
I will say the sound is growing on me. I wasn't a big fan at the beginning, but the more I've driven it, the more it's growing on me. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I was surprised how long they were running. They were, besides the Ferraris and the Porsches, they were running the longest out of everybody. So, yeah.
Hello. Sorry about that. I had my youngest daughter come in and sit on my lap, and she pulled the microphone cord out, I think, or something happened. Anyway, we're back.
Yeah, no, we're just extolling the virtues of the Ford Mustang at the moment. So here's another one. Chris Taylor, he's gotten the car from, I assume, Cookie there. Nice recovery job from them.
Yeah, the Battle of the Fords, I think, is almost a little subclass. Nippers, as we talked about before, double sitting currently P6 with probably a penalty on the way. And then you've got the Pixel Races in P8. Can we avoid any sort of disconnection or hardware issues, which we seem to be blessed with literally every time we race? Oh, Yoda getting into the pits here now. So we'll put Gibbo in the car. Jan will be getting excited. He'll pop in a chat and get behind Callum as he jumps behind the wheel. And then, yeah, we said Taylor and Cook in the 17 Ford, who obviously had those issues at the start of the race and have fought their way back from the back of the field. To already be back into P12 is really strong from them. So, yeah, we've got the Pro class, the Pro-Am class, the Am class, and maybe the Ford class.
I don't know if I'm seeing this wrong, but it looks like Hobbsy might have had a bad stop, because I'm seeing Lawrenson only 4 seconds behind them now, which, with the expectation, is that Lucas is obviously in a class of his own in the Aston, but his two teammates are just that little bit slower, so he can only do so many stints in a race. So we expect this to be kind of the battle for the lead with the Aston. So yeah, interesting times.
Not sure it was necessarily something to do with the stop. The last lap from Hobbs was a 45.4, yeah. So it seems like that's more of an error as opposed to a stop, which would be like a 2:33, something like that. Yeah, I don't know whether Hobbs just ran into a blue flag or something, or something. Yeah, anyway, you're not wrong. Lawrenson has really closed that gap now, and Hobbsy having to get through some blue flags again here. That's Neil Wood. So
Can we just spare a moment for Noski, who's going to get a car 30 seconds in the lead? When he's told Lucas not to go too try hard, imagine the buckets the poor man's going to be sweating.
Wow. Has Regan Herbert there? Ah, yep.
Just the end that one.
The 422's got to stop, go 30. That's going to hurt.
Oh no, okay, that's the... Oh, ouch. Okay, yeah, that's it. They were out of P5. This is such a weird pit lane. It's so easy to go into it in second and think you've hit the limiter, all's good, and then nope. So that's going to drop them way down.
I don't know anything about bad pit entries. I'm very good at pit stops. Absolutely.
I'm not
no,
that Pixel car, no penalties for any pit stop. So, well done.
We're looking
Already
good.
a victory.
We're looking really good. That was the aim today, honestly. Just trying to get through today without any sort of collision penalties or stop goes for pit entries and stuff. And just trying to avoid all that garbage that we have become a bit of a laughing stock for. And it's a little bit embarrassing, to be honest. I don't mind everyone having a bit of a giggle at our expense, but I'd rather avoid it if we can. So that was the aim today. And yeah, so far we're going along all right.
There is 5 hours still to go. Just letting you know.
Absolutely, no,
And
absolutely.
I believe,
well aware of
I
that.
believe in the 716. You guys had a good one. You had a good first stint, running top 10. It's always been a shame for seeing you guys having to fight your way back. So, Gibbo's nice and solid in the car. I reckon safe on pit entry, JC, and you'll be good, man.
That's it, yeah. Well, I avoided drive-through for track limits, and Yoda had force feedback. That's his one, is he has no force feedback. When he gets in the car after me, he has no force feedback. It happens all the time. Didn't happen today. He got in the car and he had force feedback. So that's 2 ticks. And now Gibbo's in the car and hasn't disconnected or had his game crash. That's his one. He sometimes gets fatal errors. And ACC will just crash and he'll have to pull over on the side of the road and reconnect. Or it happened at Monza. With about 18 minutes to go after a crap race we had at Monza. With 18 minutes to go, his game crashed. So that's 3 ticks the Pixel Racers have now got. We're rolling along beautifully.
I think everybody's rooting for you guys to have a good one there. The economy seems to be good. So, yeah, look, the Mustang is a handful around here, and props to you guys for running it. But it's going to get colder. Tires are going to run a little bit better, as it looked like the McLaren just hit you, but it didn't. So I think, if I may suggest, Glenn, let's not jinx it anymore, and maybe move on to someone else.
Agreed.
We've had a red-hot cracker try to jinx Gibbo
About
there.
5 minutes there, and Gibbo didn't crack. So yeah, next customer, please. I think just for the sanity of JC, let's just move on.
What else is going on? Up there in the Pro-Am league, Nipper's still going. I'd love to see that Ford come in at some point. Christ almighty, his hands are going to be wrecked, Matty Nipper. That's heroic from him. Still hasn't got a penalty yet, by the way, as Matt Nipper. So the stewards potentially still deliberating on that one. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Down here, this is Stevie Tide. The Rockets Evolved guys, I think, disconnected earlier on and now fighting their way back through the back of the field. Currently P38, long way to go, Peach. So these guys will be appreciating the amount of time left to try and get back inside. Maybe the top 20. They're a very fast car. That's a little bit wide there from Pano. Don't know if that's going to be a little warning there as he goes a little bit wide.
I think they do a good stint. They've had a few big penalties from what I saw. So just have to settle down, get that car going, and that's what it's all about in these enduro races. It's these middle hours where everything is a little bit up in the air. You get blue flags, and you are blue flagged. Just about keeping your head, running your pace, and avoiding those penalties that they've been getting.
Agreed. It's concentration. That's the big one. Just keeping your wits about you, checking your mirrors all the time, making sure you got a good spotter. Always helps around tracks like this. And just trucking along. As you see, that's the 191 in the background about to come through and lap the 666. So blue flags here, so they'll be getting waved, and just get out of the way and keep moving along with your race. And oh, that's an interesting line. There is Shady Samuel in the 191, currently our leader of the race. Completed.
So the funny thing is, Sean, is we found out with the Porsche is that after 10 laps the tires are gone and they come back after 45 laps. So
Yep.
very interesting. So Shady is just getting his pace back now again. Probably has another 15-20 minutes to go. But yeah, 0 track cuts on the car, and the guys are doing a great job. It's strange because I would have been getting in the car next, and usually we'd have those free track cuts, and I have the honor of doing it. But no, guys are doing very well today.
Also two-manning it as well. Any race above 6 hours two-manning it is a huge effort. So big well done to JP and Shady, and leading the race. So that's always good. So
Still a long
way to go. Noski's in as well, so he's jumped in. He'll be there'll be some nerves in that car for sure. He's probably looking at, I've never been this high before.
Nepris is finally giving himself a rest. He's got Chad Petherbridge in behind the wheel of the 700 Ford now. So, as I said, great work from Matty Nepris. That's a very solid double stint. Coming from, I think they started around about P10, somewhere around there, and he ensconced himself pretty firmly inside the top 10. So, yeah, great drive from Matty Nepris in that first couple of hours.
I see Mia saying the pit limit had turned off with 5 meters from the pits, and that's what got in the edge. So, yeah, I mean, we've all done it. Some of us in this box a lot more than the others. But
catching strays from everywhere.
Yeah, but that's unlucky. P15 though, still all to fight for. I'm sure you guys will make a good recovery back there.
Mia saying she never wants to do an enduro here again. To be honest, I wouldn't miss it, but there's so many people who actually really enjoy this track, and we've got to please everyone. So I don't mind coming here as long as everyone does love it, and I'm just happy it's not a night race, because every single time we come here it seems to be a night race, and that's kind of worn off on me a little bit. So I'm happy to be doing some dry running in the day, being able to see every apex. It's actually slightly more enjoyable today.
Yep, agreed. I just, as someone that can't see at night, I'm so happy to see this track in the daytime, and I must give kudos to the whole field. Like some of the times we've been seeing race pace and sort of how people have been racing, it's been so far one of the better events in terms of just outright pace and how fast everybody's going. So yeah, I am also over Misano, I will be honest with you. But looking forward to Imola, which is, as we know, JC, a top 2 track.
And to your point, we were down looking at the bottom half of the field before between P23 and P42. A lot of AM class cars in this event, so a lot of our rookies have come up and started participating in the endurance races. And it's nice to see down the bottom of the tree all those red cars without any penalties, without any drive-through. So they're obviously driving within their limits and driving well. So yeah, good to see the rookies pushing up and joining us here in the endurance series and doing pretty well by the look of it so far.
We've jumped on board with Sean Bubb now at the moment, aka Noski. Currently in second position. He is waiting for the 191 to serve their stop. But we did get inside that they're stopping tomorrow, so it could be a long wait.
No pressure, Noski. Nice and easy.
No,
no pressure at all. No, they have a big gap over Hobbs and them, so...
Oh
my
God. Nearly.
Almost instant curse.
Yeah, I apologize, Noski. Sorry, that's my bad. But back to that, it's about 20 seconds from what I see to Mitch Hobbs. And Hobbs has definitely picked up the pace, 34.2 last lap. So he was struggling a little bit at the start of his first stint. But he's obviously got that BMW in line with what he wants now. So it's definitely, we're going to see the field ebb and flow. And just to put it into perspective, technically at the moment, this is, with the number of pit stops, the 191 is still that 20 seconds ahead, but we're obviously running a little bit slower than these guys. So it's all going to come to a head right at the end.
Yeah, I can't wait till the last couple of hours of this race. It really does feel like one of those races where even though the weather at the moment looks fairly predictable. We haven't seen any clouds, any rain, anything at all. The wind is at 0 kilometers an hour, so that part of the race is going to be really predictable. But trying to work out all the different strategies and work out where everyone's going to end up in that last couple of hours or so is just impossible at the moment. And unless you've got your abacus out, which I certainly don't, I'm really looking forward to the last couple of hours of this one.
Yeah, it's very much buying a ticket.
Put it to you this way: Lamb versus Bukita last stint at night.
Oh, yes, sign me up. Sign me up for that. Oh, that's very tight there on the inside, but makes it work. There's some lap traffic there. That looks like that is the laundry house entry. Looks brilliant, that thing.
Lucas Keys is in chat, getting claps and applause from chat, and well deserved too. We're riding on board with you, with your battle with Hobbsy, and some really nice driving there from the two of you, but especially from yourself, young man, split red winner around the outside, getting it done. Very nice work. So done very nicely to put that Aston up there in a competitive position.
Yeah, there's a lot of cheating going on in ACC these days. No, I'm kidding. Lucas, that was really well done. Great pace out right there, mate. And yeah, good luck to Noski. And you guys have a new teammate this round. Mala, I think one of your mates, yeah? From
That's
Sport Page, is that right?
That's correct. So it's Lachlan Jones. So he's come across to ACC and picked it up pretty quickly. So he's a very quick operator. And as I was saying before in the earlier conversation, does endurance karting in real life as well. So he's a very accomplished kart driver. And
does he have the pace to match the Aston that Keys has put up there in P2 at the moment? Is he gonna be able to keep that car running at a good pace, or is he's sort of like a maybe 5-6 tenths off Bubnow and Keys?
Probably around Bubnow's pace, so maybe a little bit off that. But the good thing about Lachlan, he's a very clean racer. He'll know what he has to do. He'll just put his head down, try and stick to his deltas, pump out his laps, and then hand it over to the rocket that is Lucas for him to bring it. Oh, see there, Lawrenson just slides the Porsche through. Geez, that's lovely to watch.
Yeah, I agree. He never looked really in danger, and yet plenty of slip angles. So yeah, looked good running through there. Did Lawrence never looked in danger at all, and yet sideways.
Look, also fair play to Noski, just looking at his lap times, and he is currently basically matching Hobbs and Lawrenson. So, you know, the Noski definitely, we've seen it before. He doesn't take things as seriously maybe as a lot of people, but when he's on it, he's on it. So so far Noski doing very well, getting that car in a good position, and it's all just concertinaing up because Hobbs, Lawrenson they're catching them. And you know, like you have Babby in between there, but Babby and them doing their pit stop now, so obviously they're not fully economy running like we are. And I think we have another lap or two to go before the 191 is in.
And we have just crossed 100 laps. So for those in chat, how many laps will we do today in the 8 hours of Misano? I'm going to rough guess. Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, 250, 300, yeah, I reckon 300. Probably.
Yeah, I trust your maths there.
Thanks, mate.
That sounds about right. There's going to be a lot of laps, so let's go with that. Yeah.
I think 300 is going to be a bit shy, personally. Actually, no. You know what? I don't know. Too hard. You might be right. 299 says Will. All right. The price is right, bitch. Just makes one less than Muller.
Nick with at least 2 laps. Wow, you've got that covered.
Nailed it. There's your winner. Tufig is in the pits. He's been flashing red in the last 5 minutes. I'm not sure. I'm hoping that he's not having any sort of issues there. It seems like a pit stop that is out of sync. And that red flashing ping that he's got running there wasn't there at the start of the race. So I don't know whether that's a new issue or Well, what's happened there to Tufig? Hopefully that is a planned pit stop and that car continues to run on normally.
Yeah, that's on strat for them. They basically, from what I see, they're the only car with us that's going this long. So definitely also on 4-5 stoppers. So, technically, if you want to look at it, P5 currently as it stands, which is a very good effort.
So just an update on our AM class leader at the moment, Rondinella. They've picked up a drive-through. So I'm going to assume that's for track limits. So they'll be serving that right now. Speak of the devil.
Get loved, Loopty. I'm going to give it to you.
No, we were talking about top 2 liveries before. That has to be one of the worst things I've ever seen.
What's that? The Triple J livery?
Yes.
Oh wow!
Look at it from the front. It's painted headlight housings, JC. You don't do that. Whatever this is, the answer is no. Is what I'll say.
No, I'm a fan of this one personally. It's not right up there in the top echelons, but it's a good livery. And I like the name. You got Jaden and Jay and Jacob. So it's a good car. I rate it.
I rate the car. I rate the drivers. Whatever that is, I don't rate. That is, and I stand by that.
It's something. We'll go with that.
And this is their first Enduro season as well, right? So they're doing really well. Running top 20. Really good job.
Yeah, well, Jaden here especially has only just finished his first ever rookie series, and is already pushing the limits. He's going to be in Pro-Am in the sprint series. I think he'll probably skip AM class. He has signed up for the next sprint series, and I think he's too quick for AM class. He's very quickly demonstrated his capabilities. So yeah, and Jay Sweeney as well. Only just coming over here and is probably started off a little bit quicker than Jaden, but is also very strong. And then of course you got Jacob Fleming. Darty's been a long time in OOR, and we all know about his pace. But yeah, these guys coming up from the rookies, Jaden especially, very quickly sprouting their wares.
Yeah, no, shout out to the whole OOR rookie series. It's been so encouraging to see this season how many good, consistent, fast drivers have come through. I think they have a good graduating class this year, and I'm looking forward to seeing them. I see a lot of them are coming to Split Red, so we'll give you the good old Split Red welcome. And if you are new to sim racing, please feel free to go to Octane online, either Discord or the website, and sign up for the rookie series, and you'll have everything you need there to get you into sim racing and get you up to pace, and you could be running in one of these enduros.
Correct. I'm a graduate of the rookie series, and can attest it's a fantastic stepping stone. It's not just about racing; it's about education. It's about getting to understand the nuances of ACC, because it does have quite a few features that other games just don't have. But most of all, it's a great way to get into the community, and from there you can go to any class you want, racing in enduros, racing in sprints, racing some of the off-season races we have as well. It's just a fantastic way to get involved in OOR. And if you, of course, as always, you can become a patron. You don't have to, but also that's a great way to support OOR as well, and it allows the team to put on awesome races like this. And I expect a check of the mail now, please.
Yeah, that was what was agreed, right? I'm expecting one as well.
Yeah.
Speaking of Split Red, we got you back commentating Split Red next season, Mr. Sean Miller?
I will be back.
Yes. I have a feeling that Split Red's going to be even stronger next season.
Excellent. Very excellent. Yeah, no, I look forward to getting back into commentary. As I said, I mentioned in chat a couple of days ago that my leg's still not where it should be, so it's taking a lot longer to heal than I wanted. So driving may not be an option. And also just a big thank you to everyone. I just wanted to get on and say this as well. Massive thank you to everyone for all the support. It's been huge. Definitely has helped me sort of get through it and still trucking along, fighting along. But the good thing is the chest is all good. The bionic heart's working. Even though it's really loud, you should hear the thing. So yeah, just massive thank you. Can't thank you all enough, and looking forward to getting back into commentary and hopefully towards the end of the year getting back on the wheel.
It's good to have you back, Milan. Just because I know everybody wants to know this, or just me. When you're having that heart-stopping moment, you've got a beautiful girl, you know, you're sitting across from her, the heart starts racing a bit. Is there like a cooling fan that kicks in, or is it just make a bit of noise?
It just gets a bit faster, and the ticking noise gets a bit faster.
It gets a dead giveaway that you like someone.
Yep. I haven't tried that yet, Eddie. I might try it later. If you're sitting there in a quiet room, you can just hear this tick, 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 and that's the valve opening. Oh, we've got a bit of 3-wide action there. It's a bit spicy.
This is not for position, but that is Petherbridge up there, who's just been passed by Lunchbag, by the way. Lunchbag managed to get him through the first sector. Now Petherbridge is sort of falling back into this battle between Slade and Rondinella. So Slade and Rondinella here are a lap behind Petherbridge in that MRT, but Petherbridge, after being punched by Lunchbag, just sort of dropped off a tenth or two. I don't know whether he missed a few apexes and almost got involved in the battle here that has been forming for a little while. Rondinella's been chasing Slade around and hasn't been able to find a way through, but the door nearly opened there, as I said, as Petherbridge sort of got back in their business a little.
Just have a look behind there. There is a certain other car that we won't mention, but he's catching very quickly as well. So Petherbridge just looks like, struggling in the Mustang here at the moment. Just doesn't look very nice to drive for him. He uses the whole track and some there. And you do see the 716 closing on the back of the 999.
What's going on in the background there? John getting arrested or something, is he?
No, I think that was Miller's taxi.
Yeah,
Miller's taxi arrived. His Uber's arrived.
So you're not wrong. You're not wrong about Petherbridge here. He seems to have lost the tyres on the Ford here. The Ford's kind of the same. John was talking about the Porsche before, how it starts off nicely and it's fresh tyres, but then very quickly drops off, and then sort of comes back to life later on in the stint. And the Ford definitely does that. But especially if you don't protect the tyres in the first 10 laps, the Ford... Oh,
wow!
Holy Christ! Slade absolutely sending it up into turn 10. And again, he's unlapping himself there. Good luck trying to drag the Ford down the back straight here, though. So Petherbridge getting that spot back, but Christ almighty, that could have been worse.
That, well done avoiding that by Chad. That's driving in your mirrors. The mirror is that thing that shows at the top of the screen, JC. As we see Kafil here, obviously pacey boy. He's going to try and send it through the last corner. Is he? Okay, fair enough. Well done.
And then behind them here, you've got Gibbo trying to fend off Taylor. Taylor's in the car at the moment, who's caught right back up, and I don't know whether that is also Hill is behind. No, it looks like an Aston. No, it's the Triple J Aston. Never mind. Yeah, so Hill's still a while back.
Yeah, 3 Fords.
But yeah, Gibbo has caught right up here to the back of Petherbridge over the last couple of laps, who has, as we said, dropped off, and Taylor has also joined in. So let's get a view back on those 3 Fords if we can. This is, as I said, Gibbo and Taylor. And yeah, Petherbridge still leading the 3 of them, but all 3 Fords in the Ford class right up underneath each other's wings now.
This is awesome. And for those all watching, make sure you jump on Spotify, check on Mustang Sally, because I think this is the perfect time. Look at that. How good is that? 3 Mustangs, line astern, V8 power. But Petherbridge, just struggling, I think, just to get up to pace in the Mustang. And you've got Gibbo behind him, who very smart racer Gibbo is. So he won't make a move unless it's really the door is open. And then we've got Taylor, who's on the huge recovery drive in the 17.
Yeah, and we also have Graham Hill just a couple of seconds behind. So Gibbo and them have to make a concise move to get past, because this is going to become a 4-way very quickly at this speed.
without needing to throw back to the front too, by the way, let's keep the camera here on this Ford battle. But Sean Bubnow, fastest man on track last lap, the only man in the 34s.
Well done, Nosky.
Let him cook. Let Nosky go, do his thing, and it's not according to our plan. I'll be very honest with you, but good on Nosky for getting it done. Also, just a quick reminder, because I see it makes everybody salty. The 191 still has to stop again. Yes, it's still running on the same tank. It took it an hour and 20 minutes ago.
That's a massive fuel save. Hey, that's incredible.
And the great thing is, Miller, you know what we have to do? Absolutely nothing. Just change fuel map.
Yep.
So you still drive in the same way? You still apply the throttle,
Nothing
apply the
changes.
brake? It's
Nothing
unreal.
changes. And it's scary because we're actually faster in race pace with map 2 than we are with map 8. So, yeah, it's just an OP car.
And it's a Porsche, which makes it even better.
Are we the first to discover that, or has that been pulled from SRO, or where was that discovered?
No, I think the Porsche naturally has, even in its top map, it has better fuel usage than most cars. And then I think from our side it was Babby went in the Dio race at Laguna, as the 191 comes in for its pit stop now. He discovered that they could just run a one-stop race on map 2, and yeah, since then it's been a thing.
And of course, if it rains, the Porsche is even stronger. It's a very good car on the wet. The Mustang I haven't drove in the wet, but I'm going to assume it's not as nice.
It will be more fun. Let's agree
Yes.
on that.
No, I don't agree. No, it gets very nasty in the wet.
So this is like a proper blue flag battles match, in between a top 10 battle. Really good. This is what we're here to see. Just everybody trying to keep their heads.
Is that Taylor there behind Bubnow? So that's Bubnow there lapping cars, and Taylor's
Bubnow
sitting right
lapping,
behind him.
Yeah.
So I reckon in this shot right here, you've got cars on probably 3 different laps, if not 4 different laps. It's just an absolute kerfuffle around here at the moment.
Yeah, I was trying to make sense of it, and I'm just like, I've given up. It's very confusing. But there is our race leader, Shawnee Bubnow, and currently pumping in very good laps as well. So sort of high 34s, low 35s, and matching the pace of those around him, which is awesome to see. Actually, the 161 was quite quick on the last lap, at 34.6.
That's lunch bag.
Things. Yeah, Lunch is doing well. Lawrenson also right on the back of Hobbs now. So the battle for P2 is intensifying now that 191 was stopped.
As we do welcome back from his lunch break, the one and only Cameron. Is this all right? Top of the afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Just past lunch hour, feels like feels like more into the afternoon than it actually is, to be honest, in real life. But in race, it's just cresting that 5 p.m. and not far away from that halfway marker as the sun will start setting, I'm sure. Probably a bit later, actually. Probably won't set until about 7 p.m. actually in this race. But I'm sure the temps will come down. They'll come down from, 33 I think we had at the start of the race, the peak of the sunshine here in Italy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was almost 34 at the start, yeah.
Yeah, so fairly toasty, and gonna keep the tyres a little bit better in check. I wonder if how that will change things, I'm sure the Mustang will probably appreciate some cooler temps. There's a very high energy circuit here on tyres. Not much camber around, is there?
No, it is. It does, especially those left-hand side tyres seem to take a beating on it. And, you're also hitting curbs at speed and pressure loss and overheating, so it's got all of it.
Well, I've been copping strays in chat ever since I got in here, but now that Pharaoh's here, this is going to get real nasty real quickly because he just gives it to me. So I'm going to go and have my little bit of lunch before I get back in the car. Gibbo's going to hand it over to me with no more warnings, and we're going to continue going on nicely.
Nice one, JC.
Thanks,
I'll be back
JC.
later.
Have a good run.
Ciao, ciao.
Yeah, JC, catch it. Yeah, always quick to evade me whenever he can. JC in the box.
I was just about to say that's very rude, right? But no.
Yeah.
What is expected?
All fun and games, and now I can curse him when he's not here. It's not going to evade my grasp as he looks to let the leader through. I think they're ideally probably wanting them to box before having to let them by, but is what it is. And Gibbo's got to be aware that Taylor is just behind as well.
So it looks like Lawrenson and Hobbs have really closed up there.
They've been right on them. Yeah,
Yep.
it's closed like within a couple of tenths. The last couple of laps, they've been over the line.
There we go.
Don't think the Porsche has the legs on the Beamer down the straight, so it's going to have to be a sector 1 or 3 move. But Lawrenson very capable, as is mentioned. So yeah, it should be a good battle.
So we haven't seen Hobbsy too much in the BMW, if I recall. I'm not too sure if he took it for sprints last season or whether that was the McLaren.
No, he did. I think he did the BMW for the first half of it, and then switched to the Ferrari, if I'm not wrong, when the Mustang came out. I may be totally wrong, but that's what I remember.
Yeah. Just it's kind of we're expecting him to come a bit, back at Bub now, but oh dear.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's such a tough one for Kafil. He unlapped himself there, and generally, if you unlap yourself, you have to start pulling away. You can't just sit in front of the car within a second for multiple laps. So probably deserved there, but unfortunate nonetheless.
Not what it is. Oh, as the pink Ferrari gets out of the way, and that's going to give Lawrenson a chance, as Hobbs had to get out of it to avoid going in the back and just ruined his run all the way to turn 4.
Opportunistic move there from Lawrenson.
Very well done, Lawrenson. Yep, so we'll see if Opsy can get this back on the straight. I think the BMW should have a little bit of straight line speed, but that is not what the BS Plus car would have wanted to see.
Yeah, considering Paul Britt's unfortunate first stint, and especially when he had a little moment of his own, like firing up into the gravel, it is remarkable that they've been able to claw themselves back into this strong position with such conviction as well. Like it is very impressive, but as many of us said, there's a long way to go still.
Yeah, just they running the basically same strat, these two cars. So this is an outright battle for position. And yeah, Hopsy the pace was pretty good there. Just seemed to get caught out by that blue flag in an inopportune moment. But it'll be interesting to see if he can stay with him, because Bob now's doing a great job in front, but he's having a couple of laps with traffic now, so still all to play for.
Yeah, it's got a feeling.
Sorry, go on, Sean.
I was just going to say, I reckon that top 6 at the moment is, it's hard to sort of work out how this is all going to play out, because they're all on kind of different strategies. So I've been looking at the numbers, trying to sort of calculate them in my head, but at the moment, very hard to work out exactly how it's going to play in that last sort of hour and a half, 2 hours.
I can simplify it for you a little bit, Sean.
Thank you.
That top 3 is on basically a 7 stint 6 stopper. Roughly, a few of the cars are probably marginal and can do a 5 stopper. Then 4, 5, and 6 and 7 actually have run long enough to be able to do a 5 stopper. The 191 maybe we might be able to do a 4 stopper, but it's close. So we'll see how that plays out.
Wow, there you go.
Blimey.
Tell you what, 4 stopper, that puts you, it's very simple.
Yeah, we didn't think it would be possible, but we've been running 2 laps longer than we thought we would. So because none of us could be bothered to do a full race run to actually see how long it will be. But it's very marginal on a 4 stopper. It might require 2 stints of fuel saving, to make it, but always a possibility.
This is why I don't do the race engineering. Maths is not my strong point, especially when I've got enough on my mind as it is. It's always tricky out there, and especially if you got someone who's not doing any driving to do your calculations for you. It's a massive benefit. Got a car stopped up just ahead. It's one of the big Porsches backwards.
There,
Yep.
Glenn, if possible, if we can maybe have a look at the battle for P8, 9, 10, and 11 now. So it's become what is a menage a trois times 2, times 1, whatever, 4 cars. Let's go.
I think that was that's Hill just got ahead of Gibbo then. In the Mosaic McLaren.
He closed in about 6 seconds over the last 6 laps, so definitely got the pace in the car there.
Very quick operator, Graham Hill.
I feel he's underrated as well. I feel like we don't appreciate exactly how quick he actually is. Always super consistent and fast.
Yeah, always kind of been there somewhat. Always in the McLaren, I've noticed as well, in particular, generally. But it would be very useful if we could have like obviously not something that we could arrange now, but if ACC just at least had like a driver's stint, like showing how long their current stint goes to give a gauge of when, because it's very hard to gauge who's stopped and who's not, especially at this point in the race where it's all a little bit intertwined. Yeah.
We are checking.
There's Graham here in a gaggle of Ford Mustangs and had to avoid going into the back of Chris Taylor as he got Peffy Bridge just up ahead, I believe. Nearly going to the back of Peffy Bridge, I was going to say, as Chris Taylor has gone ahead of the MRT car.
Yeah, Taylor being frustrated behind Peffy Bridge there for a while, finally getting through, so we'll be able to see what pace they have in it.
Been a mega drive from Taylor, actually. They've recovered huge.
Have we seen Brad Cook in the car yet? Or has Taylor just been going this whole way?
I think Cook was in first 2 stints, if I'm not wrong. But he was definitely in the car, yeah.
Taylor.
Alright, that's it, yeah.
Yep, and I think they're doing pretty well considering they were spun backwards, I believe, with Sasha Depp at one point in the first stint, if I recall, and did not help their race whatsoever. A matter of time here for Hill to get past Pepperbridge.
Lawrenson seems to have the pace advantage on Hobbs there, so he's closing in, but Noski's still keeping that gap up front very well, and also something to look out for, Darth in the car now for the 200, so that advantage that's been built up by the pro driver in the Pro-Am team should be coming down, and Chad will be chasing them down.
Oh, look at Hill here. He's really working Petherbridge over. And that might... Just got to be careful though, Hill, because that'll allow Gibbo to fire it up the inside if he has half an opportunity. So it's always tricky when you're the meat in the sandwich. You kind of got to give one eye on the rear mirror and then one eye in front. As we jump on board Graham here on the Mosaic Motorsport number 70 McLaren. Ooh, a little bit oversteer there on the exit, but not too bad. Just want to watch him through here, just see how the attitude of the cars. God, it carries so much corner speed, that McLaren. It's ridiculous.
Should get him on the straight. Wait, no, he won't.
Of course, the Mustang has the most ridiculous fourth gear I've ever seen in the car.
It's just so good. It just drives away from you. Oh, as he goes back wide Peffer Bridge, is this going to be a send? No.
I mean, the Mustang at Bathurst, for example, you don't even grab 6. You grab 6 after the rise. That's how ridiculous it is. It just keeps trucking and trucking.
Does look like a handful though, so
yes,
that probably counts as nicely. And Graham here, an experienced Macca driver, so saw him getting a lot of like sort of aero wash through the last sector there, but this first sector he looks a lot stronger. Oh no,
Pink Ferrari?
that's a lot of pink cars parked on the grass, just spectating lately.
Hill's going to run here. Might not be close enough. He brakes very late. He's going to go for it. The door's open. Hill's straight up the inside now. This is going to put Petherbridge on the inside for the next turn, but Hill's got it done. That's a great move.
Nicely done. Right. Yep, that's Chad playing it safe there, which you need to do in Enduro, so fair play to him. And if he thinks his battles is over, he's got Gibbo right behind him at the moment.
Seen that track temp. It's coming down. It's coming down fairly quickly, actually.
Yeah, it is, right? We started, what, 34, 33-ish?
Yeah.
So it's only going to get cooler as we get later in the night.
Oh!
Dangerous
Driving.
Interesting. Okay, but so he's got Hill. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, he's must have been in that battle with Petherbridge there where he got through. Little slap on the wrist, so obviously not something very bad.
So it's lap 114, turn 4. Apparently, from Diabols, he's let us know.
Turn 4 would have been the corner that we just went through. The sort of hard stop after the long, lazy right-hander. I'm sure we'll see that one in due course now. Yeah, Grant Hill, definitely a car on the move right now. It's a car that started somewhat down the grid outside of the top 10 and done a very good job to get this far up.
So he started in 13th to 70. Been a great stint.
Absolutely. Now these McLarens, they do look pretty good in race pace. Whether they can, be able to hold on to their tires towards the end, as they are partial to a bit of a wheel spin with the aggressive nature of the twin turbo V8, but a beautifully balanced car somewhat as well, and looking forward to doing sprints next season in it. Was a pick between the Porsche and the McLaren, and I know there's going to be some grumblings from one of our commentators on that one, but I've decided I'm going to ease myself out of front engine cars with the McLaren, and then I'm probably going to go Porsche for the season after, because I think I'm going to have to work a little bit harder to get the best out of the Porsche than the McLaren. And the calendar is a little bit more conducive to the McLaren.
It's actually interesting. The original McLaren 720 is beautiful to drive. It's just so well balanced, but there's definitely more edge to the Evo. It's definitely a bit more tail happy, and the power does, I feel, come on a bit different. It's very quick. It's still a weapon around the right track and the right hand, so the thing is an absolute rocket ship.
Yeah, and it does seem to be one of the more all-round cars as well. It doesn't really have too many bad circuits, unlike some of the others where they have can go well, but also have very atrocious circuits. But interesting to see the Mustang in its full season of competition as well. Also a little bit more miles under it in the game, and better understanding of the BOP for those who apply it.
Oh, the Mustang at Paul Ricard would be a meme and a half. We've got a replay here.
Replay. Yep.
Let's have. Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Fair enough.
That's okay. 5 seconds. Yeah, that explains that. And that passed Gibbo the run from Hill as well. So that's what happened there. All right, probably fair. Yeah, that's look. It's from Taylor's side, he probably thought Gibbo jumped out of the way from, and everybody looks at it differently, but got the job done, and you know, he's cleared that 5 seconds already probably, so a little bit of a slap on the wrist, but nothing too outrageous there.
Tell you what,
Yeah,
he's going to
right
have to
to
keep
get
an eye. So he's going to have to keep an eye on his rearview mirror because Hill is closing in very quickly.
It's been a great stint by Hill so far, and also, you know, just looking through, Murphy has closed up quite a bit on the 711 car alongside Fig, who's in the car now after Taufik's double at the start. Lawrenson closed, you know, he's opened up a bit of a gap to Hobbs and slowly reeling in Bub now, about 2 to 3 tenths a lap. So, yeah, guys are running well, all kinds of strategies playing out. Gibbo still staring at that shell helix rear end of Petrovic. We've also got Damiano right on the back of Chicanes, who's been, you know, that's been going for about 10 laps now. So battles all through the field, which is great. If you look at that trap map, it's yeah, quite crowded, you could say.
There's Sanakas with Damiano right behind him. So this will be a nice battle to watch as well. These two are very similar in pace. I've actually felt Damiano's improved quite a lot in the last sort of...
A lot. He's had a really good
Yeah.
season. I've been very impressed by how consistent and fast he's been.
Of course, he's another one of the Porsche disciples. We always chat about Porsche, all things Porsche. So he's part of the cult that is Porsche. And he's definitely got his head around this 992. He drives it very quickly, keeps it straight.
Yeah, he does a good job, Percolini. Had a few battles with him out there, and yet to see him anything outside of the Stuttgart brand, to be honest. So, but maybe that's what you sign when you join the
Yes.
I think it's
cult.
on the waiver. Yeah, it's on the waiver. It has to be.
Is the waiver etched into their skin by chance?
Pretty much.
I think that's the Aston drivers, because they keep getting it. I have to keep looking down, right? So no, the Aston drivers definitely probably the strangest cult. The Porsche ones
Yes.
are unique as well. So
The GTR just diluted.
look, no, we don't even talk about those guys.
Yep.
Let's be honest. Yeah, like really, that's not even a cult. That's like Waco style.
Yeah, John, to have a cult, you need more than one member, which is why you're Billy No Mates in your Honda.
Exactly, I know, man. I can't be part of that. I've got no friends. But no, I'm switching out of the Honda, unfortunately. No one wants.
I'm
to
more
join
cult
me.
of variety, to be honest. I like the GTR, but I like changing it up. I do. I am partial to that big Japanese brick, though. But I am changing it. I'm going McLaren. First time ever.
I know of at least 5 GTRs for next sprint season from very fast drivers. So you know, it might get its revival as we talk about the Prophet himself. Someone that has been sipping the sake Kool-Aid of the GTR since I've been here, Mr. Mike Craig.
Yes, one of the few, along with Prophet Burrs and a few out there, and Disciple Reynolds of the GTR cult. But yes, did have a spell in the Porsche, and I think he instantly got dragged back when the GTR finally got some love from Kunos in recent terms. And you know, granted, it was pretty rough before, but now it's actually, you know, it's always been fun to drive, but now we have a chance of being somewhat competitive. And a real shame to see that this car in particular had its issues in the first stint. They kind of, you know, slightly had a half spin on the first lap and dropped about 20 places, and then I believe had a drive-through or a penalty for a collision or contact, and then believe they've had a disconnect as well. But they're still here. They're still going to the end, and it's been a real shame to see, especially the likes with Connor Hind and Stephen Ty in that car with Luke Johnson. Definitely deserve to be higher up the grid.
Yeah, we were thinking they were going to be a very fast race car, especially with the gallons and gallons of fuel they can take. So
But
definitely
the
a shame.
tires. Yeah. It would have been
Yeah,
interesting to tell, but yeah, they do have a fairly big tank in the GTR. It's not exactly frugal, though, that said. But I'd be concerned about tyres with that car. With a stint, it's always been the Achilles heels because you can drive it quick, but you just have to destroy the tyres in the process.
Yeah, no, look, I would never understand you guys, and I wish you well at your meetings. I assume there's like we have to stand up and say, "Hi, I'm Mike. I drive a GTR," and I could never get it. The gearbox is wrong. The sound is wrong. The car's too long. It feels like a boat, and it doesn't sound good.
110%
Yeah,
agree. with
you
on
should be
that,
familiar
man.
with half of those things. That's what that's half the traits of the Honda.
Listen, stop throwing things that I do back in my face, please.
You should be understanding. But
I
anyway,
try to, but I'm taking flack for driving the Honda, so you guys will take it for also driving a Japanese car.
yes. And granted, there's no Lexuses here at all because no one just has fun to drive that thing, to be honest. Apart from Lucas Keys, he did drive it for a bit. But no Lexus here.
He's going to the GTR next season for some reason. So,
Yes,
yeah,
saw that.
we shall see. But as we look at the race leader, Noski, and looking at the lead, it's come down from about 20 seconds at the start of the stint to 14 and a half now. Lawrence closing in, so great job by Noski. And as we know, catching is one thing here, but passing is totally a different proposition. We also now have Chris Murphy right on the back of the 7-11 of Southwick, so he's closed that 7-second gap over the stint so far.
Absolutely, and shout out to Bob now as well. He's been doing well with what he can do as well, and no discredit to any of the drivers here. But yes, you're going to be interested in that one. And how do we actually? It's been pretty hard to gauge, but how do we've got the BS Plus car. We know what Bakita can do. Just put it on pole by 410s. But like, where do we kind of gauge the BMW in the grand scheme of things? Because to be honest, other than the 89 car, the rest of them are kind of. There's no other real pro BMWs in this race, apart from obviously we would have had Sang, but they're not here, unfortunately, to really gauge.
Yeah, I think that the problem is, the BMW always has very fast drivers, so you don't know what is the car and what's not. I think it's not slow, obviously, but it doesn't have like the Porsche has its fuel, the Ferrari has fuel or tires. Like the cars have their advantages. I don't think it has anything, to be honest. So
It's been all round somewhat, and it's been very good, very well balanced for a front engine car.
It seems like it, yeah. So no, I
was going to say, I call it BMW vanilla cake. It's just nothing stands out with it. It's okay on feel. It handles okay. Sounds like a vacuum cleaner. Looks like it's had its face punched in. Yeah, to me, it's one of
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, to me, it's the most boring.
Don't hold back, Sean.
Oh, wait.
7-11 with 15 seconds, so that's going to help Murphy out.
To me, it's the most boring car in the game.
That's some strong.
Yeah, that's counterpoint Ferrari.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I will give the Ferraris better to look at.
The 296 is definitely, in terms of excitement, a step down from the older model. I love the older one. I thought the older one was a beautiful car to drive and fun. But yeah, the 296 definitely is a bit, doesn't excite me. So, but the BMW is just.
I was always a fan of the M6.
Well, the M6 sounded good.
That thing had hair on its eyeballs.
Oh, as Murphy says, thank you. I'll be taking that.
Nicely done by Lunchy there. So he'll be looking to clear off the road now. That's a very good run by this car. That's P5 and supposedly one less stop as well. They're running the same strat as us. So really strong performance so far by this, having had all three drivers through already.
Yep, starting P12 and was kind of on the back of the sort of big train that we had from P16 to P6 to P13 in the first stint. But going very well so far. And we should have asked Lunchbag while he's here because he is obviously in this car. But like, I think they were caught up in a little bit of misdemeanor with I think Brimblecombe, but I think they escaped the penalty on that one, from what I understand.
Yeah, I didn't see any penalty to them. I did see the Brimblecombe car have a penalty after it, so I'm not sure if it was for that or for something else. But yeah, this is the advantage of running so long. The advantage is that you don't get caught behind other people when you do your pit stop. You know, there's always someone going a little bit longer than you, and you can't really pass them. So very well done. The strategy is playing out well, and yeah, they're driving it very well as well.
It's just very neat and tidy, Lunchy. Just looking at his lines and the way he turns the car in, it's very one turn of the steering wheel, keeps the car just beautifully balanced as well. Bit of an odd Porsche driver in terms of sort of jump on board and you can just see the rear not getting excited at all. One turn of the steering wheel, no opposite lock, really smooth. Almost Jensen Button-like, I'd like to say.
Yeah, Porsche does seem to very much reward sort of smooth driving, and generally, you know, doesn't have lots of torque. It's kind of just like one smooth application on the throttle, and as long as you got the grip as well with a short wheelbase, it's right in its home in its sweet spot, as well as also having the side effect of also really looking after your tires as well when you're not scrubbing them. But makes it speed up in very different ways here. But great job by Lunchbag as well. He's been a Porsche staple for a while, and his handset airline to Porsche, and I can imagine what car he's going to take for next sprint rounds, which will be starting up very shortly as well.
Who needs torque when you got 9,000 RPM? Ooh,
Yep.
Darth picks up a drive-through for track limits, so that's going to flip the Pro-Am bubble.
Pro-Am lead. Yep. Let's Pepper Bridge into the lead of the Pro-Ams then. And also shout out to that, what's that, the 28 car in P16, our leading AM team. You guys are really just doing their thing, running nice and consistently, and just moving up. Last time we saw them, they were P20.
And we've got some serious drivers behind them. That is the Triple J entry, so here they are on board now in the big bad Aston as our leader of our second place.
You can stay on board, Glenn. There's no need for, outside camera.
Yeah, we don't need to see it.
I shouldn't have brought that up. It hurts our eyes, man. This is like when you walk into Fangorn Forest and a white wizard approaches. That's every time you go put this thing on stream. It is shocking.
What throws me is the orange wheels. It's like this. It just does not match at all.
Showing my age here, but I didn't know that logo was Triple J. I thought it was a Tinder logo. So today we learned.
Man, yeah, Aston Martin. I think those who like the Aston Martin will be hoping to get the Evo in ACC, but we're not sure on that one. As a winner of Spa 24, and definitely quite a handsome brute as well as the Astons generally are.
Do you rate that over this one? Like in terms of the front end?
I honestly I don't mind it either, but it's newer, so I generally like, I've had this one for a while.
To me, it looks older. The front end, it looks like an older Aston front end, if that makes sense. I saw it in.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. The bigger grille.
Bigger grille, like different.
I just like the more sort of aggressive aero all around the rear haunches and stuff like that. They got in the new one. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the DTM days.
Yeah, true. This is as we have some Kovacs action, plus the Kovacs purple car coming up to lap them. So this can only end well.
Yeah, this will work perfectly.
1.9 and 9.1 in tandem in sort of blue and red, and sponsored by Valvoline, but I'm not sure if you're getting any money from them. Kovacs BMWs. I imagine they were painted by Viney or Chalmers.
Yeah, Viney. Yeah, no,
imagine.
I don't think Chalmers could paint anything. No, it was done by Tox. So, yeah, Picky, a very fast operator, but probably just came back from a 17-hour shift. So we'll see. He's very fast in that car. And Chalmers known for having a rather substantial booty when it comes to defending.
My. Well, you got your car in the background, the Peppa Pig car, so I'm hoping they don't provide too much resistance. I'm sure they won't, since they'll probably be in contact, as they ever know. But, oh my god, Steven Ricciuti. I didn't even clock that for a second. Steven Ricciuti in a BMW?
What is going on there?
No, that's got to be a display error, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Has to be. Thought that guy. He was married. He's married to Lamborghini.
Yeah, this.
Yeah.
You. Need to take a shower or something.
That is not right at all. That does not compute.
This up again car with Vintonet and Pips as well. Probably found out he couldn't drive a Lambo by himself the whole way, so has elected to take on board with a team and go for a free man as well. So these Chalmers here, I don't think I've seen Chalmers outside of a BMW for a long time now. Think about it as well.
Tic-tac.
Yeah, the Tic-Tac car, the old was it ATC or BTC livery? I can't remember which one it is. And usually doing a good job there. Actually, was Chalmers in a Porsche recently? I can't recall.
He tried it, yes, and straight back into the BMW.
Tried
the problem with this car is they keep letting him do the entries, so he always just picks the BMW. I don't know, he's the most enjoyer of a BMW that I've met so far.
Fair enough. You know what you
tell
like.
you what, though, these Kovacs BMWs look fantastic on track. Really striking livery. He jumps out of the way for the 191, and we can all just truck along.
And then look, the grab at 676 going up fairly strongly. The Convicts and Colonials car, actually. Carpenter and P12 just ahead of Cook. That's a shout out to that car. It's, I haven't clocked where they started this whole race, but done a good job. And P26 they started, so
wow,
good climb from them.
That's a great drive.
Yes, Austin Carpenter, I believe, racing from the States, hence why the Ping Bars doing the pogo stick right now. And right behind as well, the Sasha Def car, but now piloted by Darth, who has gone wide and has gone let that place be lost by Austin Carpenter. I'm sure if Nick Amon was here, he'd show the credits to the NA drivers as well and how quick they are. I believe Austin is one of their quickest out there on that side of the field.
I like delivery too. It's giving me Bilstein vibes.
Yeah, it does, right? It looks pretty good. That just because I do believe you need to shout out every time. Having a look at Noski, he was the fastest car on track the last lap, and yeah, still maintaining that gap to Lawrenson, so not coming down as quickly as might have been expected. And at the same time, Murphy has now pulled a nice gap on the 711 car, and a shout out to the Regan Herbert piloted 422, who's back up from P15 after their stop-go 30, and back up to P8 now, passing Pfefferbridge and Gibbo, who must be getting sick and tired of looking at the back of that Shell Helix.
I mean, at least he's got the same engine. It's a lot harder for the people who were stuck behind him who didn't have this, who were watching it fly away on the straights. But yes, the yellow Ford doing quite well here. We've seen Austin McNeil in that car so far, and he might be doing one of the later stints, but did a very good job to get this car into the top 10 as well from the Pro-Am category, along with Sasha Def and can't recall the other Pro-Am that was in there, but we had 3 Pro-Ams in our top 10 when we did qualifying, and it was very impressive to see.
I've got a request for a replay of the rejoin from 492.
We did see an unsafe rejoin penalty.
Yeah, I did see that pop
car.
up. Sure, our fearless camera operator will be on to that as we are looking at it.
And shout out to Glenn Germain as well, because we us commentators we're able to take a break every now and again. Boy, Glenn's here, peeing into mason jars this whole time, and he doesn't get to walk away at all.
Let's be honest, Glenn does that anyway, and even if he doesn't have to.
There you go, some Glenn lore for you.
It comes with age, mate. It comes with age. I know it.
Oh, Gibbo's
Gibbo's got to go. Come on, Gibbo.
Having a look.
Finally.
He's got to watch out. He's got the Aston Martin right behind him as well. The Triple J car.
Oh, he's
Just got to get alongside.
Got to do it.
Beautiful move.
Gibbo.
Nicely done, Gibbo. Get in
Yeah,
there.
I didn't like this.
Well done there. Pevy Bridge, gave him the space as well. Didn't turn down, and very cordial from both drivers there.
Yeah, that's just some heads-up driving, knowing, listen, you're leading Pro-Am, you don't need to fight a Pro car too hard. And Gibbo finally released, because I think he spent his whole stint behind this Mustang especially.
Of course, Gibbo, they just keep him in storage, really, until the Enduro rounds come around, and then just dust him off, plug him in. And away he goes.
And the 492 was on lap 114, Glenn, back straight. I was gonna say, poor Glenn has to. He's gonna have to rush through the weeds. That's 20 laps ago. 124. My bad. It's one in one of those laps. You can just look through the whole race for us. Cheers. Believe
yep.
so, yes.
Yep, 492.
I promise you, we do have up-to-date status. We're not running on cassette wheels or anything like that and having to skim through things. It's a little bit easier now. As Rondinella here, granted a lap down, really kind of probably wants to get past these two. We might hear from Rondinella in the comm box later on if he is not being chained to the steering wheel, given the pace that he's presenting right now, because he's looking bloody quick out there.
Very racy. Here he goes.
992 Porsche pulling the trigger to first one to stop. So they've got Paul Brent back in the car now.
And the 512.
Yep, all going in now. So the next round starting.
We just saw there Rondinella pass the 700. So this is a good way to explain the blue flag rules here. So Rondinella now has to pull away from that 700. If he does not pull away, then he has to yield the position back, and he may also get a pen. But as you can see, he is flying along at the moment. He's got that Aston absolutely hooked up.
Really pulled down the straights as well. I wonder if either there might be a discrepancy between fuel or tyres between these two. It's a bit hard to tell right now, but going well out here. As you see here, the pink Porsche going well. Is he going to take too much curb? Is he going to brake while he's turning? Could be anything with the Porsche, maybe, or a little bit wide off. There's a car up ahead. He might. Oh, he's probably a little bit spooked by the car.
Okay, now, no.
Oh no! It's a 111.
Oh dear!
Oh my god. Okay, all right. Well done by everybody to avoid that.
Pit Viper BMW as well coming through there. Thankfully, no collisions were caused, but a little bit, appropriately placed penalty for the rejoin there.
When AC said do not cut across, it doesn't mean just drive straight back onto the track. Lesson learned, please.
Yeah, this is why I was having the full track map instead of the focus one. Is a massive, gain in that regards. But yes,
and also the spotter as well. This is what I was sort of going on about having a spotter. It's so important in these endurance races to have someone there who's on board with you, can use the camera as well to see your surroundings, and it makes such a difference. having someone saying, "Yep, you're clear," or "No, you got a car coming," definitely helps with not getting into those incidents. As we do see some of the McLarens now come through, as Tonkin has a drive-through.
Oh, no, I was going to say they just pitted, and I was like, why are they back in? I saw the drive-through, which has cleared, and thankfully it doesn't look like they're going to stop-go as well, because that's that does happen out there.
Oh, that's
where-
the fault.
It just rolled, it snowballs, and Alexander had such a good fist and like really probably.
Oh dear.
Oh, that looked like an instant warning again. That's not what you want to happen.
Yeah, definitely a few places out there. Granted, one thing is, whereas I do have a tale to tell, that when the real life series GT World Challenge Europe came here in 2020, and those big sausage curbs on the exit of turn 6 that we did see Tonka go a little bit wide, a Porsche hit them, one of the dynamic cars hit one of those, and required a reshell after that. Completely destroyed the whole chassis, and because the thing went up about 10 feet in the air on the rear. It is out there on YouTube somewhere, but yes, to say in ACC, if you hit it, you might get bumped, you might go for a spin, but it's better than forking out a brand new chassis at least.
Just to, I think, just to put it in perspective, Sean, because you were asking earlier, is so the lamb car or the laundry house car, they just did their stop, their third stop, right? To put it in perspective, what the difference in maps does is that we still have 27 laps to go for our next stop. So that's the difference in strategies we have here, where we're going to have this ebb and flow where every couple of stops they're going to be closer to us than we were to them, and at the end of the day we should be able to do one, maybe 2 less stops.
That's huge.
That counts for the 711 car as well, and the 161.
That's
Yes,
definitely
plus-
going to make a difference.
Yeah, that's massive. Porsche OP, 3 cars in the top 5 so far, as we got the BMW pole sitter in the box. Mr. Hobbs was interested to see if he stays in the car or not.
He's done a double stint, right? So would expect
Yeah,
Dan Hunter or Philippa to get back in.
it's Morello according to the.
Oh,
in that
Maria
car.
Morello. Sorry, yeah, same person. Yeah, my bad. I know it was that.
Why have we got no ABR cars in this? They not decided to show up, unfortunately.
Yeah,
It's a good
it's
point.
fine, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's blinking up. He's gone now, which is not bad.
It's a BMW.
Oh, there.
I think he's also trying to get out of the way. Lap car at the very least, but less of that. I think also one thing we're seeing on this track, that there's no real. It's not a long track. It's probably one of the medium to shorter in terms of track length in the game, but not a lot of clear air anywhere for any of our drivers, to say the least. Especially this far into the race, where not too short. You rarely see too many cars, in the fight together at the same time.
So
Yeah,
Misano
we can have a moment of silence or, prayer time. Just the Pixel Racer car has gone into the pits. So give it a minute
Oh,
to
yes.
see how that went.
thoughts and
JC's
prayers.
didn't drive it in, so it's okay.
He didn't, no, that's true.
He is driving it out though.
Car's upright. It's facing the right direction. So good start so far.
I think if you ever think you have it bad, just remember there's a Pixel Racing pit crew, right? And these guys work so much.
Oh,
Oh,
JC, you're in.
oh.
You need to start that engine. Thankfully, there's pit limiters on it as well.
Engaged. Let's go. This is all going well.
Yeah, it's a long pit lane. You got to keep the pit
Yeah,
limit on
just
full. So
At the right line. At the right line. If you're JC, surely you just keep it on for the whole first sector, just to make sure.
yeah.
We love you, JC. Okay, where's the line?
There's the board now.
Where's the light? Where's the light?
Wait.
Let's go.
There we go.
There we go. Pixel the races.
Oh, he's going to come out right next to people. There's people there on his right side.
Oh, wow.
He's just ahead of the 7-Eleven car.
That's not where you want to come out.
So that's gonna.
Oh, well done. Yeah, that's
Very well done.
Well done by JC.
But that car next to him. Ooh, we can
Oh,
get
that's
a
for
fair bit of a
position.
squeeze. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Holmes for position. I think not really their race. Holmes and them, after serving the SG30, probably had.
Actually, that's not Holmes. That's the Tonkin car.
Oh, it is.
But-
Right.
I got mixed up as well, but the Holmes car is a white McLaren. A little bit confusing to where they come out. If it was confusing for us, God knows what it was like for JC. But yes, a little bit of a mixed battle right there. I don't think any of those cars are on the same lap to each other. They're all in different.
Yes, it's just like trying to keep your head around all of this is, yeah, at least the
Car ahead of him is Tonkin in P22. I have no idea where that Aston is from. But that might be Bishop, which is just that. Yes, that's P21, and then you had the P6 of Seifig, the 7-Eleven car, and oh, Murphy's got a drive through.
Oh, wow.
Is that Pitt's one?
They're in
The
the
track
pits. Not too sure. It's bad news, regardless. And
That he might actually not lose a position because of it. From what I saw, because the 7-Eleven car had a pen to serve as well. But yeah, not ideal for them.
Yep. And Kangaroo Morella is now in the BMW. You should see what times he can produce.
Paul Britt back in the car and immediately into the 30 freeze. So he's not.
Probably wasn't happy with his first stint, so did have a couple of sort of oopsies. So I expect Paul Britt to get into Paul Britt mode and Hollywood numbers inbound.
I'm surprised we haven't seen any more fastest laps, to be honest, now that the track's getting cooler. But I think there's a little bit of still, everyone's got their endurance hat on somewhat still, and just trying to not work those tyres too hard on their opening stints.
Yeah, I also saw that it was very difficult for anybody to really get a clean lap in without.
Oh, yes.
You know, there's a lot. The field's quite spread out. It's not bunched up at all. But obviously, as it gets colder, I think we should see improvements in lap times. But then also you have brake pads that are wearing out. I guess we'll see those Hollywood numbers once you get Philippa or Matt Lamb back in the car.
Yep, surely when Philippa, and wondering if Lucas Keys will be getting back in the Aston Martin at any point. I can imagine maybe towards the end. We shall see.
Yeah, you should have. I think it's driver time 4 hours, right? So he'll have one more stint then.
Yeah, if they ever elected to use him again. And generally, you kind of get your. To be honest, I don't really have a gauge on who's the other driver, actually. I apologize. And in the 165, there's Bub now, there's Keys, but I'm not too familiar with the other driver and where he stacks up in terms of speed. But, sorry, that is Jones. And actually, you know Jones. Is that correct, Sean?
I do. I'm not. I know he's a very good racer, but I'm going to watch his stint very closely just to see where he is at. I mean, the ideal situation is we have Pip, Lamb, Sneakers, Keys, all fighting on the same lap, spread by bugger all time, sun going down. I mean, that'll get me up and about, that's for sure. I did pick the laundry house car at the start of the day to take out the win. So they're doing exactly what I need them to do at the moment. Got
Big
a
recovery from that first stint. Like that could have dictated the entire race, but somehow they've drawn it back massively well.
I got him at $2.50. Please gamble responsibly. So yeah, looking good at the
Who did
moment.
you give that money to?
I've got a bookmaker.
I was going to say, I didn't see any license out there. You just couldn't get it to anyone out there. But yes, yeah, one to watch, especially with the Porsches with the sort of economy tanks. I was going to say, like, Brit came in, pretty much on the hour, I believe, after that first stint, because he was probably having to push quite hard and couldn't really be conservative.
They're running what would probably be the optimal strat. So it's like they have the pace to match the BS and the sort of the Aston in front in terms of outright pace. When we realized we don't, we had to go a little bit different with strategy. So they're running basically your bog standard, on the hour 10-minute stop at the moment.
Yeah, 8 1-hour sprints essentially.
Yeah, I think they should be using like 95 liters a stint, where we're going with 120 and a different lap.
Yeah. How is the actually Porsche? Because to be honest, I'm not familiar with the new Porsche, but I did drive the old one a lot. How is it with the front balance when the fuel burns up? Does it affect it as much as the old one did?
I mean, Sean probably has a lot more hours in the Porsche, but I think with the rear tires wearing more, it kind of balances each other out. So it's a lovely car to drive with fuel in it. A lot nicer to drive with fuel than in quali runs. It feels very stable. And yeah, no, we're not having a great time in the car here, I'll be honest with you. It does feel a little bit, it has this weird thing where, especially the second last corner or corner 4-5, where it feels like the nose kind of lifts up and your force feedback goes all like light. But just in terms of the setup we have, the sort of how it's running, it's very stable as a platform.
It does this weird thing as well, sort of because the fuel tank's in the front. It's one of those rare cars you actually have to muck around with the brake bias sometimes. Especially, sort of, I like it between that sort of 60 litres to 25 litres, that period, it's beautiful. It's an absolute peach to drive. On full tanks, it can be a bit of a pig. Peppa Pig on screen there, ding. And on light tanks, anything below 15 litres, it's very loose. You've got to really have your wits about you. Otherwise, it will throw you into the fence, and it won't tell you about it either.
Something just for Cam here, because it's very, as we have a new fastest lap from 999.
33.
Naeem.
We are checking.
And the McLaren, yep, would it be? I think he's from Brunei.
P29 at the moment, so yeah, that's.
It's the Cavill Slade car in the brownet. It's the McLaren, but we have seen. We have seen Naeem before in the past. Like, he's very, very quick. I know JP's very complimentary of him.
Yeah, he's done really well. But just back to my point is, Cam, that Peppa Pig is taller than Charizard from Pokemon. Just gonna leave
I did hear that recently from someone. That was yes. I'm glad I have that knowledge.
Go watch Peppa Pig and imagine that Peppa Pig is 2.1 meters.
That's crazy.
Go watch that and see if you can ever unsee it.
I'm just imagining, like, in real life, that's quite no.
It's not something you want to run into.
Oh dear. Yeah, thanks. I've probably forgotten something very important and very good bit of knowledge. Really, you shoved that in my ear.
Welcome, right? That's what I'm here for. It's Lachlan's in the car now, so we'll get those answers. Yeah.
Yep, and we'll see what Jones can produce, as he has got a bit of traffic. That is Cook and Darth ahead of him for P7 and P8. Not ideal.
We've had a change for the effective race lead.
Wow!
I think there might have been a touch there. If not, it was so close between Darth and I was going to say Cook went through on Darth, and Jones went to follow suit as he's gone through now ahead of Cook. And I think it may have been a bit late, or whether Darth didn't see him coming until the last possible moment. But I think they're going away with it. Sheesh.
Yeah, so just with that, putting Paul Britt in the car and the absolute monster pace he was showing there, they have jumped the 165 car for the basically effective race lead at the moment on the same strat. So
Just
very
3
well
seconds
done.
ahead.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have a request to see watch car 91, turn 3, 4, and 5. Either this lap or the last lap. Apparently, near-death moment. Yep.
711 cars on yellow at the worst possible moment at Toronto.
Oh, no.
No touch there. It was just the angle. No, as I did see 711 just before we cut to the replay was yellow on the side of the track at this corner. So, oh dear, not looking good for Sifik. It's now in the pits.
So, yeah, welcome to OOR, Lachlan. Enjoy.
Maybe going out there, he needs to nudge those tyres in before he starts to push. But yes, interested to see where he goes, because no disrespect to obviously Bub now and Jones, but we always know how quick Keys was, and I was always worried, like, granted they were fighting for the lead, like how if the other drivers are going to be able to withstand the position he's put them in. But obviously, first stint, you want your fast driver out there, generally just to get into a gap in the traffic that you don't want for your other drivers somewhat.
Yep, and Misano is all about track position, right? So they're running this race beautifully so far, and it's about track limits, it's about DTs, all these type of things come into play in these as we're heading towards the halfway mark. So far they've been doing a great job, and he just has to settle in. I'm sure he'll do a great job.
Certainly does. And we have another request to show some rear pack battles, so I'm sure Glenn will be on that. Oh, here we go. Lap 142, apparently. Correct.
We've got 2 people, and turn 8 apparently. So it sounds like everything is right. The whole, but I'm sure we'll try and accommodate, as we do appreciate Glenn there. Yep, so going through into pretty outside of the Rutama spin car, I believe it is the Ferrari. Goes around the outside, very doing a good job on that one. Apparently at turn 8, there's something else that will happen, as I believe they're behind Tonkin at this rate.
Looks pretty standard. Oh wow! Wow!
Surely the stewards, that's like a negative DT or something, right? You win a prize for that. You have to.
Yeah. Blimey. No. He didn't gain an advantage, at least, unlike the other incident that we saw with Taylor. But yes, that was.
That's perfect.
This is nearly 10-pin bowling at its absolute finest.
Completely missed the braking zone.
Wow.
Thankfully found a gap.
Well done. That's one of those where you look to your right and it's like, oh, that's not the 100-meter board. And then just commit to it.
Yep. I'm not sure. I mean, that was Clark in the car there, sending our heart monitors into the stratosphere for a little bit there as we wind back down. Shadow's getting a little bit longer out there as we are reaching that halfway mark, down to 24 degrees track. And I hope everyone's done their tire pressures for when it gets a bit cooler. And I wonder how it's going to affect some cars, because granted you can turn the pressures up, but some cars struggle to kind of get their tires kind of fired up. Even if the pressure's in the right windows at times, and some prefer the warmer temperatures.
Yeah, there you go, Sean. So Lachlan is definitely on the pace. He's running really
Yeah,
well.
just 34.9.
34.4 last
Four.
lap. So,
Good lap.
He's on it.
Good lad. Good lad. Well, on that note, I'm going to jump out for an hour or so, have a break, give the body a bit of a breather, and I'll be back to bring this bad boy home. So I'll leave it in your capable hands, and also welcome in the one and only Neil Haynes. Hello, good sir.
Oh, thank you for the intro there, Sean, and awesome to see you back, buddy. And you go have a well-deserved break, my friend, and see you shortly.
Thank you.
Great job, Sean. Back on debut.
Yeah, sure.
Man, lovely to have you back in the combox, Neil Haynes. I believe you got a stake in this race. How's your race going?
Not going too bad. I've just got myself out of the naughty boys room after having to see the stewards after a little bit of a touch I had on someone and punted them off the track. But yeah, it's been very interesting. I tell you what, it's like pit street happy hour with some of these cars. You get these in a gangle of cars, and you got 10 cars or so all of a sudden, and then you got some clear track, and yeah, it's been a very interesting race. It keeps you on your toes. It's been good fun.
Neil, just for those of us that don't know, which car are you in there, mate? So we can keep an eye on that for you as well.
Oh, we're in car 16. Well, I think we're in 40th place at the moment, and yeah, just struggling just a little bit for pace. We have obviously our main driver Hamish to come in next after Graham finishes his stint, and hopefully we might pick up a few places after that. I think that's serving to drive through after yeah, a couple of track limits. I think I picked up 2 and handed over to Graham, as you do as a good teammate, and give him 1 option for a track limit. And
yeah, I mean, it's all on him, mate. It's like all on him. You gave him a car without a DT, like he just has to not get it right through.
That's exactly right. But anyway, we're enjoying ourselves, and what a fabulous race it has been, though. Out there, I think the leaders are doing a tremendous job with this track, because it's so busy. Getting through the lap traffic, it's outstanding.
Yeah, just having a quick look through, we'd have, so the Holmes cars made it back up to P7, so pretty good recovery from them, and closing in on the 17 Ford of Brad Cook. Darth seems to have picked up the pace right behind Holmes at the moment. We still have our AM leaders in that horribly painted car, so quite a few battles on the track at the moment, and as the pit stop cycle goes through, we're not quite sure who's where yet, but halfway through the race just ticked over, and it's been a great race so far.
Yeah, late afternoon now is that obviously the European summer, as we know, is obviously a later sunset, so I'm sure we will see some dark before the end of the race, and it's going to be a beautiful sunset, I reckon, with these clear skies. A bit of a change from round 1 when we were at Monza with that wet dry scenario.
Yes,
nice to see a daytime dry race. So nice. And the one race I can't run. So happy times as we passed 150 laps.
Yeah, when you're going to be back for Imola, it's going to be the monsoon. I'm sure of it. As was quite a variable race in the Monza race that we had last race, which you guys were doing so well, and to be honest, the whole race you were in prime seat, but unfortunately kind of fell away right at the end, if I recall. But
yeah, the car's good in the rain. I must say, it's the one nice thing about the Porsche is that it's got such a good rear end on it in the rain. It just feels like you're not really in the wet. It just kind of accelerates and stuff. So we wouldn't mind some variability, but yeah, Imola in the dry is still one of the best.
I think the BOP's been doing a good job here, especially with sort of the difference of strategies, but no cars really looked completely, in another class. But that's also a bit of a testament to how variable it's also been as well. Like, we don't have all our quick guys in the one specific car. There's a fair few different options out there with the Aston, BMWs as well, from BS Plus, and a fair few Porsches, and obviously. Porsche's been a little bit mixed up and down, and it's quite good to see have its bit of a time in the sun, somewhat, to show what it's worth. I think helped by the BOP a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. BOP here I think it was quite good in the sprints. I don't think we had too many complaints about that. For this enduro, for sure, it's better than Kuno's Pop. So. I don't think we can complain too much. We weren't happy with our outright pace, quali pace, but now you see in the race it makes up for it, right? So that's the cool thing about BOP racing is you have cars that are good at some tracks, bad at others, good at fuel, bad at fuel, tires, etc., and then the Nissan at the back.
Alright. Yeah, you can't take it. You can't give it and not take it.
Yeah, no, I'm here, mate. Look, I'm the one the LFM Pro race. I'm just saying, like that's it. Yeah. So point made.
Okay. Anyway, yeah. Just looking at the BOP we have here, it kind of shows how probably very different this race would have been if we didn't have a custom BOP. Obviously, our main two leading cars have been the BMW and the Aston Martin, and let's just say in this race the BMW has gone 21 kilos and the Aston Martin has had 18 removed, so I think there would have been quite a bit of a discrepancy between the two if they had the normal BOP on it, let's say, in the few of outliers. Like Ferrari's had plus 12. I was expecting a bit more from the Ferrari, but even with plus 12 it seems to be kind of, I'm not sure if we have. I don't want to step on any toes, but I don't know if we have we have a few Ferraris in this. Whether we've got the strongest drivers in those Ferraris, I feel bad for saying that. I'm going to cop stick for that.
I think the Ferrari is based on when the series started and how the Bob looked. It did look like it, and the McLaren was gonna get absolutely hammered. And as we know, with
McLaren got absolutely hammered.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's how it looked at that stage when we started the series. So, yeah, we know it's not ideal to carry extra weight over long stints. So, yeah.
Yeah, which might explain why the BMW is looking maybe a smidge ropey towards the end, and the Aston was looking quite good. I think. I still remember the days the Aston Martin was just dominated everything, especially on the international scenes and the esports. The endurance series were just Aston Martin fests back in 20 and 21. But yes, a little bit more tempered now, but definitely still a very, very good race car. Quick car, straight line, good handling, and definitely probably one of the most tamest cars out there in terms of drive, from what I understand.
So I think it's just so nice that we can have a BOP discussion without shouting at each other yet. So I think cars really well balanced here, and we've got different strategies, which is what I like and what I want to commend OR for, removing the stint timers and things like that. We've got a race now where we have no idea how it's going to end. We've got two different strategies from different teams, so it's going to keep us on the edge of our seats regardless. And the fastest car might not win. It's going to be the fastest car over the whole race in terms of lap time, not individual laps.
Yeah, that's a good point there as well. I think that is a good thing, having that 1 hour stint timer removed, because it has shown where some cars are running a lot longer and using as much as they can out of their fuel, or even just the tyres, see if they can protect some of those tyres and extend those stint times to maybe get one less pit stop to their competitors.
Yeah, I think that's what we really loved about the enduro races in the past, because our only ever victory we got as a purple car was because we managed to just run that exact stunt timer. You know, like take that chance where you have to, midway through the race, you have to say to yourself, am I going to take this chance for the extra lap to make it work? And that's the added little fun you have in endurance races versus sprint races.
Yeah, there's obviously a bit of variability between the fuel tank sizes in all these cars. I'm not really too up to speed. I think, you know, my knowledge is a bit out of date, but I remember, I'm not sure if the GTR and the Bentley still have their 132 litre tanks. But,
GTR's 130, I think. Bentley's 120 or 118.
okay, so they've been tempted. Because I remember the Bentley was pretty competitive when it was still decently quick, but it also had that massive fuel tank as well, which meant it could go quite long, which was sort of a double whammy in the endurance races. But yes, and how big is the fuel tank in the Porsche?
120 for the Porsche.
Okay, because there's not many. Because there used to be cars with under 120, but I think that most of them are all 120 now, aren't they? Now.
Yeah, I think so. There's one car. I'm trying to remember now. There's a few 118, if I'm not wrong.
I remember something had a 112 tank at one point, and I think it got buffed not long after because it was a bit underwhelming to say the least.
This is a good little battle here for 20th between Viney and McLaughlin. Be interested to see what sort of strategies, if they're similar to pace here, but it looks like the Porsche's got a little bit of upper hand here. He seems to have that extra pace just trying to get through Pete at the moment.
He's come up round the long lazy right-hander, which all these front engine cars hate, but then they get this lovely big old straight to pull away from the Porsche, and it's very ebb and flows around this track, and sticking to the rear bumper as much as you can to get the draft is the Porsche, but nothing can do it. Coming round into the Caro hairpin, really close is McLaughlin, really close, giving a touch even, and a little bit of overlap, but going to be on the outside lines just to tuck back in and trying to get an inside run for the last corner, but too far back.
Yeah, compromise the BMW here as he's just got a little bit loose, the Porsche, but the BMW looked like it was compromised as he had that tighter turn in, but the Porsche just couldn't quite hold on to that run. Bit of exciting racing for the two.
Viney doing a good job in his BMW, giving McLaughlin at bay, and we'll see how long. McLaughlin gave very late, gave very deep on the brakes. I'm hoping that's not going to be a premonition to anything, but I'm hoping it can make sure to get that car stopped and not anything too much further from that. But Porsche good on the brakes, as we all know, but BMW definitely quite big and quite hard to get around. Go a bit wider though, and Porsche just holding these tighter lines, but now going to be on the outside for Tremonto, and it's going to be really hard. The only thing you can do is really just compromise Viney's exit as best as he can, but he can't really, and tucks back into the line, ducks under, but he won't be able to do anything even with a tow from the BMW.
So hard to pass here. You kind of have to force the issue, so we'll see if he'll be able to get a run into the hairpin here. Just remember, don't touch the inside curve too much. Job done, and then aero wash out wide. So hard to follow someone here, especially when you know that track limits is a thing and the warnings are easy to get. As Viney just makes that blue car wide again. Porsche definitely has the advantage through the twisty stuff here.
Yep. I think it'll be a matter of time if he gets past, but we shall see. It's never that simple, and it is fighting for position, same class, same everything for these two. That one to watch as well. The 500 car. Great to see all the MRT cars and the different respect cars, but he's got the line underneath, and surely it's going to be day done for the Porsche. Just has to brake late and dictate the line, but Viney's holding it around the outside the best he can, but it's too much to bear for the BMW driver. And McLaughlin gets through on the inside line. He's got to try and scamper away as much as possible as he's giving the draft to Viney in the BMW. And Viney knows it. He's having to look towards the inside line, but doesn't brake too late and doesn't go alongside, as he's got another MRT car coming up behind him. I believe that is the Austin McNeil in the 700.
Yeah, so he's back in there. Nicely done there by McLaughlin. Nice, patient clean racing by both parties, and that's what we like to see here.
That's it, JP.
Might get a
definitely
sniff.
took some. He has, with that draft down here, but obviously there's a couple of laps in the making to make that move. So yeah, patient driving, as you said, and paid off for him. It's getting up to obviously our ANZ CRL car 2, so a bit of lap traffic. Oh, BMW. You talked about the aero wash there, JP, and I think he copped it there.
Yeah, that's that. I don't know. He's probably going to tell his teammates he wanted to let the blue flag through, but yeah, it always looked like Tox forgot which part of the track he was on there. Braked way too hard, but no harm, no foul. Still running P20, and these guys. I think they had quite a few penalties, if I'm not wrong, in the start, or was that the 91? But still running in that top 20 and 3 laps down.
Yeah, there's been some good driving, some comeback drives through some of the field. Yeah, obviously some of the front runners getting caught up with a few early penalties or a few problems. Not too sure. Obviously, I was behind the wheel, but yeah, it's been exciting seeing them make their way back up through and get back onto the lap we were on, and then pass us and then continue on their merry way. And you see a few of them now up in the 20s, so it's a good comeback drive for most of these guys.
Looking at that whole sort of pro-am bunch from like P16 downwards, like they're all still pretty much on the same lap, as each other. So it's really still a lot to play for. Into the latter half of the race. So sometimes in endurance races, your nearest car can depressingly sometimes be a lap ahead of you, and you just got to poot around and do your own thing, and sometimes you're just in low man's land, but definitely not the case for that sort of P16 downward bunch of Clark for the Pro-Am honours. Obviously, Austin McNeil, I believe, is the car heading up the Pro-Am class, doing a job in the 700, and unless there is someone else a little bit higher in the top 5, but seen some very strong drivers in Pro-Am.
Yeah, it's a good observation there, Cameron, because that whole big battle of the AMs, it's going to go right down to the end. It's going to be interesting to see how that all pans out. I think, as John was saying earlier about the strategies, still yet to unfold. So, this AM outright win for the AM class is going to be very hotly contested, I think, by the end.
And I don't know if anybody's ever got a mid-race promotion to Pro-Am, but I see one little fawn sticking out on the leaderboard there that might be due for a little upgrade from red to black. I'm not going to call names, but the paint job cannot keep you in that.
Yes, and I think paint job. Yes, if that was a deciding factor, then blimey, strong thoughts on that one. But yes, especially when your drivers won, I believe, the second race of the first race in sprints last season as well, if I recall. Mr. Fleming, yes, in the AM car. I think there's a few AM cars that's just, granted they've probably got some drivers who are more around in Pro-Am, but that's up to the rule makers to give those designations.
It's just pointing out how good a job they're doing, to be honest. A couple of rookies, sort of really their first Enduro season, and we know how daunting it is in your first Enduro, so many things to remember, but thanks to the community we have here, guys like that can really feel confident, come into a race and put up a great performance.
And we got JC obviously in position 9 at the moment in the other Ford Mustang as well, doing a good job. 3 seconds behind the Porsche, I think it is, of Spinanzi.
That's it. Yeah, he's been closing that down nice, and just a couple of tenths a lap, but JC told us their goal is to have a nice clean run, and we know that car can do well if all 3 of them don't have issues, so fingers crossed that the less we talk about it, hopefully the less issues they have.
Look, if I could give him a commentator's curse, I can give it to my fellow commentator, can't I? I'm on JC and Split Red. Will I get into trouble for that?
No, I mean it's encouraged to give these curses, but I do feel like JC just needs one. That car needs one good result, and then they're back on it.
Yeah, exactly.
Nah, JC washed.
Or that.
The old sprints 13-14 champion should be winning. Not good enough. Clearly washed now. There's the fallen champion. He was. Anyway, but enough of that. Bolt and Collins going side by side down the back straight. Is it over? Oh, Bolt's gonna put a nose up the inside. Thankfully, Aston sees him coming. There's a little touch as well. It's a little bit cheeky, and now the Porsche is going to capitalize and trying to get ahead of the Aston, which he might be able to just get done and have. Yeah, holds it around the outside for the penultimate corner as well. I was worried I was going to end badly, but the Aston comes straight back at the Porsche and muscles his way past. And oh, come on, give him some space. That's not
a little bit of space.
Yeah, and side by side now going to turn one, as I think the Aston driver might be a little fired up, to say the least. I think the way he got overtaken by the McLaren and has come back and retained his place against the Porsche. Good drive from the pink car, though. And no, he's missed his braking signs and has missed it. And unfortunately, both of them are going to go straight on and wide, and that's not great. That's Kappa.
No, rejoin, no!
Ooh, and a questionable rejoin that might get. We'll see if that one gets sent to the stewards or not. They'll be down to the Webb Ferrari, whether they want to lick that stamp and send it to stewards box PO1.
Yeah, it can be a little bit hard coming back in that point too. Yeah, obviously a little bit of a blind spot there, but obviously, yeah, it's going to be something that may be looked at here with the stewards here for Nico, unfortunately. But hopefully, no touch in there, but it was a bit questionable. But yeah, as I said, there is a blind spot, obviously, when you run out that wide trying to get back onto that track.
Yeah, you did make a mistake.
Staying at home, yeah, that's not how you do it, unfortunately. That was it's so hard when you're right behind the car and you miss that braking marker. But yeah, you could fail that. And just looking at Bolt there, P20. I think that's another one of our rookie graduates, running nicely there.
Yeah. And Porsche there for Kappa was doing a good job and just missed his braking points and kind of tried to avoid. He did a good job, to granted, because sometimes some people miss their braking zones and just continue to, don't really turn the steering wheel left or right and just go into the car ahead. So at least he tried to avoid it. It did cost the Aston Martin a little bit, but I think the Aston was lucky they didn't end up as part of a collision, to say the least. As the Kappa car looks to try and make their way back up a little bit. I'm not sure. I wasn't Webb in the Ferrari. I mean, it's a Ferrari a bit further down. I think that's Neil Wood in the 960 for P32nd. But yes, we shall see. And hopefully things will go steady on from now.
Sorry, I was just having a quick look at how this is all playing out, as I see the 191 car should be coming in for their stop very soon. So about another lap after this, and I'll need to go and do some maths to see, but that's three more stops for the purple car, I think. And Lachlan Jones done really well in his debut stint in Euros. So nice to see some new names coming through.
Yep. So obviously fallen back a little bit to Brit, but granted that's Brit. We know what they can do, and but still showing very good pace out there, and not too sure how their pace has compared to Morella in the 89 BMW. As they are about 18 seconds behind so far, so it's gapped out a little bit so far, and surely we're going to see Peach in soon with that fuel tank. How far do you reckon away from their stint?
That is now. It should be this lap, I think, if I'm not wrong. That should be the plan.
Just got a sippy straw there on the fuel tank. If anything, trying to eke it out at the last bit.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a thing in Australia, but in South Africa we used to have this thing called the economy run, where they, we try to, all the manufacturers would try to beat each other in economy run. So we've been, channeling that in this race so far, but really great stint. The pace has been very good, even running with the heavy fuel.
Yeah, it is an endurance race. Peach comes in. Obviously, would be behind the bonnet. Definitely not using this weird cam in his view. And right up there, probably straight up on the jacks. Steady operator for Peach. And yeah, there we go. Bonnet cam. I will admit, I do use bonnet cam just for pits because it's really easy to gauge where the stand is.
But that's cheating.
Yes, that's cheating. But so is using bonnet cam in general. So.
Yeah. Welcome to the club. No, I'm encouraging you. I'm welcoming you.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you guys are not that identical.
No, never have been.
But yes, I wonder. Do you think probably come out behind Morella or thereabouts?
Should be just behind Morella. So like 10 seconds or so, 10, 12 seconds, and
I tell you what, Cook's been on the back of Jones this whole last. Oh, there we go, right behind him, right alongside, if anything.
Oh.
And he's trying to cover off a McLaren as well. And wide from Morella, but gonna get away with it, to say the least. Oh, that was a hell of a way to rejoin straight back on the track. And I'm guessing that is Peach again going out for another stint.
It's Shady. Shady's in now.
Shady's in? Ah, yes.
Like I said, 10 seconds behind. That's why I'm the head of strategy in this team. Clearly know what I'm talking about.
Definitely. Absolutely.
So, having a look at what you were saying about the lap time. So you've got like Paul Britt, fastest car on track with mid 34s. Lachlan has dropped a little bit from that strong start, so maybe into conservation mode, or just going through a graining phase with the tyres. And then Morella in the car now, kind of matching Britt's time. So it's all shaping up very nicely at the moment, because they should be starting to pit as well in the next 15 or 20 minutes for their stops.
Indeed. I wonder, because Morella's been about halfway through their stint right now, and I wonder if Shady will feel the need to, if he is being held up by the BMW, try and make a move to get past. But that said, that two different races, two different styles are going about this race, to say the least.
Yeah, I think like we, as you saw with when the Lamb car came up behind us, that we kind of know we don't have the top speed to overtake cars, and we, for us it's not running to a number, but making sure you have the tires to still be fast enough at the end of the stint. So you can't really be getting into battles and stuff. Shady, I would expect just to sit there. The speed difference is not enough to try and make a move.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to have to rely on a bit of a mistake from Morella. There's a few more cars to clear in blue flag traffic. Definitely going to be fresher tyres on the Porsche, but nothing can be done down the straight here, as well as welcome to us, the combat Scott Rushford, known as Annie. Welcome. How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Great. This is my first time doing anything like this, so no idea why I volunteered. I generally am the guy who's sitting there wondering what on earth's going on, so I'm not sure I'll be able to offer much insight, but here we are.
Just before I head off, Annie, do you have pants on?
Today I do.
Excellent.
Not even on camera.
On that bombshell, sorry boys, I'm going to head off. Thank you so much, and I'll join you guys again later.
No worries, John. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
Yep, and don't know if you guys stake in this race, Annie, or you. I don't think I've seen you out there driving so far, but I'm sure you're probably in the chatter box with the Annie, and we saw you in chat as well multiple times as well. You've been following the race. Anything anyone you're looking at in particular?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously watching all the Kovacs lads as usual, but I haven't been involved in a few of the more recent Enduros because real life has got busier than usual. But it just turned out that our plans today were cancelled, so here I am.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, you can take John's spot in the Porsche.
Yeah, we had another driver retire in the last few days from one of the BMWs as well, so I could have done that maybe, but no, it's been good to watch this race. It's been a very exciting race so far, and it's, as John was saying not so long ago, it's anyone's race at the moment. It's very hard to predict what's going to happen here. All the different strategies and also the variety of different drivers in some of the cars makes it very difficult to predict.
Yeah, it's been very entertaining, and hopefully it stays this way to the end of the race as well. I was going to say, there's a few Kovacs drivers out there, and a few in Kovacs cars, a few of them out. We've obviously got Sean Bubb now in there's a Torvor Masur car up the top of the end of the field, so Bubb now to pro. I guess we can make that a thing, but also I think unfortunately we lost Mark Bushell was in the Mercedes. I'm not sure they had a disconnect, but I thought they got back in, but maybe they haven't been able to rejoin the race. So if you have any knowledge on that one.
He had a game crash, which is unfortunate since he's just upgraded all his hardware recently, and he should be living his best ACC life, but it was probably just a game bug, that one, by the sound of it. And by the time they got back into the race, they were so far back and blue flagging all the time, they decided to call it a day.
Yeah, I was very early on as well, which is, it was just commiserations at that point.
Exactly.
I can understand. We've had a few like that. 111 Rockets Evolved, frankly, still in the race. It's very tricky and very disheartening when it comes down to that. And there's a few out there. Obviously, we got the 91 and I believe the 19 cars were in a line together, but have separated somewhat. It's a big fight out there for Pro-Am. So we look here to David Bartlett in the Kovacs Colonials car with the 676. I think another driver driving from the States as well. And, great to see those guys. Oh no, I think David Bartlett. Yeah, of course no. Bartlett's one of our guys from our shores. But Austin Carpenter is very much from the States and doing well in the other Aston Martin. I think I said it a few times. Aston Martin's going good at this, going very well at this track.
It's interesting, actually. The classes are very tidily split if you look at the leaderboard. Apart from that Rogue Am in P16, it's really lined up with the classifications tidily.
Very rare it does that, I will say. It didn't do that in qualifying, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But this is a bit exciting with McNeil. He's been slowly catching the back of Bartlett, so about to also hopefully put the Pro-Am up in front here to split the Pro leaderboard.
Yeah, Austin's been very quick in that Mustang and putting the car in the top 10 in qualifying. And obviously the races look quite a bit different, but definitely a very quick car. And to be honest, I think the 700 has had a few bits of misfortune and should be a little bit higher up the field, but it has been very competitive overall, and still a very tight race overall as well. But Bartlett, very quick driver in his own respects, with good defensive driver as well. And normally in a blacked out Ferrari in our sprint series. But yes, and doing well so far in the yellow and blue Aston Martin with someone just up ahead as well. I think a bit of a gap there to combo from these two.
So as these drivers obviously driving a lot longer than a sort of an hour stint, they extended the stints a little bit to run a little bit longer. The temperature seems to start to drop from this time onwards here, so do you think that might be a factor where some of these drivers may shorten these stints up a little bit more now, or we're not too sure?
I mean, it can only help with tyre life, unless you get your pressures wrong and they get too cold. Like, it's very tricky, but in theory you should be able to hang on to your tyres longer because there's just generally less energy. The cooler track means you don't have to they'll generally stick to the the track more without scrubbing. So in theory, they should go longer. But I think once it gets to this point as well in the race, like once it gets cooler, your pressures become even more important, because if they're out of their windows, particularly if they're too cold, they lose their temp so much, and they need their temperatures so much to actually deliver their grip. But it can be and that's when the tires start to grain, because they're just not in the right working windows, to say the least. But unfortunately, probably should have asked that to John when he's a bit more technically minded than me on that regards.
I guess as long as they anticipate the temperature drop and pump up the pressures at the start of their stint, so that they're somewhere in the window in the middle, they should be all right. But it is a good point. A shorter stint does make it easier to manage that.
Yeah, so I think they'll eke them out as much as they can, and I don't think the game really. I think it takes it into account, but there isn't really too much of an advantage for whether turbocharged cars go quicker in the cooler temps. I don't think that's really been simulated too much in the game, or whether it is simulated, it's just regulated enough that it doesn't really lead to too much of an advantage, to say the least.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they're already taking into account things like altitude. Then it may be a factor that they do simulate.
Yeah. Not too sure. As we've got in the chat there, Lightning. I'm not too sure who that may be on track, but obviously game crashed again for them, so it's not going too well for Lightning, unfortunately.
That is Squires, I believe.
Yep, and not too great for that. Had a few crashes out there as well, like you said, with Mark Bushell. It's well, thankfully it's not something I've really come across, but it's very disheartening when it does happen. And I think you just have to generally just reinstall the game to try and clear any issues like that. Definitely disheartening for Bushell, seeing that he got a new computer. It's really disheartening.
Yeah, it is a hard one for Bushell as well, but yeah, it's something that I think that myself personally need to do as well. I've been getting quite a lot of screen freezes since the Monza Enduro. I hadn't never had a problem before with OOR all through last year in Enduros, but all of a sudden I'm just starting to get these screen freezes. So
I will say with endurance racing,
on.
yeah, indeed. I will say, there are things you can do to try and mitigate things. Like when I've done endurance races, I've always, because my wheel tends to overheat a little bit, I always tend to restart my game between stints. So I always kind of have the try to clear the memory.
You do have
and not have it open for too long. Yep, go on.
Sorry to interrupt, but we have a position change for P3 and 4. Shady has just snuck past Marina Morella.
Ah, lovely. It's gotten past as well. And yes, I wonder if that's a mistake maybe from Morella, because wouldn't have been passed on the straights, that's for sure.
I don't think so. They looked like he was gradually catching up with him, and must have just made the move there. But I think this puts them in a very strong position, considering the fewer stops that they have in their plan. Obviously, Brit will be in a similar scenario, I guess. But
yeah, according to John, apparently there's a blue flags moment for Morella. And, sometimes it can happen. It's a little bit of racing with blue flags. Obviously, some of it's a bit warranted, some of it's a bit, a bit over the line. But yeah, I'm sure I won't cheer up Morella, but it'll be exactly what Shady Samuel needs to see.
But it's so good that the OOR is so inclusive of all the different classes as well. And obviously that blue flag rule that they do have is obviously to try and be able to keep that inclusion, I think, because there is a lot of different abilities out there on track when you look at the different lap times any time during the race. So there can be a difference of around 6 to 8 seconds from the top to the bottom. So it's just a good opportunity for all sim racers to be able to enjoy an endurance race, and hats off to OOR to allow that to happen as well.
Absolutely, it's a part and parcel of endurance racing. It's no, well, I guess it would be kind of fun if everyone was all going the same speed, but as we get the replay here, as Morella goes into turn 4, just behind I believe the Pit Viper Aston Martin, which gets out of the way and isn't an issue for the next corner, but stuck behind the BMW. Oh, the BMW that was trying to get out of the way went to the left, but Morello was already going in that direction as well, and everyone had to kind of get out of it as Shady Samuel took that freebie as well. So yeah, a bit of miscommunication to say the least. Yeah. Tried to do the right thing as well. Unfortunately, just miscommunicated, misunderstanding between the two. And hopefully, nothing more from that as well. But it's going to be big.
It's always challenging. It's always challenging in that situation when you have a right and a left, and you've got to cross over the track. You never really know whether you need to stay right or stay left.
Yeah, I think also what came down to having the two cars battling as well. That's the thing. One chose left, one chose right. So it's one of those things. If they both chose right, I think we probably wouldn't have had that position change. But yeah, as we said, it's just a bit of miscommunication from them, or just a judgment. But anyway, they get to race on, and as we know, we're only not even 40 minutes into the second half of this race. So there's plenty to play out.
Absolutely. Now, there's still plenty of lap traffic to clear as well. So getting towards the end of it somewhat with the 623 Ferrari just ahead of him, which surely he'll probably get by this straight. Yes, there we go. But, blue flag's working overtime. And I think it's something we kind of expected at this track. It is a very short track, very difficult, especially being a very one-line track as well.
But that's exactly what would have to happen, wouldn't it, Scott, as well? That's why you've got your teammates there, probably just to keep Morello in check as well, because he'd be a little bit hot under the collar after that. And they're probably just keeping him in check and, to keep him calm and concentrate and eyes forward from this point as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the point about blue flags as well is that the straights on this circuit are bendy, so that always makes it a bit more challenging for blue flagging.
I can attest to that. I tell you, there was one there, had me one eye going right, one eye going left. I was not cross-eyed. I tell you, I had my eyes going from outside of my face, trying to see where these cars were going. So, and that's why I say good respect to all those faster drivers to just, pick their lines, show their lines, so you just keep on your straight line and just let them through. So it's it's great feeling when you know that you can race these guys and not be getting bumped around as well.
Absolutely as well. So, I will say that McLaren has been kind of on the back of Shady and Morello this whole time in the P27. I'm not too sure who it is, but they must be quite frustrated. I guess it's good that they've got the pace of the top drivers, but it must be a little bit struggling. I think that is Naeem actually in the McLaren, the fastest lap holder so far. Did that recently on this start of this stint and looking really quick in the McLaren, but unfortunately just a little bit down the field in P21, my correction, and go outside of another car, which to be fair is for position with P20 that is the Web 623 Ferrari. His name is looking to get past and no longer on the back of Morello.
Yeah, it must be especially. He is. It must be especially awkward for Naeem having the pace he does at where he is in the field, because so many of the cars that he needs to pass are unlaps, and obviously they're under no obligation to get out of his way. So it's not an easy track to pass on already, but with those conditions it makes it especially challenging.
Yeah, it just shows endurance racing too, because Webb in that 623 Ferrari that he just I think overtook, he's following at the moment, I think, he's definitely had a bit of problem in his opening stint, and he was down with us actually, down in 38th, 39th, and he's made himself get all the way back up into 20th at this stage. So good job by that Ferrari and the team. 20, just in front here of Nam.
Yep. I wonder if they had a different car for Monza, because their livery doesn't really line up on their car, to say the least. But there is some smattering of Italian colours with a sort of metallic green and a red and the silver. You guys, you could say it's a white as well. But drive through for the 420 of Fakori and P27 as they're in the pits now, so it might have been a speeding drive through, we shall see. But no. Yeah, we said they were gonna happen, and they have been happening quite a fair bit. As the drivers, you guys had any track limits so far in your car, the ANZ CRL?
Yeah, that's what I said when I first came. I actually got the 2 track limits in my double stint session and handed over to Graham with 1 to go, and unfortunately he exceeded limit and then got another one, had to have a drive through. So as I was saying to John earlier, I did what they do in the endurance. I sort of said, well, look, I've given you the car back nice and clean, but you've got 1 track limit left. So we have had 1 drive through for car 16 so far.
I mean, using up your track limits warnings is not the same as getting the drive-through, so I guess you pass the blame on to him.
Exactly. And the one thing I looked at when we saw the car earlier, when I first joined the commentary, is our car was very, very roughed up, so I think he must have seen the wall as well, because that's one thing I didn't hand it to him. I didn't give him too many marks on the car, that's for sure. But back up front here with Shady Samuel. Seeing if he can try and bridge this gap a little bit to Jones in front, or at least see when these guys pit, because we're still waiting to see when these Britt and Jones, P1 and 2, make their stop. Obviously, the Kovacs car did come in from the lead, didn't they, when they did their pit stop? So theoretically, once Britt does come in for his stop, you'd think that Shady will have the lead of this race again.
Yeah, they were leading when they came in initially as well, and they're kind of doing these really long, sort of 80-minute plus stints, from what I understand, and looking to do, I think, ultimate a 4-stopper, which just seems incredible, frankly, for an 8-hour race. And they're just doing their own race. They know they don't really have the top end pace that we learned from John, but kudos to JP and Shady, doing an excellent job out there, and on for a very good result. But I'm sure Britt and Jones, the 992 and 165, will do everything they can, and nothing to discount the 89 BMW of Morella, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I sort of brought up before about those tyre pressures, because they are going longer than their opposition, that maybe the opposition may be able to keep those tyres when it gets darker just in that little bit better operating window to maybe gain on them, even though that they're going for a 4-stopper, as you said, compared to what looks like a 5-stopper from the other leaders of this motor race.
I think it's 5-stop is the shorter one, 6-stop for the others. But what's amazing to me about the Porsche is that to do that 5-stop strategy, they don't even need to fill the tank up. I was listening to the TeamSpeak conversation earlier, and they were reducing the amount of fuel that they were putting in the car for the next 80 minutes. So incredible.
Oh,
incredible that it can maintain that pace with that kind of economy.
That's incredible. Logic would just dictate you would just max it out as much as they can, but they've clearly done their maths, and I hope they got it right, because I don't really understand it. But we'll see if it pays dividends at the end. And I'm sure they know what they're doing over there. But yes, going to be...
Britt has pitted.
Britt has pitted as well.
Yeah, and Nam's just pitted as we've seen as well, so that takes the pressure off Daniel here in position 19.
And looks like we've got Lawrence back in the Laundry House Porsche in the 992. Can come out just behind a couple of cars. And wants to get past, but is that BMW seeing him? We can't really force a move if they haven't seen you. And does get past, and wanting to lose as little time as possible. Hopefully nothing untowards as they come up to the back of Forrester as well. Knows, I think they got the pace to win in this car, and John was saying they're on the sort of optimum strategy overall for pace and economy. Definitely one to watch.
Yeah, so he's got a good gap now in front of him to really concentrate, hasn't he? There's no more blue flags for probably the next few laps or so for him. The next car is 1-2-1 in front of him. So yeah, he's going to be able to just get himself settled after coming out of the pits and get some great out laps here. See where he stands. Once he gets through here to see where he is from the car 89 BMW.
So looking at the information I'm seeing in ACC Drive, it seems like the Lawrenson's car is not on the long stop strategy, because he has stopped 4 times now, and Shady's only stopped 3 times and has only been in the car for 24 minutes.
Yes, so the
drive-through,
Morella with a
nice.
drive-through. That's for track limits, surely. Oh dear. So that might take them a little bit out of contention. Well, it will take them. It's a big old bout of time to sacrifice, and that's really not going to help their hopes for podium or even the race win. So that's massive. That's the first of our top leaders to crack and get a drive-through. But yes, we believe that the 992 Laundry House car is just doing it pretty much on the hour. As far as they're kind of just well, that's it. They haven't really boxed on the hour so far, so we're interested to see what they are. But they're definitely not economy running like the 191, to say the least.
Yeah, that's definitely going to hurt them a lot.
He's coming straight in to serve this drive-through as well.
Might come out in some clear air once that pack gets past him, so he might find a slot to come out in, but it's damage limitation if anything at this point.
Yeah, so we've got the Laundry House car of Lawrenson just coming onto this final corner now, onto pit straight. So he's going to be very close here on this onto the back of Morella now.
That long pit exit, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, it's a killer.
And he's just done his stop as well, so he's going to be so clear. I mean, he's got him, surely. Yep, he's done. He's well past. There we go. 89 has just come off the pit exit line now. And there he is. So yeah, that car's done that's a car's a pit stop ahead of you. That's in front of you, and that's gonna hurt, to say the least.
At least one thing that they do know, though, they've got a refresh count now of track limits, Cameron. So not too sure what's Lawrenson in the Laundry House, if they've got, they could be on their last track limit as well. You never know. Warning.
Yep, never know. But yes. You're gonna have to take some big cuts to make up a drive-through, if anything. And yes, we've seen a few people cut certain parts of the track and get disqualified for it. It is pretty brutal around here. So you see Bartlett here ahead of Chris Taylor. I believe Chris has just done a pit stop and is gonna send it up the inside. A decisive move. Knows he's got the freshness under his car and the speed. Oh no! As the Porsche has gone into him. I believe that is the 500 of McLaughlin and has spun around the 676 of Bartlett. And hopefully gets that refired and going again. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, a little bit busy at that time of the circuit too, and obviously it's like we just got in the way. McLaughlin, unfortunately, looks like he may have tagged Bartlett. We may see a replay a little bit shortly just to see that, but yeah, it was got very busy there as it can in that part of the circuit.
Yeah, and pretty certain that will go to the stewards if it was like we saw it. And I think it's going to be a pretty hard hit as well, since that car wasn't even fighting for position. That was just that was a lap down. Granted, probably trying to unlap himself, but still.
Yeah, a little bit lazy, but it looks like those shadows now are starting to really come across the front straight here, so they get a little bit longer. So that sun setting, that lowering of the sun might start affecting it too, the vision of some of these drivers, especially in the next hour.
Not sure if the damage has really been synchronized or whether there was enough for significant damage on the back of that Aston Martin. But there we go, replay here. Thank you, Glenn. As you can see, yeah, Cook behind Bartlett right now and sends it up the inside as he's entitled to do so. Bartlett leaves some space, goes around the outside, gets a little bit slowed up, and as McLaughlin kind of takes the line, but kind of just feeds into his rear quarter panel, and probably didn't realize he was overlapped by that much. Nothing intentional, obviously, but dare say going to be a slapping for, I imagine, the Porsche driver.
Yeah, I'd say so too. A little bit of fatigue too as well. Maybe getting a little bit lazy, and obviously on the throttle trying to get a run, and not compensating for the bad exit that the BMW was having around the outside there. I mean not the BMW, the Aston Martin. Sorry.
Absolutely. Welcome back to the box, Alexis Bowen. We refreshed and refilled, I imagine, with a bit of lunch.
Yes, indeed. I've been feeling much nicer after a bit of food, and it looks like things have stayed for the most part the same, although the strategies for the Porsches are starting to come into play.
Absolutely. And I will take my leave right now, and thank you to everyone as well. Welcome to the Combox, Annie. Great to have you here as well. And Neil Hines as well. Great to commentate with you again. It's been a while. But best of luck in your race, and welcome to the Combox, Brad Gosling. But I will catch you all later for the final stint.
Thank you, Cam.
There you go, man.
Thanks, Cam. Yes, well, here we are.
Yeah, Brad, how's things been going? Yeah, 3 hours. It's a duo series, basically, almost, isn't it? We ran earlier in the year, so another 3 hours to go, so plenty of time.
That's it. And I must say, there definitely has been a reasonable amount of the cars that have just been running the two drivers. I don't know if that's just because of the way that life pans out and they just can't get the third or the fourth drivers in, or but yes, it's definitely been like almost an 8-hour duo series race for quite a lot of the teams, hasn't it?
Most definitely.
Sure.
There was a few teams that had some issues with the drivers not being able to make it or being under the weather. But
Yes.
yeah, there were quite a few teams out there that have chosen to go into this with just the two drivers. So yeah, very intriguing to see.
Yeah, especially with some of what we were talking about earlier about how the drivers are starting. There's we know that the Kovacs crew, I think in the Porsche, are looking at doing 80-minute plus stints, so a lot longer driver stints as well. So it's obviously a lot draining on the two driver teams, that's for sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
the lead of the Kovacs entry has been doing nearly 90 minutes. Probably about 86 minutes I've seen them do. So they're really extending and going for a very long 5-stop strategy that will allow them to go shorter on fuel to the end.
Yeah, which will be great. Obviously, well, it is a race of attrition, and it is a lot of different strategies that are coming into play now. It's obviously still quite the
That is big contact.
That is huge contact there for Bolt. Not quite sure how that didn't even look like they were really kind of biffing at each other. Obviously, coming through that tight little fourth gear at the back of the straight there. That obviously
coming out of Porsche. Yeah, turn 8. I'm not too sure really what happened. Looked like they just sort of had like magnets connected to each other and just converged together. It was Naim in the 999 and Bolt's there. So we're seeing 66, and Bolt definitely came out worse. So I have to have a look at the replay, but they just seem to merge together.
Yeah, they definitely looked like they had each other's. There was definitely racing room across the track there, but I wouldn't say they didn't know each other was there. That's for sure. Here we go. Oh, the big dive down. Yeah, that looks good there. Trying for the under over. Still on the inside there. Oh, that almost looks like Naimi was trying to. He's just come across too hard there. Not quite sure what he was thinking there. It should have had a lot more room.
Yeah,
He's
I can kind of see where Name's going. Name's trying to go towards the racing line.
Yes.
Bolt's holding there. I think both drivers there need to be a lot better there. But yeah, I think Name
definitely
especially can't just like think that the car on the outside is gone after making a move like that.
Yeah, yep. Considering they, both would have been heading over towards the racing line to that left-hand side of the track. So, that's
We'll be
Is
up
he
to
given
the stewards
that-
to decide at the end of the day. I feel that's one of those ones that will go down to steward's discretion.
yes, yep, I think so. So we'll see how that one ends up playing out. So, but how are you guys been? How's the day been treating you guys there, Alexis?
Well, I mean, I've just been doing some commentary here and there. It's been
Yep.
pretty good.
Yep.
I mean, I haven't done any sort of racing for a while, and I'm away from my rig at the moment, so I won't be able to do any racing regardless. But hopefully,
Yep.
I can be back behind the cockpit of a racing car in ACC soon enough. Oh, that's close between Johnson and Webb there. Webb managing the hold on for now as Johnson backed out, but that's compromised Webb's run, and now easy as you like for Carl Johnson up the inside of Caro curve, and he's up into P19.
Yep, very
nice
decisive there.
Yeah, putting the
Yeah.
pressure on there. And I think
Yeah.
Webb's going long in his run as well. I think he's probably due for a pit stop very shortly, I think. So, yeah. Looks like also Ryan Whitmore in 23rd in the car 13 has got a drive through, as McLaughlin has a drive through as well. So a few track limits starting to creep in.
But McLaughlin's one right there was for causing a collision, so that was a big whack over the wrist by the stewards. Whitmore's was definitely for track limits, so I didn't see anything pop up for that. So, yes.
Yeah, the McLaughlin Porsche is the one we were watching that on the exit of T8 turned around the Aston Martin.
I tell you what, the stewards bring out the metal rule. It gives you a bit of a sting every now and then, doesn't it, fellas?
Oh, yes.
When you go and see them, it's something that you don't want to go and see them again. So, you've got to keep yourself in check, that's for sure.
Yep,
McLaughlin
that's it.
Going to serve that drive-through penalty there, as it looks like the 716 Pixel Racers entry has come to the pits and has changed drivers from Convoy to Weatherburn.
Yep.
There is that
And
Pixel
there's-
Racers entry.
So JC's out and Weatherburn's in, it looks like.
Yes, that would be correct. So Yoda will go for a stint, and then we'll see what happens towards the end of this race. I think JC will be in the box towards the end of this race, so Yoda might even go for 2 stints here.
So now we've got to see what Philip has got for us. Back in the car now, car 89. Obviously, Hobbsy's been driving it, and Morello, I think it's been. So now we can see if she can make some inroads and get onto the back of Lawrenson in the laundry Porsche. It's going to be interesting these last 3 hours, fellas.
There's
Sure
a
will.
pretty hefty gap between Lawrence and Bakita there. Nearly a lap. So it'll be very interesting to see how that changes over time. I see Shady Sentinels also closed the gap with Lockie Jones at the top of the field.
Yeah, he's doing
So
a good
very
job there in that
quickly
Aston,
on
isn't
the-
he?
On the Gnome incident, Gnome's picked up a 10-second stop-go for the collision that we saw earlier.
Yes.
I think we were
Yes.
thinking that something like that might happen, but obviously, as we
Yep.
said, we'll leave that to the stewards.
Yes, that's it.
I think that was the metal ruler with spikes on it.
Yes. Yeah, especially being a stop go, I thought maybe a 15 or a 20-second time penalty at the next pits, but yeah, that's definitely the metal ruler out on that one.
Indeed.
Yes, but no, it's definitely been a solid race. Definitely different weather conditions to Monza, that's for sure. Outside of a couple of little puffy clouds, it hasn't even batted the eyelid. The old sunshine been very nice and consistent, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, and that's what we were talking about earlier about this lowering sun now, Alexis,
Yeah.
as well. And obviously on the chat, Lupardi said, the sun glare on the last turn is horrible at this time of the day, so it's only going to get worse
Yeah.
for some of these drivers.
Yeah, that's it. and especially that 5 hours in, and you get all the dust and the muck and all that comes up on the screen, and it just it really flares it out a lot as you come around that last corner onto the front straights. Is an absolute killer, and it's only going to get worse over the next kind of half, 3/4 of an hour too, as the sun gets right down on that horizon. So
strains your eyes and your GPU.
Yeah, that's it. The old
Vegan Herbert's looking very ominous on the back of Death and Darth here.
Yes. Nice.
Sitting on P9 in the pit by for entry. They received a 15-second penalty at the start of this race after Mia Rose made contact with Paul Britt from Laundry House. But they sort of settled into some kind of rhythm. They, just on the back of Death at the moment, who equally has been in the wars with contact earlier with Taylor, who I will say that number 17 entry is made up some good ground again up into P7. Last I remember they were, or when I was last in the box, they were down in P12, so they're doing a pretty reasonable job at fighting back. As Bakita, she settled on with it, a 33.5 fastest lap if you don't mind.
Yeah, it didn't take a long. And as we've seen these conditions now, it's really working in that. It's a bit cooler in temperature. Cars start lapping that little bit faster, and she's just come out of the pits as well a little while ago, so obviously in that zone.
Nice fresh tyres, and it's like, all right, let's see how we can go with this one. Hello, time clock. That's so. I hate that last corner when you go trying to go too wide through there. That's never a good sign.
That's taken a leaf out of Carl Johnson's book from the move just a couple of laps earlier.
That's it.
By Regan Herbert. Death just making a slight error going into Cairo Curve, and Herbert was able to capitalise after piling pressure on through 12 and 13.
Yes, it's keeping that pressure on. That's exactly what it is there, Alexis. It's not so much that you are really any quicker or that much quicker. It's just being able to be in that right position at the right time to capitalise on. And unfortunately for these guys, it's not even like a major mistake. It's only just a slightly slower turn in or a later turn in, or missing your braking marker by a metre, and being at the just in behind, having that pressure there. It's being able to capitalise on those tiny little errors. But as we see here, Herbert is, I was going to say, going to struggle through these last the back hairpin there with these with the back markers there, whether or not Death is going to be able to capitalise on that as well. But fortunately for Herbert, he's managed to keep that lap traffic in between, so making a huge gap in between there now.
Yeah, and I mean, all that pressure was manifested from the McLaren of Regan Herbert trying to stick the nose up the inside 12 and 13. It put Death off when she got to the braking zone for 14. And as you said, one little mistake can cost you a lot when you've got a car right behind you.
That's it.
And it'll be interesting to see how Bakita goes on her pace throughout this stint. She showed great pace in the opening stint of this race when she started. However, the BMW's tyre wear came back to bite her. However, we are getting later in the day. The track temperature has cooled down to 20 degrees Celsius, so it's matching what the ambient is, which means that there won't be as much strain on the tyres of any of these cars. So that might allow Bakita to just push a little bit more in her wheelhouse.
Yeah, I know for us, we're running
pushing.
Yep, definitely not holding back at all there. I know we are running the BMW as well, and just in some of the practice sessions that we had, really found it hard to try and push kind of past or into the 80-minute mark. You just couldn't get the tyre life out of them. It was really kind of struggled once you got past about that 70 minutes. So it'll be very interesting to see kind of how the BMW plays there. for her up against, a couple of the Porsches that are, as you're saying earlier, trying to push out to that 80, 90 minute mark. Obviously being able to hold a bit of extra tyre life, so see how they go.
The same as you, Brad, in the car 16 in the BMW, about 70 minutes is what we're sort of doing on the tyres. So after that, you do start finding you're losing a bit of lap time, sliding a little bit more. But yeah, if you can manage it, obviously, you can probably try and squeeze a little bit more out of it.
Yeah.
Nikita is also running no TC the last I remember, so that would also be putting a fair bit of strain on the tyres too, but she's got the skill level for that.
Yeah, that's it. Someone of that caliber, TC or no TC, a lot of that comes down to the right foot, I think, more than anything.
Yes,
being able to control that. There she goes again.
Last lap. She's setting 33.4s like it's just your average Sunday.
Yes.
Well, that's it, and as the photographers normally call this the happy hour. With the sun, she's having it out there as well on these quick laps as well. So. Well done to that team, car 89.
Absolutely. Definitely one of the more well-oiled machines out there, and right now Philbrook's showing just that, trying to put as much pressure onto the Porsches in front as possible. Of course, they'll be doing a slightly different stopping strategy. Not sure how different it will be for the 992 car, because earlier on they did have a few early stops, but definitely for the 191. The 191 car will be going for 5 stops. Absolutely. It's just how long they end up pushing these final few stints, because they're not really short on time.
Oh, another one
getting out of the way there for Peter. Definitely wanted the spots to let the driver go through, but either way, Bakita will be happy. She's got a bit more free air to work with.
Yes.
The most mini map. Sorry, Brad.
No.
Looks like Jones in the 165 is here. Jones has just come in, so drive exchange there. Wonder who's going to jump in. Whether I have a feeling it'll be. How long has Jones been in the car for?
He's been in it for as long as I've been in the broadcast booth, I think. So I got in there about 2 o'clock, so at least...
Could very well be Bob now jumping in then. Have a look, because, Keys did a double stint to start off this race. So, if anyone will jump in, it would be Bob now.
Yeah, so I think they're doing 75 to 80 minute stints for sure as well.
Yeah.
No, Dustin.
They're trying their best to extend it out to the 5 stop, but 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. It would be quite tight for them. I feel they'd almost need to do a splash and dash, and there you go. Sean Bub now is into the car.
Yeah, well picked up there, Alexis.
Yes. Yep.
Man on the pulse all the time.
And this will be interesting to see for Bub now where he's going to come out in relation to Bakita as well. Whether she's... How far back's Bakita there? I can't quite tell from that track map either.
Bakita is just ahead of Samuel on track. So, it'll be a fair way back, but Bakita's got a lot of pace there. Not entirely sure what Bubnow's pace is in the Aston Martin, but that car has looked very, very quick all day.
Yes,
Husky was doing 135 flats typically in his previous stint.
That's not too bad, although with Bakita's pace, should be gaining quite quick.
Yes, I think at a constant 135, it's certainly not a bad effort. But
got a battle here between Herbert and Taylor. Taylor holding the inside, going into Tremonto curve, and now Herbert's going to try and get the exit, but against the straight line speed of the Mustang, not going to happen. So I have a feeling that Taylor will be able to stay ahead for now, but Herbert is on one heck of a charge.
Yes, he's been showing some very, very, very fast pace. Here we go. Up the inside. Is he going to come in? No, going to give it to him. That was a great under brakes effort there from Herbert, and well played there as well by Taylor. Obviously seen that one coming through, and and knowing that didn't want to over battle that one and end up out off the track as well. So very well played there by Herbert, just coming in. Obviously get real good balance there coming in for the braking points. So that's very good job there. Very great job. Textbook overtake, I would say. As they look like they're coming up on one of the other Mustang there, being a lap car down. So hopefully not going to hold everything up too much.
Get out of the way on this straight, and yes, is
there we go.
Lifting off that, so allows Herbert to the inside as Phil Bukita into the 33 threes, if you don't mind. But telling thing here, John has stated that every car in the top 4 now has 2 pit stops to go. So Bub now in the 165 and Bukita in the 89. Those teams are having to do 1 extra stop compared to the 191 and 992 Porsches that are currently leading this race, and they currently lead this race by quite a distance.
Yeah, but their tyres as well they've been managing their tyres really well, the 2 Porsches as well. Well, Lawrence actually was the last of the Porsches to pit, so he's in a good position at the moment as well. The ability to push that a little bit harder in the car 992. But yeah, obviously Bub know, as we know, is the driver with the freshest of tyres, and see what he can do in P3.
It's a lot to gain. I mean, they still have 2 hours and 47 minutes to do so, but they'd have to be putting in lap after lap after lap to make up that deficit from the extra pit stop, because it is a rather long pit lane here. Like, it's looks short, but you have such a long pit exit that you end up losing quite a bit of time doing this stop. Like, you lose nearly a lap from an extra stop. So these 2 teams are having to make up 1 extra lap.
But as we know, all the variables in endurance racing, we've got a big grid out there, 40 plus cars as the sun's setting into the dark as well. So, they got to be on their toes. Fatigue will be a talking point. As we said earlier, there's some of these teams opting for just 2 drives over the standard 3. So will that start to be a telling factor as well later in this race?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I think coming into the back end, Neil, is when you're only running your 2 guys. Like, I know that it's great that you might have 2 really quick drivers, but if you're sitting there focused, like you really can't go anywhere else, because you need to be able to, spot for your teammate. You might be able to get a couple of minutes break with you just mentally. But I think for a couple of the top teams that might be running 2, they might do all right. But I think a few of the guys kind of possibly mid-pack that might only be running 2, more so not out of wanting to run 2, but having guys that are being able to not make it. I think it's those guys are probably, you'll find, might struggle a bit more for sure. I think it'll be very hard.
Well, interesting to note that out of the top 4 teams, the only team that has just the 2 drivers partaking in this one is the 191 with JP Sneakers and Shady Samuel. John Sneakers would have also been racing had there not been a storm overnight that took out the internet. I'm not sure whether he's jumped in or not, but he has. Okay.
Of commentary, that is.
Yeah. Jumped in the comms box. Couldn't quite get the rig up and running though. Good thing with mobile internet sometimes, isn't it? Can't quite run a race, but you can definitely help out in the comms.
Yeah. So they'll be stuck with just 2. So I think fatigue could come into play for them. But the other 3 teams in the top 4, the 992, 165, and 89, I've seen 3 different drivers in each of those cars.
Yep. Each of them, yes.
We have a couple of battles developing further down the field for the position here with a P14 and P16 and P21. So battle is on everywhere. I don't know where to look.
Yeah, little battles everywhere.
Good old Scani's trying to hold on to position 21 by the looks of things there in the Nissan. That'll be getting Cameron a little bit excited. Seen the Nissan for a while.
Chalmers looks like he's got a lot of pace over the Nissan of Scani, but the drive that Nissan gets out of these corners is going to make it very difficult for the number 19 to achieve. We'll have to see what happens. It is a stunning Valvoline livery on that Robots Racing blue car, though, I will admit, although the driver in front of Scani in the 474 also has an equally beautiful livery, but then again, it's the Pixel Racers livery that we all know and love.
The great big back of that GTR, it's like trying to get around the Great Wall of Japan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
That is.
Out of these slow corners, the Nissan can just really show its best, really. I mean, I've driven the Nissan around here a few times, and yeah, defending in the Nissan's actually not too bad, just because of how much power you're able to get out of some of these corners. You just have to have the confidence to carry the speed through them, so you're not getting down on the brakes. As you can see there, might just be getting held up a touch here is Scani by the blue flag, and Chalmers nearly into the back of him, probably nearly out of go even, but has to hold for now, and you can see, especially with the dirty air, that Chalmers just isn't quite able to get close enough.
And even the BMW is certainly no slouch when it gets the power down as well, but as soon as you put it up against the GTR, I don't think anything's going to try and match it for that power down straight line speed. Mustang's probably the closest, but I still don't even think that it's quite got that exit corner power down speed compared to the GTR. It's just such that's definitely its strong point.
At lower revs, the GTR's turbo just absolutely flies. Once you get to the higher revs, it can start to plateau a little bit, but around here there aren't really too many straights low enough, apart from the not so straight part in the middle, towards the end of the middle sector, that the Nissan really has to deal with. So it tends to do reasonably well around here.
Great bit of kit, that. Great bit of kit. Just look at it as it's just pulling away. It's just... That's definitely letting the faster cars through there. The blue car there, I don't know if that was on purpose or not. I'm hoping that was on purpose.
There you go. And further updates for the front. The 165 will be doing a singular tyre stop and then a splash to the end. So I'd say Lucas Keys may be the one jumping into the car next. As Scani lets the team car go through, there'll be Yoda in the Pixel Racers car, and you've got Scani here in the Polygon Racers car.
Yeah, presented really well out on track, the Pixel Racer, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Nice little photo up there.
Definitely.
It's very cool.
The little differences between the liveries on the Mustang and the Nissan, but either way, both of them look absolutely stunning. And now, look at how close Chalmers has gotten after Scani's letting through the team car, but again, on the acceleration, that Nissan just flies.
Am I sensing a little bit of bias there?
Well,
yeah, I was just going to say, Les there has been let off the hook there as McLaughlin's come in for his scheduled stop, so they will run in very close together. Up in position 14.
Yes. We'll see how where that ends up pulling him out in relation to these two guys here. I reckon he'll be very, very close as he runs a bit wide there. Scani, unfortunately, for Chalmers, not quite able to capitalise, but he's all over the back of him.
But yeah, it was just that little bit wide on the exit. Just had to hesitate getting on the throttle. Chalmers had a sniff, but Scani positioned the car just about well enough.
Yeah,
It's going to be close, fellas, with McLaughlin. He's out on that pit lane, but these guys are coming through with nice warm tyres, racy. Look at this. There's a lot going on in front of them.
Just ahead. You can see the blue Porsche just up ahead of these two.
So he's got at least a little bit of a breather. He's got himself a couple of cars. There you go. One car in the middle between the three of them. But wow, that's going to be an awesome little battle there for the top end of the 20s or the bottom end of the 20s, depending on which way you want to look at it. But yeah, there's battles going on up and down the field, which is awesome to see. Awesome to see that there's still so much going on, even almost 5.5 hours in, that you can have these guys that, depending on strategy, strategies change, fuel usage changes, tyres change, still have so many guys after this amount of time that are really battling is just so great to see.
It sure is.
Absolutely.
And I think that car 500 of the Porsche as well, I think they got caught up in a little bit of incident earlier as well, about 30 minutes or so ago. So, doing a good job just to be in front of these guys and seeing if he can try and pull away now with these fresh tyres.
Farmer's got held up there by a blue flag car and has dropped about a second further back from the back of Scani. In fact, 2 seconds. Wow. So he's gotten really, screwed over there by the blue flag. Blue flag just seemed to have a dive for some reason going into Carro Curve after letting Chalmers go through. So that was quite questionable. And now there's another back there, in fact.
I was going to say it almost looked like Bakita coming up in the middle of that
is
pack there
Bakita
coming
through.
Yeah, so I think he's had to let her through as well, under respect as well, because she's obviously blue flag. But but it also can get you out, can't it, guys? When you get held up a bit with a blue flag, it can take you a little bit to regroup again. It throws you out.
Yep. I know I had
Chalmers on the throttle there got quite loose as Petty Bridge now as he drives through for track limits by the looks of things.
Oh no.
Another one. Yep, unfortunate. They're just going to keep trickling through, I think.
That's when we need that little song, don't we, Brad? Another one bites dust. That's what we need to do. Just that little, just the drum. You just need that little bit of intro.
That's all you need.
Yeah, exactly.
Then, you'd almost have the whole song done by now, I reckon, with the track limit drive-throughs.
I think you're right there.
But it's definitely the track for it. Like there's out of a lot of them, it's so easy to do because everything just flows so well. You just go, I reckon I can just take an extra half a tyre width, and then no, you come in, or you just get on the gas just a little bit earlier. And then pushes you wide, half a tyre. There it goes again. So I think unfortunately out of our car, I'm the only one that I ended up with the drive-through for us, unfortunately, and was the only one over a couple of the stints that I did that I ended up. I think I had about not quite 2.5 hours behind the wheel, and fortunately for me, I only ended up with four track limits, and a couple of those were actually trying to being as a blue flag, letting guys past, and when you just get off your racing line and you try and be nice, and you just do it in the wrong spots, and it unfortunately sometimes comes back to bite you, but
especially at this little part here, racing. Brad, where I think we're watching that here, just this corner here, if you run wide there and let the blue cars through, it gets you. This one here as well.
Unfortunately, you guys would probably know the car that I'm driving, because two of the other drivers, unfortunately, through either overtaking or blue flags, did happen to get a spin, the spin around there through that corner just before the hairpin, being in the 333 BMW. Unfortunately, not necessarily in the limelight for the right reasons, but very, very tricky through that last little section there, trying to keep yourself far enough on the track to not get a track limit, but then trying to let other cars pass it out quicker. They're quite tricky around that back little section there. Very tricky.
Yeah.
But
You make a good point, Brad, though. I mean, you need to be so precise to take advantage of the flexible track limits at this track. As soon as you get in traffic, like either dirty air behind a car or your sighting of the next apex is blocked or something like that, that's when you're in a real danger of falling out of your rhythm and just tipping a wheel over that limit.
Oh, it is. That's it exactly. It's frustrating, isn't it, Scott? It's just those times when you can't quite see. And there we go. As we're talking there, Scani's just overcooked it on the brakes. Although we've got Chalmers has got the inside run here. How's he going to be able to hold it there?
Yeah.
Scani's just pushed that little bit too wide there. Talking about track limits, hopefully that wasn't one for him there. But that's a long time coming. That one there, long time coming.
Well, while we were watching with Makita before, both Scani and Chalmers got past Circolini. It looked like Scani managed to make the move down the back straight after Circolini let Bab go through a lap or a few laps ahead of Circolini. So now Circolini's back on the rear of Scani, who might just be starting to struggle a bit on those tyres.
Yeah, I think you could be right there. Yeah.
Oh, look at how deep he's only going on the brakes. I mean, he pulled it up there, but yeah, just something about the language of that car at the moment doesn't look settled.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure when they came in for their last pits, when Scani's come out onto the car, into the car for this time round. But I know when you get that kind of halfway through a stint, they just start feeling squirmy before they kind of settle back in with the lightened fuel load. So whether he's kind of just struggling, trying to find the balance there a little bit. Between that and honestly, we've dropped another degree in the air temperature, track temperature as well. So also, that plays into it. For us, when we were coming in, it was just on 21, coming into 20 degrees. They're at around that three hours to go mark. And you look at it now, there's another degree gone. The tyre pressures can play into that quite a lot too now, if he's hasn't quite adjusted them properly. But you can see there as the Porsche's coming up as well. He's got the power down there, Scani does, but he's definitely, as you're saying, he's definitely not seeming to be in quite as good a groove as he was there kind of 10-15 minutes ago either. Unfortunately, the Porsche's all over him.
Yeah, well, Damiano's got fresh tyres on there, as well as maybe have a look into turn 4. Does show the nose, but can't make the dive there. But yeah, I think Scani's tyres are just going through that middle stint phase where they're just not quite firing at all cylinders for him. Whereas, as I said, Turcolini is on fresher tyres after McLaughlin came into the pits about 5 to 10 minutes ago.
Alcuin points out in exactly.
Deep, a little bit deep there, but exit speed again. That Nissan will come in handy, but into this braking zone, the Porsche will be a lot better. Look at how much the Nissan just runs away from the Porsche.
So just getting information through that Scani's 72 minutes he's been on those tyres, so they are well and truly second hand by now.
And as you said too, Brad, you came in at 3 p.m. with it going to 21, 20 degrees. So he's been out there probably when the temperature was 22. So there's a good 3 degrees difference there probably for those tyres. And, you might find that, they might be starting to get under pressure now maybe. And he's doing a tremendous job though, isn't he, fellas? I think he's be coming in very shortly. But they might be sticking to their number to try and just get one more stop.
Yeah, that's it. I was thinking the same thing there, Neil. I'm like, I reckon if he's 72 odd minutes into it now, it would be definitely playing the numbers game, I reckon, right now. is holding on. Oh, there we go. As Turcolini's, I was going to say he's going to have the run down the inside there into turn 4, but obviously not quite getting the power down well enough. So he's clearly playing the numbers games.
I mean, at this point, if he came in now, he could do same length stints to the end of this race. Two stops to the end is all that the Polygon Races team can do, because if they've already been out there for 72, 70 or 75 minutes now, it should be.
Yeah.
They will only be able to go on for another 5 to 10 minutes at most.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe that's what he's trying, I think, Alexa. So when he does stop, he's only got that one more to do. So yeah, do 70-minute stints if you can for the last two goes.
Yeah. That would be what I'd think they're doing. It all just depends on how well the Nissan saves its fuel, because I know when I drove it, it was not great on fuel, and given that it has such a grunt down the straight, I wouldn't think it's still great on fuel. So he'll probably be in very, very soon. As he comes, Damiano up the inside of the final corner, and that is...
Sticks.
No, not quite. I don't think. Here comes the Nissan once again, around the outside, going into that one, and look at the straight line speed. But on the brakes, the Porsche will be a lot better. And there you go.
Is he going to close the door? Is he going to close the door? Oh, and then Whitmore's gone around as well.
Yeah, that's right. He's had a blue flag to deal with as well.
That's not Whitmore.
Oh, that was not. Oh, sorry. No, that's Sonic.
That'll be Page in the Pepper Pig car, or Shady Steele, or whoever's in that at the moment.
Yes, Shady's in there at the moment. So that certainly was spicing things up as well. Oh, here I was thinking that was there.
Look at him again. This is Scani again on the outside of Turcolini. He won't be able to do it. Turcolini's been put under a lot of pressure by Scani, who's just trying anything he possibly can. But I don't think it's going to be enough. He's going to need to come into the pits very, very soon.
Yes.
What this is doing is it is just keeping Turcolini on his toes, but now Turcolini is clear.
Yeah, exactly, having that bit of fresh air.
It's always funny. We're talking about maybe a pit stop, and if he was trying to get in that previous lap, he couldn't because he had that Porsche right down the inside on pit entry.
It'd be unfortunate if that was his last lap of fuel. Fortunately for him, he's obviously had another one in there. But,
well, Alexis, you mentioned about the fuel. Obviously he's going to extend this out. Looks like to close to 80 minutes. So the Nissan is doing pretty good on the fuel run. So yeah,
I think he's dived in. No, he stayed out. So he's going to go 80 minutes, which is very, very good in the Nissan.
So
they've done 2 85 minutes just before this, which in the Nissan would require a lot of fuel saving, I'd feel. But yeah, get it to 85, then they'd only need to do 70 minutes to the end. Pretty easy.
Yeah, they could probably push it then, can't they? Like if they have been conserving a little bit, at least they can unleash the Nissan and try and pick up those vital positions near the end of this race.
It's just about the tyre wear, because given how big that Nissan is, it would not be great on its tyres even in these sorts of conditions.
I'm going to drop out of the comms booth, folks. Keep up the good work, and
no worries.
Maybe I'll be back if needed. See ya.
Awesome job, Scott. Thanks, mate. Yeah, I think as we're talking strategy there, I think if you're pushing 85-minute stints to try and make your last stint, that's 70 minutes, or if you can push it out as far as you can, if you can increase the freshness of your tyres for that last stint, you're running slightly less fuel load as well, so you're not having to put as much pressure on the tyres in the first half of your stint, because you're obviously running 20 minutes, 15 minutes less fuel needed, so that's not having to push all that around in your car as well. That certainly will help the tyre life out to the back end. So yep, I definitely wouldn't discount the Nissan there of Scani there in that last session. I think they will definitely be fighting very hard to get back into the into the top teen section? For
Yeah.
sure.
I think so. You know, that'll be their aim. You know, to try and squeeze that little bit more out of it, and anything above 18 or so will be a bonus for those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else got the timing charts to see the few little battles going on further down the field that we don't normally quite get a chance to have the little peep show off, because these guys just are a league of their own. It's absolutely awesome to watch these guys as they just do it so easily, I find.
I think Abby might be catching up to the back of Jacob Weatherburn very, very shortly with the slightly fresh tyres and what the Pixel Races entry has. That's 1.5 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, gotcha.
JC's pointing out 30, 31, 32 of a bit of a battle going on.
Yeah, and Paquita's still got that fastest lap. She settled down a little bit as she took the edge out of those tyres, but still in 4th position. And did we say she's on the same lap now as Bub now? I think she is.
Yeah, 21 seconds. That's been the gap for a couple laps now, so it's
21.
definitely heated out. As we'll see here, Jacob will let Babby through very soon. JC's just mentioned that they're going to let them through. They're not really battling them at the moment. They're focusing on their own race. As Scani now finally does come into the pit. So we'll have, just over 70 minutes to do per stint from here, that team.
Yeah, I reckon they'll almost try and see if they can push another 85, and then that'll take it back to about 65 minutes then. Oh, probably even under 80 minutes from here.
60.
About 60 minutes.
It'd be like a split red sprint. There you go.
I was going to say, you could you almost call that a splash and dash for a 55 minute stint after an 8-hour race?
I don't think it would quite be a splash and dash. Splash and dash means that you wouldn't be changing your tyres, and I don't think they'd want to do 2 hours and 20 minutes on the one tyre.
No, that's for sure.
So we've got, as I said, 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, and things have settled in pretty nicely. And, got more word from JC. Yoda has said a few expletives and has said, not going to make Babby work for it. So we do actually have a battle here for P7.
There you go, spicing a few things up here.
Absolutely.
Mustang
Have
versus Porsche, what's going to happen here? Babby wants it, he's going to have to do it on the brake, so he's got to go for an aggressive overtake. And, well, I mean, Babby can certainly do them, but it's just a matter of whether he can get the exit speed compared to the Mustang, because that Mustang is speedy.
It is speedy, but we have seen the Porsche being able to hang on the back of some of the speedy cars down the straights, and it has been good down in the twisty parts, the later half of this lap, and also the opening part of the lap. So we have seen the Porsches making some really good moves throughout this race. So they are strong under brakes, we know that, and the big Mustang may be a bit vulnerable, as you can see just here how bad is being able to place that Porsche in a nice position, and under brakes closes right up.
I think it all depends on what happens here with the fuel and the fuel map that Bab is running, because they have been trying to extend out the stints in the Porsche a little bit.
It's always a great shot, this one, isn't it? Come have and look at the back of the cars.
It really gives you a good view on the attitude of the cars too. You can really tell how the balance is. You can see how they're going as they're under brakes and as they're accelerating mid-corner. You can really get a good grasp from this view, especially how the car behind is really kind of driving. It's beautiful. So good to watch.
Yeah, the rotating through the corners as well. You know, you can see the Porsche seems to be fairly stable, and looking just beyond that, you see the car thing might have been BMW a bit wiggly through the corners. So yeah, it's a great shot.
Maybe just having to weave a little bit there. He's struggling a bit with the tyre temps. Maybe just getting a little bit low in these conditions. Or is he trying to really scare Weatherburn here, just letting him know that he's there?
Still there.
I think it might be the former, to be honest, Alex. Alexis, I think you got it right. I think maybe he's just trying to generate that little bit of heat, maybe in the tyres.
I think the understeer there at the second to last corner makes that apparent, because he ran off. That'll be a track limits warning. I think they may have slightly under pressured the tyres at the 161 and at the 161 team. That is Bin Chicken Racing, of course.
I love that name. Bin Chicken.
But do you love the livery as well, the Bluey inspired livery?
I do like a Bluey. You know, my kid is sort of outgrown Bluey now, but it's still a favourite around here in the Haynes household. That's for sure.
Always. Yep. You're never too old for Bluey.
That's it.
Not too sure about the Peppa Pig cars up in front though. You know, like that's probably a little bit beyond us now.
Babby's still having to work for it, and honestly, I think Yoda's call to make him work for it may actually pay off here, because we've just seen the signs that they might be struggling on those tyres, and maybe don't quite have the pace that JC originally thought. So it could potentially be a good move here from Pixel Racers.
Oh, most definitely. Like, imagine if he did make it easy and let him through, and now he'd be, basically at the back, and maybe costing him some time or who knows what. But he's holding his own, Weatherman, that's for sure. So it's great to see Jacob holding strong.
Well, the gap between themselves and Taylor is holding, and that's 10.5 seconds. So still not out of it for E6 here yet. Here's and JC, but of course the 161 car behind should only need one more stop. I'm not too sure whether this team need one stop and a smash and dash, or two stops, or what yet.
It's 10 minutes till 8 in game time too, so yeah, she's getting that very late feel now. It's a good time to also thanks Permobil too, the naming rights sponsors for these endurance series. Without their help, they do a tremendous job, obviously, for everyone involved, and accessible equipment for people in chairs as well to sim race. So it's a big thank you to what they do for the community. And it's my time now to welcome John back into the commentary booth after having a little break, and it's my time to say goodbye, fellas. It's been an absolute pleasure as always to be in the commentary box with you guys, and look forward to the next time we meet.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Neil.
We have just seen Babby get past Weatherburn there, so they've just got the tyres into a working window again. So you just... thank you, Neil, for your commentary there. Just saw that at the end, and welcome back into the booth, John. How are you?
I'm very well, Alexis. Hey, Brad. How you guys doing?
Yeah, good, John. How's it travelling on your side of things, mate?
All good, mate. Was just had to go lend my brains to the purple car so that they don't screw up the strategy. And now that it's been made very clear to them that they have to win the race, I feel confident to come back in.
Fantastic, mate. Fantastic. Good to see you. And I must say, between Peach and Shady, mate, they have definitely put all the weight on their shoulders, mate. That they've been doing a great job out in front there. Really done well. So obviously the brains of yourself, mate, getting all these strategies up and running, mate, has worked wonders.
Yeah, it was me that came up with switching one of the engine maps, so I'll take full credit for that. As we see Babsy getting past that's the replay of him getting past Yoda. that's very good for their race because I think they were being held up a little bit there.
Yes, it was
Yeah,
just a matter of time, I think.
Yeah, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to overtake, and in that instance, Wellerburn just a little bit wide on the exit of turn 13, and that allowed Babby to have just that enough of a sniff that he needed to dive up the inside of 14 and make the move stick. And Yoda in that instance made it easy for him. He didn't want to fight it too hard. They've got their own battle here, so they'll just carry on as usual. But yeah, out front, the 191 car have been doing an excellent job. You've got Laundry House, though, catching up by a fair bit. That gap has been coming down ever so slightly each lap, and given that all 4 teams in the top 4 have to do one more stop, and the gaps between Bob now and Bakita...
Two more, mate.
Two more, yes.
2.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself there. Yeah, given that all the teams in the top 5 have to do 2 more stops, you would suggest that, yeah, unless anything bad happens, it would be the 2 Porsches with 191, 992 fighting it out for this win.
So, yeah, the situation is that we have 2 stops left, which will be very soon, our first of the 2. So we have 2 slightly longer stints, where the 992 will have either 1 long, 1 short, or 2 shorter stints than us. And then don't discount the 165, because from what I understand, they're going to try and put Lucas in the car next and do a 1 full stop and 1 fuel only stop, because they're just outside that 5-stopper window. So they'll be brought back into it, and then you always have, Philippa Bakita. As soon as she's on the track, you can never discount her.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the 89 won't be able to do a splash and dash much like the 165 are able to. But yeah, it's hard to really say at this stage, but I think, the favourites out of the top 4 are the 2 Porsches leading the way for now.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
They
have to put Matt Lamb is probably going to be doing the last stints too as well. So that's a daunting proposition for the 191 to keep them behind.
Yes.
You'll have Paige jumping in next, so you should be fine.
Yeah, he'll be doing.
No, sorry. I was waiting for someone to say something positive because I didn't want to jump into negative right away. But if no one else is, yeah, sure. Yeah, he's a guy.
That's it.
I was hoping that will be the responses I would get.
As with all great JP races, he's got a massive migraine, and Shady has a IRL stint timer placed in for a kid's birthday party. So, right. Shady's going to be. Ooh, as Yoda almost got into the back of that car there. So Shady's going to be doing the next stint, and then as soon as his wife knocks on the door, that's when his stint's finished, and JP takes over for the last one.
Yep.
Right. So essentially, when you stop is all dependent on when Shady stop.
Yes, exactly. It's become a thing in our car because when we did our first enduro together, Shady's wife was about to give birth. So we were kind of like, we were just waiting for the call as we see Shady coming into the pits now.
So he'll stay in the car and do another stint. How long that will be, we have no idea.
Oh, I can just tell you, it will be 1 hour and 5 minutes. So, yeah.
We're meant to keep things secretive and elusive.
Oh, I have no idea. Sorry, I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, hang on. This is Wellerburn up the inside of that.
Almost.
Can he get the exit speed here? No, won't be able to with the Porsche on the brakes, but Babby hasn't gotten away as quickly as you may have expected, so the pace of these 2 cars is much more similar than you once thought. Well, I think Bab might just have that edge over Wellerburn at this stage.
I think Weatherburn, they would be coming to the end of their stint now, right? And Bab should still be able to run a little bit longer.
Yes.
So
I think Bab might be able to get to the end on one more stop if they extend it out as much as humanly possible.
All right, fair. That would be very interesting. There's really been besides that little boo-boo with the DT, they've been driving a great race.
Absolutely, yeah. Bin Chicken Racing has been pretty consistently around where they need to be, and yeah, found very solid pace through their drivers throughout the day.
I know you want us to curse this car, Glenn, but I'm trying not to. I'm trying.
Well, we can talk about this Pixel Races car for a little bit longer because JC has mentioned, yeah, they have 2 more stops, 12 laps in this one is short of the last stint.
They are doing very good though. Both of these guys is putting up a great battle with each other. Definitely no room for error on either behalf here.
And I think it's for me it's very encouraging to see them adopting the strategy where if nothing goes wrong, then you actually have a good race. So very encouraging to see.
Yeah.
Usually, if you're not shown on camera, then you're usually having a solid race. That's usually what I've heard. But unfortunately for Weatherburn and JC, they're being shown on camera all the time. So
Yeah, it's closest kind of battle that's going on there at the moment. That's the main reason. So if you want a bit of camera action, make sure that you're in on the real action.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at that. Bakita she is in a class of her own, and but they still a stop behind. They still need to stop twice. So yeah, it's been a massive fight back already from her. I think she's closed, from what I've seen, like almost 25 seconds on P3 over her. So yeah, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending who you root for, it's just hashtag pip things, I guess.
Match found.
So I'm not having a stroke. Okay. Yeah, right. Fair.
Sorry, intro to the channel.
Match found was that sounds like Mull coming back onto the the comms box and at the stat
got Jaden Rondinella in,
but also fresh on the mic for the first time. We do have Jaden Rondinella, so great to see some fresh voices being able to get on here, as well as a few that have been around for a while as well. So great to have an extra couple of guys come in onto the into the comms box as we're getting very much to the pointy end of the field the last couple of hours. But Jaden, how's the race been for you going, mate?
Well, not bad at all. Not bad at all. Currently running in 14th with Jay Sweeney leading the amateur pack, which I'm absolutely loving at the moment. Not the best livery on the track at all, but we got to do what you got to do with it.
Mate, no. There's so much wrong with you, Loopty, and I was a fan of you, Loopty, until I saw this livery.
I will not take the blame for that one.
That's it.
No, but we've had a pretty good race. No issues there. I'll probably be jumping in for the final stint later on tonight.
Yeah, very good. So obviously there with Sweeney at the moment, mate. He's travelling well. Nothing to complain about.
Except for the sun glare at that last turn, he's having a great time.
That's brilliant, mate. Very, very good.
How are you, Sean?
I'm well, rested, ready to go for the final push to the flag. So, have I missed much? Give us the TLDR.
Oh,
Racing.
not too much, mate. It's getting to the towards the pointy end of the race. It's almost the last little bit of the grind. There's a couple of good battles going on, kind of the top end of the top 10 and the bottom of the 20s. been a couple of good close little battles there, but it's really kind of the last bit of the grind before all the gloves come off, and that last 90 minutes to hour, and then that's when it's really game on. So she's just been grinding away at the moment, mate.
Yeah, it looks that way. Sort of top end of town looks similar to when I left. And yeah, that mid-pack battle between Bab, Weatherburn, Johnson, that's sort of kicking off as well. So
yeah,
looking forward to this. Trent just asked, actually, which team is the pick to take out at this point? Oh, yeah. Put numbers in a bag, shake it up and pull a number out, because that's pretty much how it is at the moment.
My money would be on one of the two Porsches that are in the top four, be it the 992 Laundry House or the 191 Kovacs Purple. Kovacs Purple only have the one stop left. The other three teams in the top four have two stops. But yeah, the Porsches are leading the way in terms of where they should be on track at this stage, but can't really rule out the 165 with their potential one stop and splash and dash to the end. As you can see, now Lawrenson in the 992 is in the pit, so that gives Sean Bubb now on the 165 the lead of this race at the moment.
Well, I did
luckily for 191, they're only putting in Matt Lamb, so, you know.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's all. So we'll see. Hopefully he has some sort of basketball-related injury or something. Otherwise, JP is going to be sweating this one at the end.
Which
I did pick Laundry House at the start of the day, so see if that plays out.
See how that plays out. Yeah, yep. But how good is that after what will be, 6 now, 7, 8 hours, that the top 2, 3, 4 cars are all going to be within 10, 20 seconds of each other after 8 hours of racing. Well, the way that the ship's sailing at the moment is absolutely fantastic. Different strategies, different cars. It's truly what racing is all about, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's great to see it. It's different makes as well, and yeah, it's just awesome. And Misano's done it again. It seems to produce some absolute ripping enduros. I don't know what it is about this track, but it just produces great results. And I think removing the stint timers and all that as well has just opened up the strategy even further. So cars with good fuel use and that come into play. Cars with maybe not so good fuel use but are quicker, sort of having their advantages as well. So it's good for the brains and the boffins that like strategy, unlike me who just gets in the car and bloody drives. But I tell you, trying to work this out though, it's still not easy. We're looking at Bakita at the moment, who's pretty quick out there, standard Philippa things. So I wonder sort of what their drivers' stints look like once they bring it home.
It definitely does help that, at least from what I've seen on the track today, the blue flags have done very well to get out of the way. Maybe one or two not doing the best at it, but I've had no real issues with blue flags today, which I think has helped the racing a lot.
Well, I'll take that as a hats off compliment to myself, mate, because I've seen probably almost more blue flags than most. So that's good. Good to know that most of us back runners are trying our best to get out of the way to keep all those battles really going. So, but speaking of boys, lads, I'll just about to go back and do a bit of spotting for my own team, so I will see you guys around. If you happen to see the 333 BMW as all these high-flying cars go flying past, give us a wave and we'll see you at the end.
Absolutely.
Good luck, mate.
Have a good run.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. You've been excellent in the comms box, and we wish you the best of luck for the rest of this race.
Cheers. Thanks, fellas. Thanks, Alexis. Bye.
So we've got less than 2 hours to go in this one. I will probably be making my leave as well. It has been great being able to commentate in this one, and I'll be keeping a very, very close eye on proceedings right to the end of this race, because it's going to be a doozy of a finish.
Great job, Alexis, as always, and in the temporary comms box as well. So sounding crisp as.
Yeah, I have a feeling that I'll be using my laptop a lot more for commentary if it sounds as good as I'm hearing it is. So I'll have to watch it back later and see how exactly it is. Yeah, I will be making my leave. Thank you very much.
See you, mate. Thanks for that, Alexis.
Thank you. As we are watching, that's a car that shouldn't be there in the background, but we are watching Matthew Lamb on screen at the moment. Look, not a bad driver. It's okay.
All right, good for a substitute. You know, you don't want him all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In a Porsche as well. That's just scary.
Loopty, just wanted to ask you. So, how does it feel getting a upgrade from AM mid-race based on your position? Because
upgraded now.
I think you have done enough. That one red number plate there, kind of sticks out.
Oh, I thought it was just a nice match. Maybe get a bit of Essendon colours in or something.
Oh, man, after my own heart.
All right, I'm going to go to sleep while you guys talk about what that thing is.
But that's very great that it's good that we're doing so well. Maybe a little bit of misclassification at the start, probably on my part on not being that great when we started out with the Enduro series, but I'm improving, I'd say, quickly enough. And then also the fact that I have two great teammates with Jay Sweeney and Darty, Jacob Fleming, definitely helps. But yeah, it looks like we're probably going to get moved up.
Oh no, I'd say definitely. When you put an AM car in the podium for the Pro-Ams, that's not a maybe about it, but end of the day, you guys still have to drive it, you still have to get it up there, and you guys have been doing a great job, just consistent, staying out of trouble. So, no, well done to you guys in your first Enduro season, yeah.
Thank you.
So to give you the rundown, Miller, because I heard you asking about it earlier. So what we have is we have the 165 car in the lead that has to do 2 stops, of which one might just be a splash and dash, right? So no tires. And we're expecting Lucas Keys to go in for the last 2 stints there. Then P2, we have Shady in the car at the moment. 191 still has 1 stop left. So they should be taking the lead. P3, Philippa Bukita 89, I think they also have 2 stops left because they had that unfortunate drive-through. Then P4, Matt Lamb, is basically 1 more stop to go, but a shorter stop than the 191. So in theory, it should be a battle between 191 and 992 with a very fast Matt Lamb and JP going in for this last stint of the 191. And that's basically, we have Sasha Def back in for the Pro-Am lead. So Doff really holding his own there. And Pefferbridge, they also had a DT, which kind of dropped him out of that Pro-Am lead. So, yep, as I see the real life mid-race promotion. Congratulations, Lupti. Tell us how you feel, mate.
Oh, absolutely loving it. Still feel a little bit OP coming in straight into Pro Amateur mid-race, but it's a good position to hold.
Well,
yeah,
podium,
well
well
done. Yeah, Pro-Am podium as well. Yeah, exactly.
We'll see what happens when we come out of pit stops, though, as well.
And just a shout out to Mr. Peabody, Glenn there, like just on the ball as always. It must be, I don't know what, like 1 a.m. in the morning in New Zealand or wherever he's from. So always on top of it. So let me just have a look at the pace we have here. So we have Shady in the low 34s, as is Philippa. Matt Lamb in the 33s, so he's straight in on it. Interesting. So yeah, I wish it wasn't shaping up this nicely, but as a spectator, it's going to be an amazing last 2 hours.
It's definitely looking that way. It's all sort of coming to a head now. All these strategies that at the start of the day we're all a bit confused about what's going on, but it's all just starting to come together now. This is where in endurance racing, one of the most famous sayings is you buy a ticket, and this is where you get your ticket and you go to punch it in for that last sort of dash to the line. So Matt Lamb at the moment setting 33s, which is quite frankly disgusting. Yeah, just looking at the numbers as well, this is good. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be a ripper.
Also, shout out to Noski, who, like we were discussing this earlier in the race, not sure how comfortable he would have been in the car, and he's just been knocking out great lap times. Really, one of the best drives I've seen Noski do in a long time. So, shout out to Noski and his teammates there. Yeah, I'd like, car or not, you still have to drive it. You still have to be consistent. So, well done.
Definitely. We did think that he might be overawed a little bit by the occasion and being up that high, but he has put in some mega stints, and yeah, his time's really good. So sort of in that 35 flats into sort of the mid 34s. So definitely holding his own, which is great to see. We are looking at Nathan Henderson at the moment in the Pit Viper entry in the 421, currently 23rd position.
Yeah, they've had a day, I think. I think they only have a DT still left on the Big O card, if I'm not wrong. But glad to see them still running, still chasing down, trying to get into that top 20. And Mr. Hellcat in chat, Keys, yes, he will definitely be the fastest, but it's going to be a question of him making up a stop. Unfortunately, the pit lane itself is very long. So the time you gain by not taking tires is kind of mitigated by that. But I mean, you might be right. We might be in for a freeway battle at the end. We can only hope.
Wouldn't that be some good racing?
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you were going to say after 8 hours, the top 3 cars are covered by, let's just pick a number, 10 seconds, if not less. Look at that in the background. Geez, that looks a bit.
That's something. That they've got what I love about Misano is there's all these little battle packs, right? You can just see it on the track map. It's like, it's so good, man. Look at that. Wow. I'll let you unpack that, Sean.
So there's some cars doing some things. So currently looking at that's Pickers at the moment in BMW. Now, he's in 19th position, so now I believe he's lapping someone. Now, the car ahead, yep, that's Pick. Thank you there, Glenn. Love that. He's got 31 pin as well. It's a really nice pin. Nice work, Pickers. Now, there's Hurley, so that is for position. So, currently, Pickford is chasing down Hurley, McLaren versus BMW. So, we can definitely keep an eye on that because that'll be interesting to see because Pickford much more at home in the Bentley, so he actually has to drive on the left-hand side, so I don't know how he's dealing with that.
You know, Picky's in his all-motion rig, sort of VR. It's set up like with his tensioning belts and stuff, so he's definitely probably having the most fun out of anybody here from immersion. But rapid customer, as we know, and that car's been in the battle so far today. But yeah, we'll see what has a look. Okay, all right. But yeah, a lot to unpack here. Lupti, how have you guys found the sort of the aero wash and running behind other cars? Has it been difficult for you, or how's your car handling it?
It's been mostly all right. We've been able to manage it quite well. Obviously, sometimes does hit you out of nowhere. There was a point a bit earlier which I think got missed a little where I slid off the track and went sideways, almost went into a wall. That was a fun little spin, but it's definitely, it's there. You can feel it. You can feel it there.
That's the thing with GT3 cars as well. They're so aero sensitive, especially on the front. So I could imagine it wouldn't be nice feeling when you get really close to someone. You just got to compensate that with your driving style and sort of allow for it. This is still raging on. Look at, Jesus, cars everywhere here. So Stephen, yes, Macca's car park.
Yeah, I'm really trying to figure out what's going. That's Mia Rose. I know that. So that's Mia Rose, and she's P6 at the moment. The rest is there's a bunch of cars, and they all maybe or maybe not on the same lap as we see Stevie Tide. Nice clean move on Brooker there. They're continuing there. What a recovery by them, up to
Huge
20th.
recovery.
I saw them in like 40th at one stage. What a job by those guys.
I do believe it is a lot of different cars on different laps, as it has been for a lot of the race, just battling in one area. And it usually is around a section where you will find a lot of these different groups of cars battling for their positions that they want.
So this is actually 4 positions. So this is Ty chasing Tatlan. So this is actually 4 position on track, and this will get the Rockets of Old entry inside the top 20. And as John was saying, that is a huge recovery. He goes for the move on the inside. Stephen Ty gets it done, easy as you like.
Nicely done, Stevie. He's such a good driver. I always love watching Stevie Ty drive. So clean, always fast, consistent. It's just a shame about the car he's in. But anyway, great recovery.
The thing with the Rockets of Old, they will not leave that GTR, will they?
It's become a Stockholm complex at this moment, let's be honest, right? It's very similar to you and the Porsche, you know, it's like if you drink that Kool-Aid too much, it's, yeah.
I mean, it does sound nice. I love the sound of the GTR.
Not another one.
Oh dear.
I mean, isn't there like a checklist you have to fill in before you're allowed in this box?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, hope you enjoyed your stint there, Jaden. It's been great talking to you. I just want to give a shout out to. I was just going to say, give a shout out to Brooker there as well. That was some really good blue flag driving.
Yeah, 100%. They've done pretty well today. They've been in the wars with like battle packs coming past them. Talking about being in the wars, we see the 999 here. They've had a interesting race, one that they will reflect back on, probably not fondly, but definitely have the pace of that car. It's just been some suboptimal moves.
I believe they call it a learning experience day. But that's the thing with Enduro. Some days everything rolls your way, then other days you just want to forget. Oh, just like that. We have had a moment there. So that's Pickford going around. So was there oh, geez, that was close. Was there contact, or was that a self-inflicted move? We'll definitely get a replay of that, because that was not where you want to be pointing at that section of the track.
I think something happened to Matt Lamb as well. He lost 6 or 7 seconds in one lap there. Just trying to see if I can see what happened.
So that's allowed Ty to move up to 18th and Tatlin to move up to 19th. So that's dropped 2 positions there from Pickford. There will be many words coming from that BMW right about now, I assume.
If we want to talk about cars that are surprising us, that the Fords today have surprised me quite a lot. I didn't think they'd be the best on this track, but they've managed to hold their own, especially Convoy's Ford Mustang, taking it around the track. Got stuck behind them for a bit. They seem to be holding a great race, sitting in the top 10. And you got the Ford Mustang spread around. Here we got the replay.
So it's Pickford. He's behind Stephen Ty there. So, oh no.
Oh.
Dear, oh dear. That will be an invoice.
Yeah, I think that'd be going straight up to our, well, I want to say probably a sober stewards box. You know, they haven't had that much to do this last half of the race. And as always, doing a great job, you know. Something that makes OR special is our live stewarding. And a big shout out to the boys and girls that are giving up their time to, you know, punish other people.
It is a thankless job, definitely. I couldn't do it, 100%. I'd have an aneurysm just thinking about it.
You know, I'd do it once and then probably get asked not to come back again. So, yeah, no, leave it to the more level-minded people to do. But it is, you know, compared to earlier in the race, there's a lot less red where the penalty boxes would be. So there's only one red box I see, and that's been addressed already.
Yeah. Just a little bit of a gap between first and second in amateurs.
Slightly, just a little bit.
J-Mac in chat was in steward's box at the start. Can confirm, not sober.
The dream.
Alright, so we have... So I think Bub now would be coming in with about an hour and 30 left. Lamb is straight back on the pace, 33.8s. Bukita 33.7s. But they did make their stop, so Bukita now knows what she needs to do, and what she needs to do is basically make up a minute in an hour and 42 minutes. So if anybody can, it's most likely Philippa Bukita. And shout out to the 422 car for, you know, they got a unfortunate stop go 30 there, back up to P6, and they will probably be battling the 161 car of Michael Babb at the end of this race as well.
So plenty to play out, which is good. This is what we wanted. So Mia Rose behind the wheel at the moment. Very quick operator. So she'll be absolutely smashing out the laps. Just trying to minimise the damage and maybe get a top 5 result. And as John was saying, probably will race the 161 of Bab towards the end of the race. But really, this battle for the lead is going to be super interesting to keep an eye on.
You must be having a great time, Muller, seeing all these Porsches up at the front.
Look, it's the way it's meant to be. So, of course, in my special race, the 24, a 24 Porsche won. So, and this is just continuing on from that. It is the ultimate race car. I've said it many times. And as you can see, it's just proving it today. Except for that pesky BMW and Philippa Bukita. It's just ruining the symmetry at the moment.
Short time now here with these, again, Oski, like, I don't want to make his ego too big, so I'll keep it to a minimum, but, you know, doing a great job. That car's been essentially leading from about, the hour 30 mark. They've been in the lead, so I'm very interested to see, because if they put Lucas in for the last, say, stint and a half, or 2 small stints, I think we're going to be seeing some Hollywood lap times. And then the question is, you know, if he's going to be stopping only for fuel, will his tires make it for 1 hour and 30? As we see the 8623 car get a 15-second penalty for that collision. I think that was with Pickford, if I'm not wrong.
That's correct, yep. That's the thing as well. I mean, if they put Lucas in and they're not stopping for tyres, just fuel, can the tyres last? It's tricky to work. Definitely, you don't want to stop for tyres twice. So it's just about managing our tyres. We have seen though Lucas can manage the tyres very well. I mean, and Lucas is extremely quick, of course, our reigning split road champion.
Yeah, I think it's like, yeah, it's but how cool is it that we can't talk about this with an hour and a half to go? We have no idea who's going to win, and that's what I love about these enduro races. You know, like especially now that we have cars with a little bit better fuel economy. You know, the danger of track limits, these type of things. You could be leading by a minute and get your DT, and it's all over. You know, so it's not over here until it stops, and you know we're going into the beautiful Italian sunset time. I'm so glad I don't have to drive with that sun glare.
I did see Annie in chat there, race drivers, the only people complain about beautiful sunsets.
Are you going in again, Loopty? Or what's the plan for you guys?
We've got currently Fleming's just jumped back in the car for a stint, and I think on that final pit stop they're going to chuck me back in just to finish off the race.
As we see the 90 getting a DT, I assume for track limits there. That's unfortunate with Stefano. In there, it's obviously the BMW is a little bit wider than the McLaren, the Lamborghini, apologies. So unfortunate, they were having a really good race up in 10th, I think.
Because this is the part of the race also, I've sorted it up there, that if we're going to see drive-throughs, there's going to start coming now. As I said, 8-hour race. Most of these cars, I reckon, will be on 2 or 3 warnings. So it's something to definitely keep an eye on as well. Except probably the laundry house car, they've probably got no warnings this being on. Ooh, who was that? Is that Pickford off again? What has happened there?
Oh, that's Forrester. That was the 16 BMW. Seemed to have just had a moment out of the hairpin there. Not sure if it was assisted or not.
We're also looking back at the top 3. Lamb is slowly catching up to Samuel. It's getting a bit closer for the top 3, which is definitely going to make the racing a lot harder and a lot, I'd say, better. Not that it's not been great all race, but it's just it's a very great last hour and a half for this race.
I've always just thought that I just want to one day do an enduro with Philippa or Matt Lamb, where you just you run the race for 80%, and then you just like a little attack dog. You just say, there, go, you go now, go get them, right?
Yeah.
And just watch them, because when it comes to these last couple of hours of a race, we've always seen it's the same. Matt Lamb, Philippa Bukita. If they need to be chasing people down, they do it, and they are so consistent and so quick. It's really, it's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been watching the lap boards, and they're consistently mid-33s into 34 flats, just lap after lap after lap. And how they do that, I have no idea. It is definitely a big load of talent. It's there's always a bigger fish, as they say, and these two are probably the 2 biggest fish going around. So it's going to be fascinating to watch them. Oh, that was... Yep.
Yeah, that was Forrester. That's a replay of that one. So just looped it on his own, unfortunately. That weird torque curve that the BMW has, and TC just didn't kick in enough for him, but play on. They keep going.
Lamb currently fighting through the pack of blue flags.
Just check if we have any. So some battles. We have the 421 on the 19. A battle for P24 at the moment. Seems to be the closest one we have.
Asking the shall receive. That was a big look up the inside there from Brimblecombe. That is putting the nose up there and some. Viney's going to have to get the shoulders out here. Brimblecombe's pretty quick. Pete's no slouch either, so this is actually a really good battle. Keep an eye on this. It's really the only closest one out track at the moment, so still a bit of a strategy race to play out, but I'm sure once these pit stops shake out the field, we are going to get some proper on-track battles where we can dive into and sink our teeth into.
So that I was going to say, the Aston should have the advantage as he pokes the nose in. Tarquin, not his first rodeo, he's not going to be scared out by that. So you would have to say that based on classes, normally Brimblecombe is that a little bit faster than Viney, but we do know this blue car from Kovacs, they pride themselves on being difficult to pass. So they're not going to make it easy.
Oh, that sun looks good.
Track's looking really beautiful at the moment. Just admiring the view.
Yeah, so I'm happy to be here and not driving, to be honest. This is the... that's a
move. That is
insane.
wow.
That's a stain. Then he comes back, nice cut back. Now, like I said, you know, like... Tark's not going to be scared off by these tactics. He'll do his thing and nicely avoid it.
That was perfect rear vision mirror driving. And saw him coming. Just opened the steering a little bit. He's probably assumed, yep, he's going to shoot too far through the corner, which he did. So Brimacombe has to load up again. Looks like we are coming up on a little bit of lap traffic. Shouldn't be too much of an issue though. Well done to the pink Ferrari. Just gets right out of the way.
So see another DT that this time for 6:23. I assume that's track limits again.
Looks like the two we're watching also catching a third car for position as well. With
yeah, that's right, King. Yeah. Oh, come on.
Jeez.
Unfortunately for Tarks, when you have a car that's already painted the board red, you have to be a little bit more careful, but still pointing the right direction. So let's see. Just need to remain patient here.
Geez, his car positioning's good, isn't it? You just saw there through that sequence, he just placed the car a little bit towards the inside, and it just made it virtually impossible for Brimacombe to get past. That's just great racecraft. Again, as you can see, just placing the car absolutely spot on, giving Brimacombe no opportunities.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the characteristics of this track is you kind of need to be a little bit sendy to get a move done, but it does take two people to complete the send. So, you know, what do you do? Because clearly he's faster, but you know he doesn't have the straight line speed to get past, and sometimes you just have to dial it back a little bit and, you know, not visit the steward's box and wait for that mistake to happen, because it is bound to happen.
Oh, no, dear, I no.
And no one got shocked. Oh well. That's, yeah.
That's a shame.
Diabolds, so I think P1, which is 165, right? They will be just shy of being able to do that, so they need to stop and a splash and dash, and expect the rest to go to about the hour mark or 50 minutes remaining mark. As we see change. Sorry, Matt. Wait. They pitted. 165 pitted. Apologies. Okay, so whatever I thought was going to happen isn't going to happen, because that's Noski back in the car. So that means they can't do a splash and dash at the end. Sorry, give me a second. I'm just working this out here. Yeah, I'm just working. Give me a second.
You hear the cogs turning?
Okay, so all right, gotcha. Yeah, all right, gotcha. All right, so I figured it out, boys. So everything I said was wrong about 165. Yeah, and if you listen to me, that's your fault. You should know better. It's basically 1 and 2 are on very similar strats. They're probably going to be pitting within 10 minutes of each other. Sure, Bub now is in the car still. So if I'm correct, I don't think he can do another stint, depending on the stint timer. So he cannot do a splash and dash. So either he's going to do a short stint now and then put Lucas in, which means they have to change tires, which effectively takes them out of the battle for the lead.
Okay.
I don't know how they're going to run that then.
Well, yeah, I just want to be here for the noises that Sean Miller's going to be making when it's a Porsche battle between two Porsches.
I may need a moment. massive credit though. We've been saying it all race, but Sean Bubb now, Lachlan Jones and Lucas. I mean, this has been a huge drive. Especially, I did watch a bit of Lachlan's, and he definitely held his own, so which is great to see. So super proud of Lachlan. I'll give him a big shout out tomorrow as I'm doing another bit of commentary for the awards tonight for my old GT league. And Sean Noski, I mean, I did the Bathurst injury with this guy, and he's great fun to drive with. Doesn't take himself too seriously, but when he's on, he is on. Okay, we can take the camera off him here. I don't want to. I haven't had a commentary.
No, keep it. No. You have to live with this, Sean. This is you. This is all you.
Enjoy the Aston. Oh, BMW time.
Yeah, Filippo Bakito casually still in the 33s, as is expected, as is Matt Lamb, closing in on Shady, and Philippa I think they should be third place, should be pretty good. She's not quite made the impact on closing down on the top two, although she's been going very quickly and she keeps knocking in very fast 33s. I don't know if it'll be enough for them by the end. So yeah.
So podium is nothing to sneeze at in this field. So, and the Porsche, I think the Porsche just proved a little too strong as well, race package wise. The fact that it can do that, those 80-minute stints, has just hurt the BMW and the Aston a little bit too much.
They've also had a DT, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So that's a minute gone there, right? But no one's doubting her pace and just her consistent, amazing driving.
That's the key word there, consistent. It's not so much the raw pace that it's down to, it's the consistency of that pace. It's like a metronome, it's just lap after lap after lap. It's good to watch. We've got a battle here for position. So this is Tarquin, of course, chasing the pink Porsche. And
there's a DT for the 421. That's probably deserved based on their previous penalties as well. Not that it would make Tarks feel better, but he seems to be straight back onto King, who was right behind them as well. So but he'll still be fighting to get into that top 20. Because I think there's a few more cars that have to stop ahead of them.
Well, Tatlin's got a 15-second penalty, so that'll be served in their final stop. So it's still a bit to play out here. That livery on the Porsche, what is that on the bonnet?
I believe it is a pig on the bonnet.
That's a bit of a... okay, yep, I get it now.
Yeah, that's like an interpretation of that. What's it called? You'll know it. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
What is that? What it's called? Oh, sorry, I could have just guessed that. I put it a fancy name.
No, it's the pig.
Next, you're going to tell me a golf car is called the Golf livery.
Yes, very much an interpretation of the pink pig.
So Diebel just reconfirming there that it would have only been a 15-second penalty, but Brimblecombe let off the brakes and hit him again. So based on previous penalties as well, that's why it's a DT this time.
Fair and justified.
With these two racing, they're just coming up on the blue flag who's just gotten out of the way, but it looks like they also both are close to getting blue flagged by Bartlett, who's almost a second off of him. Justin now within a second of him, which means there could be some position changes with them as well.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at, I'm quite interested in where the 70 car P10, which has been a great recovery drive by those guys, really good pace, good consistency after not the best start. And yeah, we just trying to figure out what's going to happen, and I have no idea, boys. So this is what we want to see.
Hang on, so the Bartlett car, that's the Convicts and Colonial car. That
That's
started
the one,
in 26th position.
Yep.
That is an incredible drive.
And they also got turned around once, so no, beautifully done, man. In with a chance of a top 10, depending on how the strategies play out.
What a drive.
That is amazing.
Probably my favourite part of enduro racing. I love it. Kind of like a low grid start and push through the field, or a recovery drive. Probably actually recovery drives are my favourite. Just says a lot about the drivers in the team as well. They can just brush it off, get their head down, and keep on trucking. Yeah. So yeah, great drive from the Convicts and Colonials boys. Also, Rockets Evolved, they've had a huge recovery drive as well. They're up to 20th position now, I believe, with Luke Johnson behind the wheel. And they may get more positions as well, so we'll keep an eye on them.
We'll say it was a bit sad for the amateur class because the other leader, the pole sitter for amateurs, obviously crashing, like the game crashing for the one who was driving the pole amateur car, and then for them to not be able to really participate in the race anymore as they were 4 laps down. So sad to see them leave a bit early on into the race.
Yeah, no, that's true, but still, 40 plus cars still running. Like, great shout out to everybody involved in the event, because we know with disconnects and stuff how easy it is to leave and Alt F4 and just go and do something else, but the fact that we still have this many cars running, and it just makes for such good viewing when you look at that track map and it's just like crawling with ants. It's amazing.
So with an hour 22 to go, it is 8:43 p.m. on track at the moment. Track temp is...
Whoa, okay.
Jeez.
Let's say a decisive move, let's call it that.
Yes.
Currently a battle for 15th, by the way, as well, between the number 20 and the number 91 car of Pickford.
Excellent.
There's a little bit of a gap.
Oh, here we go. So
but do we have to look at the car to watch the battle?
Yeah.
You will be forced to look at that car more than once today.
So could I... Oh, as it gets a little sideways, that was it. Not the optimal line out of the corner. What's with the orange wheels?
Look, I don't know. I think it matches the logo or something. I didn't design the car. I believe it was Chris Murphy designed the car.
No, really?
So we can blame him.
Oh, lunch.
Yeah. So we could blame him if it was him. I believe it was.
How can someone that can make something as beautiful... Yes, thank you, Glenn, you legend. That is perfect. I mean, Chris Murphy also did the Peppa Pig livery for us, and I don't know how we got it so wrong on this one.
It's a bit hard to go for if you go for a team with Triple J. It's not really much you could do with it, to be fair. It's all the top 100.
All of a sudden, that's really good. I like that.
But I'm starting to get used to the look of the car. Personally,
that's when you know things are going wrong. That's when you start accepting it. Don't go all BMW on us.
I've had to drive it way too much, so. But no, it's got a good team in it. Obviously with Firming and Sweeney, so very, very happy to be driving with them too. And it looks like they're pulling a little bit away from Pickford right now.
Right, I see Bukita. Okay, she's past Bub now. He was still P3, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Am I? Okay, so she's past him. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, I genuinely have no idea what's happening there.
So she's definitely made the part. She is flying at the moment. Absolutely flying. Now, Bub now I think may have had an issue that lap as well, because he dropped down to a 36.0. So maybe a slight little error. And you don't need to give Pip any invitation. And she's just pumping out 33s like it's for fun. Oh, 34.5 that lap, washed.
Absolutely
Come on,
washed.
I can
do better than
qualify
that.
faster than that. Yeah. Give me some brakes, 4 and 10 liters, and I'm on it.
That's like my qualifying pace right there.
All right, so we have Lamb now within 2.5 seconds of Shady. So we expect him on current pace to be right on the back of Shady by the end of this stint. Yeah, and he should be doing a shorter stint as well, so he might be able to do an overcut. It's all going to become a lot clearer over the next 20 minutes here for us, but we should have a straight fight for the lead. You know, similar strategies, fuel loads.
I'm still absolutely loving how close first and second are right now. With only, what, a 2-second gap between them?
I forgot there's Shady now. Currently our leader. He's got a 1.9 second gap to Matthew Lamb, which is coming down all the time. Actually, so the last lap times were a little bit closer, but here is Matthew Lamb. No problem saying I am a Matthew Lamb fanboy. I've watched this guy since I joined OR, and I absolutely could watch this guy drive all day. He is a weapon.
Yep, he's fast in whatever you put him, and enjoys driving the Porsche just as much as he likes complaining about the Porsche. we love Matt. You know, one of the faster and more consistent drivers in OR. As he gets
That was a moment.
well done to avoid it there. And yeah, this is going to be a big part of it, as you see Shady losing a 1.5 seconds to Matt through that blue flag traffic, and it's going to be about who's the fastest and most decisive when it comes to the blue flags. And both those guys are very good with blue flag management, so let's hope that it doesn't come down to an incident like that.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, the blue flags have seemed to be mostly good today. I don't think I've had any incidents myself. So it should open up for a great battle towards the end.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of blue flag penalties, which is surprising. You'd think at a track like this as well, we'd see a lot more, but everyone seems to be really well behaved. Keep an eye on their rear view mirrors, which is great. And yeah, just haven't seen really many blue flag incidents, which is testament to everyone. And looks like we are going to get a bit of a fight here, because Matthew, the carrot's being dangled now.
Yeah, that's just Shady, just a little bit held up by Phipps there. Not much Phipps could have done differently, but yeah, it's just the nature of the track that you do have these ebb and flows when it comes to blue flag traffic. Shady, yeah, running a slightly longer stint than Matt, so it makes a little bit more sense on the pace difference. But it's one thing to catch, but in similar cars, it's not the easiest track to pass on.
Well, that's right, exactly. We saw with Tarquin there, you just got to place the car just that half car length on the inside, and it's pretty much impossible to make a move unless you really do send it. But of course that requires cooperation from both drivers. So yeah, there's a lot to play out for this one yet, as we've got an hour and 15 to go. So to run through the top 10, it is Shady Samuel leading the way, Matthew Lamb in second position. That's our battle on screen at the moment. Philippa Paquita in third. Lucas Keys has just jumped in the 165, so we'll keep an eye on that, the pace of that one as well. Mia Rose in fifth, Sasha Death in sixth, Cookie in seventh position, Lunchy aka Murphy in eighth, JC in ninth position. Great drive from the 716, and Graham Hill there in 10th position, with Bartlett and Ypres just outside the 10. This is on now.
It's getting intense.
Yeah, I think it's Shady, just having a quick look at the stream there. He didn't have the best luck where he caught the people, and yeah, I've just set them through that they should be able to up the map, because it's map 8 versus map 2 at the moment. But leave it to the boys, they've got it this far already, so let's see how this ends up.
And just ran a little deep there. But this is fantastic. Two of Stuttgart's finest out the front. One on a slightly different strat as Matt Lane gets a nice run there out of the final turn. He'll probably show the nose and then tuck it back in. No, he's going for it. Matt Lamb just sends it up the inside, catches a little bit of curve, a little bit sideways. Oh, they're going to go side by side through here. Has Matt Lamb pulled this off? Of course he has. Great move. Great
Nice
driving
stuff
from
like
Shady
that
as well.
That was amazing.
Wow. So here we go. Now, this is what we need to keep an eye on. Is Matt Lamb going to drive away and no more to pay? See Shady just super late on the brakes there. Doesn't want to let Lamb skate away off into the distance. Got to keep him close. See, just a little bit more wheel work now.
Yeah, no, it's I think the issue I see there with Shady is now he's kind of at the end of his double stint, so Matt being decisive as he always is, a good clean move, you know, like getting the nose there, getting alongside. Shady trying to argue it, but probably knowing that, look, it's all going to play out in the stop, and that's where it's going to come down to, because remember, this Pepper Big car has to stop earlier than the Laundry House car, so they have a chance with an undercut so we might get round 2 again. Let's hope for it.
This is the thing. This is what I sort of said. This gap, though, this is a crucial part of the race now. This gap has to be managed as best as Shady can. I'll tell you what, Shady is the last of the late breakers. Wow, wait. There is no way I'm braking there. Because this is in a Porsche that's probably got low fuel, pretty cooked tyres, so it wouldn't feel that great. You can just see, even under brakes, he's just wiggling on the wheel, just trying to control it. Being a Porsche, it does want to swing its bum around.
Yeah, so it's a very interesting comparison between the different field maps, because map 2 is that little bit more progressive, so you see Matt sort of just get a little bit better drive, but Shady seems a bit more settled in the corners in that first and second sector. So still, Matt's not running away with this yet, and you know, hopefully they'll keep us entertained for the next hour and 10 minutes, because as Philippa Bakita gets a drive through for track limits. I was about to say she was doing so, her times were just so amazing in terms of consistency, but just overstepping the mark there a little bit for their second DT.
Definitely not something you want, especially at this stage in the race where every move is crucial.
Yeah, just looking at it, I think like it's a minute 13 to Lucas Keys, so she should still be able to come out ahead with a big enough gap to keep that P free.
But if you
definitely friction, Shady still in map 2, because you know we are all old people with kids and we don't know how to drive the Porsche in map 8 properly.
This is a great onboard though. I'm really enjoying watching this. This just the wheel work. And where to place the car and turning points and braking points. If you're a bang average driver like myself, this is great education on just sort of how the pros do it. Wow, jeez, wow.
This is definitely helping me with my placement of where I place the car on the track.
Just trying to see here what. So Mia Rose was closing in on Noski, but we see Lucas in the car now. That gap's starting to extend a little bit again. Philippa going in to serve her dry fruit now.
An hour and 8 to go. We should start seeing some of these teams now starting to really think about their final stops, getting them done. Will anyone do a little bit of something a little bit off kilter just to throw a bit of a spanner in the works? I'll tell you what, JC is doing a great job here as well. He has absolutely been stuck to the back of that 191. Shady runs a little wide there.
I wouldn't be surprised if that Ford... Oh, a 10-second penalty for dangerous driving for the number 23 car, which I believe they are currently in 40th place. And another 10-second penalty for number 75 for an unsuffragable.
Just saw JC not making friends there. I just jumped into the TeamSpeak and he's fully within his rights to unlap himself, but just pushed himself into a battle there, unfortunately. But we'll see. I just popped into the purple chat just to tell them if they want to win this race, they have to undercut now. Unfortunately, that's the choice they have.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. If I'm Shady, I'm coming in this lap.
I've got to say, you Porsche drivers make the Porsche look very easy. I've tried to drive the Porsche and it did not go very well.
It's one of those cars, I've said this many times, you kind of, when I first dumped on ACC on the PS5, that's where I started. Porsche was my first pick straight away as Philippa comes in and serve her drive through. Don't get a speeding penalty. Oh, God, don't. It's one of those kids, you've got to spend time on it. It rewards seat time. And you've got to get used to it. It has its little foibles. Now, granted, the 992 is a lot nicer to drive than the first two iterations, but it still does Porsche things. So, and it's one of those, you either love it or hate it. There's no middle ground with Porsche. So, as we're looking at Lucas here at the moment, so this will be quite a long stint. Ooh, that McLaren that was one way to get out of the way.
Yeah, sorry, John, I was just
no, you're right.
sharing my brain there with the purple team to make sure they get into the pits now.
Well,
just going to ask there, Jaden, since you are new sort of here. Nice. As the 191 is in, do you prefer front engine cars or mid engine cars?
Well, I did a lot of my driving in the McLaren for when I started, following in the footsteps of JC, who has pretty much helped me all the way through my driving time so far on ACC. So I'm gonna, I don't know, probably I'd say mid-engine I'm more of a fan of. They just feel nicer to drive in a sense.
Yeah, look, that makes sense. I'm the same. The only front engine car that I've really clicked with is actually the Mustang. So the rest I just, can't drive them. I don't know why, but I just can't drive them. Where some drivers are the opposite. All they drive is front engine cars because they just can't get their heads around mid engine cars. And then you've got your top end of town who you could put a go-kart out or a billy cart out on track and they'll drive it. So plenty of different schools of thought, but at the end of the day, everyone's, you can see, a lot of cars are very close to each other with completely different layouts, as we are looking at your car on screen at the moment. Up to 13th position. What a drive. Wow,
Oh, they've moved up a bit. I'm happy with that. I am
Yeah,
90% sure that we do have to do one more stop, I believe. Whether it's a splash and dash or if we are going to change over to me driving will be something we decide kind of on the fly.
So if we can get the hashtag going, Triple J for Pro, please, in chat, that'd be great. So we welcome back the one and only Cameron. Top of the afternoon or top of the evening, sir?
Yeah, it's getting a little bit that way, isn't it? The sun's gone down, the lights are coming on, and I see that's pretty much reflected in the race as well, down to 17 for ambient and track as well. It's definitely on the cooler side, and the shorter tyres are more thankful for it. Yeah, welcome to the box, Ranella, and so you guys are doing well, maybe a bit too well. Grumbles.
Thank you. We try our best to cause an upstir.
We've certainly done that. Amateur in 13th. Also a livery that is divided opinion all day.
Not sure how it's divided opinion. I think
it's the love for the drivers.
Yeah, as we see, Philippa still in P3 after her drive-through. JP basically been instructed that this is, if they want to win it, he has to absolutely nail this first part of the stint, because that's the only real chance. He's not beating Matt Lamb in a straight-up fight. I think we accept that as a car. So we'll see if he can put the laps together and put some pressure back on the laundry house car.
I was going to say, how are we in terms of pit stops and standings? So is the top 5 as we see it, or is there still some?
No, so you have Matt Lamb still has to stop again. Philippa still has to stop again, and I think Keys as well. So the only car that's finished all their stops is the 191 at the moment.
Ah, yes. It looks to be a bit of a gap, but not an insurmountable. So I imagine Peach will obviously get ahead of that car. They get ahead of Lamb in due course when they pit. He's just got to eke it to the end.
Yeah, so basically in the previous stint, Lamb caught up and passed Shady and pulled out a 3-second gap. So the 191 could go longer, but the decision was made to undercut now and try and get fresh tyres and see if we can get that 3 seconds back. So at least Matt has to pass JP again.
So you're going to use the track position card to fight for this win. I can understand it, especially if your competitors in equal machinery as well. Should be spicy all the way to the end.
Well,
yeah, when you go up against Laundry House, you need to use every advantage you can, right? So, not sure if it'll work. We'll see. We'll see what pace JP pulls out now.
Well, his opening lap there was a 34.4. Last lap for Lamb was a 35.5. So you can keep on that pace, or maybe go even a little bit quicker. This is going to be very, very spot, as Lamb is actually in. So Lamb's pulled the trigger. He's seen the undercut, I reckon. That is bang on time as well. So here we go. We're about to get a straight up battle between the 992 and the 191.
I really hoped he wouldn't do that. I really hoped he wouldn't do that. That's messed up the strategy. That's really unfair by them, and I want to object.
Sorry, this is how it works. And yes, there's Mr. John Sneakers has a stake, seeing as that his brother is driving a car. And yes, I don't think you're going to get ahead on this account, seeing as the car's already rolling. I think it's going to be clear by a few seconds. Still a long way on the limiter to go, but just around this corner, and then probably another 50 meters until they clear it. There's the line, actually. Sorry, no, it's right there, and they are going to come out just ahead on track for position. And yep, pretty much 1 or 2 seconds in that.
Yep, that's oh well, was worth a shot. Forced their hand. So
I mean, I wanted you to get ahead for the battle.
No, I mean, JP just has to beat him on pure pace now. So we'll leave it there. Yeah.
Yeah, just be quicker.
Classic Laundry House, though. They read that absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, that is a good call by them, and looks to be Lamb taking it to the end. And sure, Mr. Muller's very happy with a Porsche 1-2 heading up the grid. That's it's not what we counted on the cards when we saw the unfortunate escapades of Laundry House for the first interval. So that's for sure.
Well, I have loved my first time commentating. I'm going to have to get back into the race chat to go talk to my teammates to figure out what we're going to do for this final part. So I do appreciate the opportunity to commentate for my first time, especially during this 8 hour. It's been a great experience. I appreciate doing it with you, Sean, and thank you, Glenn, for the cams, and thank you, John Sonicus.
Thanks, Lupti. Great having
Thank
you
you.
here, mate. And good luck with your final stint there.
Have a
Best
good
of
run.
luck.
So we are under an hour to go. So just to recap our 10, so it is Matthew Lamb out in front for Laundry House, JP Sonicus there in second position, and good timing. Some other drivers feel that.
Bakita.
Yep, there we go, done. So we're looking at Tarquin at the moment, currently in 20th position. Driving nicely, just keeping smooth. He's past that pink pit car, so that's a position swap, I believe.
That is, yes.
Yeah.
Since the last time we checked in there.
Just saw the meatball flag, so someone doesn't have their lights on, and it is getting darker. The lights are now mandatory. I think that actually might be for the pink car, is they don't have the full range on. ACC can be a bit picky in that regards. So, actually, they might have the endurance. Do they have the sprint set up on their car? I'm not sure if they have the endurance lights.
Oh,
Which is something can be done with the livery, but that's very weird. Yes, we shall see on that one. Might have to look at another Porsche to see where the endurance lights are meant to be, because I can't recall at this time. I'm hoping they don't get a flag for that.
I think it should be fine.
Yeah.
With, I think I always run them like that as well. Or see that
Yeah.
Porsche, similar lighting there. So, yeah, just looking at lap time settling in now. JP and Matt Lamb. Matt Lamb, 3,000 faster on that last lap than JP. So we might still have a bit of a battle. It's only one blue flag or something like that to happen.
that's right.
But great to see an hour, less than an hour left, and we have two cars still fighting for the lead here.
Yep, and pressure on for both of these drivers, because it is everything, all the mess, all the pit stops been done as the GTR probably could have tucked in a little bit sooner. But I think the camera angle made that look a lot worse than it actually was.
Yeah, probably did. But it just takes a moment like that, like so Matthew Lamb's going to have to be absolutely on the ball here. Now we've seen he's super decisive with lap traffic, but again, just got to make sure he thinks about everything and not just send it. But of course, this is Matthew Lamb, and do I expect a mistake? Not really. So JP's just going to have to keep the pressure on and hope that hell freezes over.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all you
We've
can
got
do
a little
is
bit-
really force a mistake. You know, keep people driving to the limit. Wait for DTs. That goes both ways, of course, as well. So yeah, 55 minutes to prove who the superior Porsche driver is.
And as a
Yeah.
Porsche driver, I win. So either way, beautiful. Ooh,
Definitely good gains there.
it's one very
just
slow
coming up
going
against-
McLaren, yeah.
Might have just been coming out of the stop, to say the least. But yes, two McLarens and one of the GTRs now. Polygon Racers car of Cricky to get past, and hopefully we'll tuck in. There we go, a bit better this time. But yes, up from P6 is the 191 car on the grid, and up from P4 is the Laundry House. So good gains from those two. We saw the BMW granted in the hands of Bakita. Yeah, Bakita could do the whole 8 hours. Maybe it could have been still in a chance at the top, and it still is, to be honest. It's only 7 seconds behind Sneakers, so anything can happen. But probably I think it's a down to the Porsches, if anything, for this race. But
yeah, the
we shall-
89
And they
still
got-
has to do a pit stop, unfortunately. So
Yep. Had a
they'll fall out of
feeling
that,
that was
yeah.
still the case. But yes, and the Torben Massor car is still there as well behind Makeda. What happened to them in the end? Did they kind of just got a little bit down on strategy or a little bit
I
outgunned?
think they just let Lucas do the strategy or something, because they were looking quite good there, and now they're not. So I think they strategized themselves out of a top 3.
Well, I'm not sure. Just looking at the gap.
Yeah, no, they're 42 seconds behind Bakita.
What's a pit stop worth here?
Minute and 5, I think. Yeah,
Okay.
but I think I'm not sure if they can make it all the way. He put in with an hour and 20 is when they put Lucas in, so he'll probably have to. His pace won't be up there.
We'll have to turn
for the
that
full
engine
tank.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a stretch.
For the Aston, definitely.
Yep. Not a frugal car with an engine that big, to say the least.
And a turbo the size of the world's biggest hairdryer.
Indeed. Mercedes engine, funnily enough.
Oh, it is too. Yeah, it's one of the first ones with the Mercedes engine, wasn't it?
Yep. They, I believe a 4.4 litre V8 twin turbo. But I love that the AMG, the road car uses that engine, but elects to still use the 6.2 litre V8 from the SLS, naturally aspirated. I'm gonna miss that engine when it goes, because I don't think it's gonna make it into the predecessor, the successor.
Of course, in IRL, Aston, of course, has the Evo model out now, which is divided opinion on its looks. I'm not 100% sold on it. Is a very, very competent race car, but yeah, looks-wise, I just think the older one actually looks a little better.
I think the older one was not a bad-looking car, but now look at it and compare the two, it kind of looks a bit too slabby at the front. Well, not slabby, but sort of like, it kind of needs some edges, needs a bit of aggression, which I think the new one has. But I think the new is swaying me over, to say the least.
Okay, here we have the MRT 200 car, our current Pro-Am leaders. They are, I think, 40 seconds ahead of second place there. Let me see. Yeah, 48 seconds ahead of Matt Nippers in the 700. So MRT 1, 2 and Pro-Am at the moment. Good going by them.
Drove well. Both the 200 and the 700 have had their moments throughout the day, but they're at the pointy end of town when it counts, and that's what it's all about. And shout out to Alice as well. And his full position as Nippers had as a big look. And Bartlett says, I don't think so. You can keep waiting, sir.
Just imagine that in the MRT garage, they have like this coffin in the corner that every Enduro Matt just gets wheeled out of. And then it's like, all right, double stint at the start, double stint at the end. Good luck, right? And because I only see him in the Enduros, and he drives it so well. Such a talented driver and commentator. So great job for Matt still being in it. And they within a drive-through of the lead Pro-Am car.
Of course, Matt is famous for the saying that he doesn't hate any track. It's just about getting out there and doesn't have favourite corners or anything like that. He just treats every track as a playground, and he gets it there and does his business, as we've seen. And loves himself a double stint, as John said. So, yeah, I'm the same. I reckon it's like, that brake emergency. In case of emergency, break glass. Kind of like that. So, MRT have an Enduro, break the glass, wheel out Nippers, and out he comes.
I thought they'd have like 2 keys that have to turn simultaneously and just like
It's only in case of
unlock
emergency.
the iron casket.
Exactly. Are they the top? No, they're the second, fourth at the moment. Third, fourth, sorry. I forgot. I don't want to jinx JC, so they're the second, fourth. And
Depends if they have another pit stop to do.
that's the question, right? I don't think they do. I think JC and them are all pit stopped out. and no red mark next to it. So
Lucky for them.
they are the real winners today so far.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Oh, there's the excellent. All right,
So it's all
content is still
doomed.
coming. Yes, so JC still has one pit stop to do. So all the good work can be undone.
What do you mean can be?
Right, so
Yes.
I think like when we worked it out, it was most cars could do an hour and 10 minutes or hour 5-minute stints. So you will have a short stint at the end, as we see.
Butler coming in.
Butler jumping in there.
Surprised
Yeah.
we're not seeing more fastest laps at this time with these temps.
I was just thinking that myself. This is pretty much happy hour now. Sun's down, track's nice and cool.
You
Turbos
also have 7.5 hour old brakes that might not
That's
be
true.
as happy with you. But yeah, no, I mean the pace is so good at the front. JP and Matt within 1,000 from each other again. So pace is still up there, but yeah, I agree with you guys. I thought a few more would be in 33s, like at this stage of night, with the extra horsepower that you get from the colds.
I was going to say, I think it was pretty much Bagheera that held it, and then Naeem took away the fastest lap for a little bit, but other than that, it's been in the hands of Bagheera and Keys, I think, for the most part, this race. But I think everyone right now is just bedding in those tyres. They don't, completely abuse them on the out laps and make sure they're driving to a delta, as some would say.
As we see, JC's right on the back of Murphy at the moment. That seems to be the closest battle we have, as well as P16 is a very close battle. Never mind, JC is passed.
Looks like.
I think that was them letting them through, because I think JC still has to pit again.
Yeah.
You got Brad Cook in with a few scars. A 34 dead from JP. It's still on it, isn't it?
Yeah, but 100 slower than Matt Lamb, so he really needs to step up his game.
There's some encouragement there from the combox, and yes, as you can see, the looming twin grills of the BMW M4 BS Plus closing in, but overall not a big threat. How much longer has JP been on those tires in comparison to Matt Lamb?
It's basically 2 laps. They counted with the strategy because they don't want us to have fun. So yeah, there's only 2 laps in it.
Where is their sense of occasion, really?
I mean, for the content, like, we're not doubting the speed, but at least think about the viewers.
Yeah, how selfish. Looks like Peach got a little bit held up in that last lap, losing with a 34.5. Probably still better than any lap time I could ever produce, but still.
Yeah, it's just it's so reliant on when you catch these little battle groups and how you get through them. So it's going to ebb and flow a little bit, but keep it within. As long as you keep it within sight, it's amazing how, as long as you can see a car on the straight, it's the motivation you need, or you see it on the delta.
That's the battle for P9, sorry, up ahead. Darth and Taylor just in front of us.
It is.
And I think that is Taylor going ahead of Darth.
It is. Certainly, that is correct. As Darth has to get out of the way for our current second place car. Just want to say as well, this is my favourite time of the day. So when the sun's dropped, but it's still light, and the lights just start to take effect, and that is extremely close. Wow. That's heart in the mouth stuff. And yeah, it just looks amazing. And Darth, I believe, you better turn those lights on, sir.
Yeah, he's really struggling. He's getting done by
He
these
is.
other cars as well. Is he
But something doesn't seem right there, does it?
not coming in?
But I would also turn my car off if you asked me to find where the lights are on my wheel.
It's almost like he's yeah. Not really up to speed there.
Yeah, that's
By the
that's the
McLaughlin
battle
Johnson.
for. Yeah, that's a battle as well, right? P15 battle right there. So battles wherever you look, which is great.
Hopefully you can get at least in his MFD, because you can turn your lights on from there. But otherwise he might get snapped for a penalty at this rate, because he still has a cycle on them. I know sometimes with spectator bugs, sometimes lights don't appear on at times for other drivers when you're in the same car, but yeah, hopefully nothing foul comes of that. But I'm seeing the black and orange flags.
Yeah, something to keep an eye on.
So I see the 70 car, they just did their last stop now. So I guess we'll see the Fords at that shortly, doing that last little dash. And that should be, I think, what I'm looking for, fastest laps. 40 minutes of fuel, fresh tires, that's when it will happen.
Oh, sure. Just lost another position there. So something is going on in that MRT Ferrari.
He's hemorrhaging positions left, right, and center right now, and he really needs to get sussed whether he's got another issue, whether he's trying to find his lights or not. I feel like there's more to it than that. He's got Bakita right behind him now as well.
Has he tried to find his lights and accidentally hit the wrong engine map? Who knows? I mean, yeah.
You guys follow a lot more real world GT racing than me. In this case where he's getting a blue flag and a meatball flag at the same time, which one is waved?
Blue flag.
Being blue.
Yeah, blue flag's always waved first because it's more permanent to the.
Well, to be fair, in real life, they would have both flags waving at the same time, whereas our virtual marshals are unable to do the such things. But I think he would have been, pretty hard by now with the. Yeah, so maybe it is just an error, but still, where he's losing a lot of pace so far, and hoping they can rectify that, because it's really, too much of that is going to really upset things for them overall.
3 laps, isn't it? You must turn your
yeah, I think it's 3 laps that it's
to
give you the meatball for.
And it does appear on your dash as well, I believe. So
it could be very much.
Trying to think if we've ever had someone get a DT or DSQ because of not using their lights.
Yeah, and I think our stewards might be friendly enough to clear such a thing if it does happen, but I think he would have been done by now, so I'm wondering if it is just a spectator bug, if anything, for them.
Right,
but still, the pace, I do not know.
Saying they think he's got the bug where the lights are on in-game but not on the server.
Yeah. Generally, sometimes I have to cycle them, but yeah. If everything's all going okay for him, then that's all that really matters. Then the game he isn't seeing anything on his side for the game that's flagging him. Then that's all a-okay. So, but yes, with his sudden lapse in pace, whether he was just trying to get out of traffic, we'll find out in due course, I imagine. But either way, that's that P9's. I'm sure the 70 of Dryett, we've seen done a very good job this whole race. Mosaic Motorsports, McLaren, and I'm sure they'll be rubbing their hands together a little bit. And they are not too far away, given the pace that Darp is showing. I think they'll catch them in pretty short order.
It's there 2 seconds a lap at the moment that they're taking out, so. Still a long time to go. As we
Leo's
see, though, the 91 car within a 10th again of the 500mm car, so we'll see if Cole can make a move there.
This team is very underrated, Mosaic Motorsport. Very quick drivers. Leo Dre's very quick. Graham Hill's very quick as well, so they've done an awesome job. Looking here at Lachlan in the 500, up to 14th now, so they've had a solid run. And they've got Carl Johnson right behind him as well. Keep an eye. This is another fantastic battle. It looks like it's going to go all the way to the wire.
This is a shout out to the 777 of Renault Ellis in the Lamborghini. That car started in 44th place according to the qualifying stats. It was right back in the field, and I think they had an early stop because they were getting lapped by a lot of the field very early on in the race. So, yeah, not too sure. I'm pretty sure they haven't had a clean race as well, to be honest, grand scheme of things. But they managed to claw all the way back up to P13, which is a massively commendable effort, I will say. And to the 111 as well, including that Rockets Evolved had their issues in the first stint. You know, they went off a little bit on the first few corners of the race in the pack, and then they had a drive collision penalty, and I believe a game crash or a disconnect at some point. But they've stayed in it, and you're going to be in it to win it.
Yeah, so the 777 got started 43rd, got punted for 30 seconds of damage on lap 2, so they've had a day out. But yeah, it's a drive up to 13th. That's a huge drive. That's a recovery drive done properly.
Absolutely. And I'm a big old seesaw from the Carl Johnson School of Driving, coming over the curbs a little bit. And the car just up ahead, the Chem Block Mustang, I'm sure it will get out of the way as it could do. Not too deep on the brakes. Yeah, good job. But yes, commendable effort. And I'm just gonna say, I'm a bigger believer of no matter what, we go to the end. You see it out. You become this far.
Oh,
So you have Bokita in the pits doing their last stop.
yeah. I was just going to reiterate that thought there, Cam. Was 100%. You know, just finishing and.
What happened? Oh, no, they're going. Oh no, my Crick has been hit.
Crick's around.
I think that was the 421 of Brimblecombe and the Aston Martin. And unfortunately facing backwards on the apex. Go down. There's a gap. Oh, there's a car coming though. It's really bad timing. And I think he might just get away with that one. Oh, that was tricky.
Spot on then.
I was gonna say, I can see a gap and it's like, if you have to go now. But those cars come quick. And there we go. That's a positive. We've got both Pixel Racing cars in line, in formation. But unfortunately, I can't go. Just letting the the P7 car through of the Bluey car. Done a great job, that car as well, I will say. Started outside the top 10 and just done a great job. Just to quietly made their way up the field and up from B12.
So it looks like that might have been an incident for Crick. We're not too sure. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that because we just cut to that.
Yeah, Luke Johnson in chat saying it's been a day, to say the least, for 111. And I could imagine it, but kudos to you guys here at the end, Connor and Stephen Ty as well. Real shame because we saw Connor did an amazing lap in the GTR to get that car into the top 10 by some margin as well, and unfortunately didn't get invalidated. I believe it invalidated his second lap in the shootout, but still, love to see it. No bias, promise.
Morella's in. They've done their final stop. So, we've got keys on the screen at the moment. Now, we are unsure of the fuel status of that car. So, we don't know if it's light, it's semi-fueled, or it's absolutely brimmed to the tank. And Lucas is on fuel save maximum 100, please. So, that is probably the battle we're going to keep an eye on because that is for the final spot on the podium. Oh, here we go. This is Cricky.
So side by side. I think that's Chalmers in the BMW. And here comes the Brimblecombe. Oh, there's a little bit of kind of. It wasn't as bad because Cricky kind of fell under the BMW and was right on the bumper of it, so he couldn't really go any more forward. And obviously driving forward at the time, but that's I think that's only going to go one way in terms of the stewards, though.
I think so. I think that will be another, and that might be a pretty big stick coming along because they've had quite a few incidents today.
Yep, unfortunate for that for the Polygon races, and to come for the 421 Aston Martin. Still a pretty hot battle overall for the whole of Pro-Am. And great to see, after 8 hours, it's still lots of opportunities, lots of air. No one's been massively gapped. Everyone's got someone to fight. Austin Carpenter here, racing from the States, as I said before. And doing a good job on the fringes of the top 10. And definitely showing some good pace there, out in the 676. Coming up, but got a fair way, I think, to Leo Dreyer. Won't be catching him too quickly, I believe. And don't think we'll have to maybe count on the luck of the misfortune of others to try and crack that top 10 if they don't have any more stops to do.
Correct.
I think Darth may have found his pace a little bit. And got back up to speed, or whatever happened. Unfortunate what was happening before. Best lap there just done by Austin Carpenter, 33.795.
All right.
Was it? Oh well, never mind.
Never mind. So just under half an hour to go in the round 2 Misano, the OOR Permobile Misano 8 hour round 2 of the Italian job. Track temp is 16 degrees, absolutely beautiful conditions. Aries Rondinella currently there in 16th at the moment. The battle up the front looks like it has just stabilised a little bit, so it is Matthew Lamb leading the way from JP Sononicus. Lucas P's there in 3rd, Morella in 4th, Holmes there in 5th, Murphy in the 161 in 6th position, JC in 7th position, Taylor in 8th position, Darth in 9th, and Drea, I believe, is rounding out the 10 at the moment. So still a bit to play. It looks like Gibbo's jumping in and JC will jump out. Give Gibbo 30 minutes to do some driving stuff. Oh no, JC had to reverse into the pit box. Oh no.
I was gonna say he's in the box. I was like, what could happen? Unless a red box appears, I think it's okay as JC stops go, but he can explain himself if he comes into the box a bit later.
Yeah, we'll let him explain that.
He'll probably blame me.
It's all right. Glenn will get the replay up just to remind him as well.
Shout out again to Glenn this whole race. No breaks for him behind the cameras, and doing a great job as well. We come now. It was a little bit of slow burn, I think, in the first few hours, but it's really starting. It's already now with half an hour left, and it's all starting to kick off somewhat. So it looks like Johnson just getting behind Gibbo, as Gibbo probably gets himself up to speed a little bit. I can't imagine they would have taken too much fuel, just enough to get them home.
Yeah, it's amazing. And how good does it look? This, as I said, I love this time of day.
Absolutely.
As we do, welcome back, the one and only JC. How was that last pit stop, mate?
It was. Oh, look, I had to bottle something today. Look, let's be honest. I've done pretty well to not get us drive-throughs. I've done my job in not getting us penalties. I haven't hit anyone. It's been a good day. Something had to be bottled. So why not overshoot the pit box? What a peanut. But no, it's been a good day. Let's hope that Gibbo can get through the last half hour with any sort of disconnects or anything. That'd be good. And we'll probably hang on for a top 10. That's a massive win for us, so we're very happy. What else is going on elsewhere?
So up the front, we've had so the 191 come in a bit earlier because I was trying to get the undercut on the laundry house entry, but the laundry house read it perfectly, so they come in a couple of laps later. They've covered that off, so they are leading the way. We are keeping an eye on the players battle for the final spot in the podium between Keys and Morella. We're not too sure of Keys' fuel status, so we're not sure if he can go to the end.
That's an interesting one too, I think, for drive timers, is it not? I think Keys was saying before that he might run out of time on his drive timer. I don't know whether that's still the case, if they sorted that out.
So I believe they have, but yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this, because if Keys can just hang it out there for the entire stint, that'll be a fantastic third position. But if he does have to come in for a bit of a splash and dash, it may hand it over to Morella. So watching brief, as they say. But I just want to say congrats. We might put a Monza on it, but anytime we can finish in the top 10 is a solid day, aren't we?
Yeah, no, we're taking that for sure every day of the week. You know, some other stuff could have gone our way today, but like, well, as I said, like we've had such bad results due to stuff out of our control for every endurance race under the sun over the last year or so. So yeah, to be able to finish one here, just finish one without any mistakes. No, we're taking that every day of the week.
Yeah. Okay, so I was going to say, we haven't really lost too many cars in this whole race, so, you know, still getting about 40 cars going around. And, not too much attrition going this way, but yeah, top 10's always good to end off in a long old race like this one. I believe, yes, Annie says Keys can go to the end, and because Noski did a splash and dash to extend his stint.
So here is our leader, Matthew Lamb, at the moment. Currently 5.6 seconds to the good. Oh, this makes me feel good. Oh, I'm excited. Matthew Lamb back in racing enduros, back in a Porsche. It's the way it should be. Order has been restored.
Yeah, bloody good drive from these fellas. Paul Brett, obviously, I think he got punted. He got turned around in the first stint within the first couple of laps or so, so he had to fight his way back through you know, the bottom half of the top 10 there, and then, you know, put Matt Lamb in the car after that. So considering their first stint obviously didn't go to plan, the fact that they're up here sitting pretty in P1, Matt Lamb obviously hasn't fucking sim raced for what, 6 months or something. He's at a bung foot, so this is his first endurance race back, I think, and so that's a bloody good effort from him as well. And then obviously Lawrenson's super consistent as always. Every time you see his name on a car, you know that one's probably going to be in the top 3. So yeah, very strong side, but as John said before, you've got to drive the bloody thing, and these boys have done very well today in what is probably the best livery on the grid.
There's no probably. It definitely is the best livery on the grid.
You're a big fan of it, aren't
you? Yeah, I am. I'm also a big fan of the bloke behind the wheel as well. Also a big fan of this guy on screen at the moment, JP. Just a typical JP drive, consistent. He had a headache this morning, so everything sort of, that's normal for himself there. And of course, they got the news last night that they were two-manning it with John's unfortunate technical issues. So massive effort. Second position on the podium. Really, to be honest, haven't put a foot wrong. Just a couple of things could have played out a little bit different. But yeah, massive. Big shout out to Kovacs Purple. And
I think we've had a moment for 200. I just saw it yellowed at turn 8, along with 512, I want to say. Sorry to interrupt, Sean.
No, go ahead. Yep.
Fetching that one up from the archives. Thank you, Glenn.
Yes, Shannon, it is Ghost on comms. I am back. It's good to be back. And the voice has held on, and I don't feel too tired. So I've got some energy for the big game tonight. Go to the Mighty Bombers.
Yes, we're not talking about it, but we're talking about it. How have you gone today, by the way? I don't know how many shifts you've done, but you said you held up pretty well. That's great to hear.
Yeah, no, I've done well. So done 4 shifts today. But happy. Yeah, feel good. Here we go. We've got a replay here at the moment. This normally ends one way with these.
Acid again.
Is that the acid again? Oh dear, oh dear.
That's a very bad one.
I'm going to say that's amateur hour stuff, really.
So what's the deal with that Aston? That's obviously got a bit of a reputation happening at the moment. Is that correct? It's
if it is the same one I'm thinking of, then I'm not too certain, but it looked like it might have been the pit viper Aston, which there is only one of. But yes, well, let's say 5-second penalty for an infraction on lap 1. That's a new one.
On which lap?
Oh, Johnson.
What?
276, I think it said.
Oh, I thought you said lap 1. Oh, Christ, they've come out late.
I might have done. It's final hour, you know, it could have well been the case. But yes, something for Carl Johnson, a small 5-second slapper. Oh dear, I shouldn't have used that word. That sounds just very different. But anyway, yes, final hour things. I was going to say, yes, if that is what we saw with down at turn 8, that I'll equal what you said, Sean, and to quote Neil Compton, that's dead set ordinary.
Yeah, so we're trying not to laugh at you, Glenn. Come on. We've got to keep that under wraps. We can't even repeat what Glenn just said. Goodness gracious.
Yes.
Very lowbrow. Very lowbrow.
You get the real juicy stuff when you join in the commentary booth. Glenn saves his best stuff for us, and we don't. Honestly, we couldn't repeat what he just said. Absolutely menacing stuff from Glenn Germain behind the cameras. What's going on elsewhere? Leo Dreyer, 17 seconds behind us, and he's doing pretty hot pace. He was doing 33, so that might be one to watch in the last 20 minutes, because I'm not sure Gibbo's got that kind of pace in him, whether Leo can actually hold on to his own pace. Diarth, we just saw, got punted. He's got a bunch of damage, so that's probably the Pro-Am. Tell you what, McNeil in the 700 Ford for the Pro-Am victory is probably not too far behind Diarth, depending on how far Carpenter is behind. But he's McNeil trying to get past Carpenter at the moment. So that could be a little one to watch there for the Pro-Am lead. Oh, there's a little side-by-side there between Carpenter and Diarth. I think that's Diarth managing to hang on there. Was that an Aston? That might have been a blue flag car. Yeah, that was a blue flag car. So that was Diarth battling with a blue flag
that's
car.
That's a 777. That's a P13 car.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's the only Lambo in the field. Shows you the gap between P10 and P13, sadly. It is about a lap, but good job by Bruno to come back at him. But yes, I think Duff, he had a few pace issues earlier, whether it was with his lights, as we wondered, but getting turned around there again, that's gonna do thing. No favors to his pace or tires.
So yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that P10 spot that Diarth's in, because he's been punted. You said that he's had issues. He's now probably got damage. He's potentially going to fall back through the field a little bit and maybe get caught by McNeil, who will be looking for that Pro-Am victory. He'll be sniffing around for that. He's obviously trying to get past Carpenter here as well. So
yeah,
is it a long way? I haven't got that gap in front of me.
Well, put it this way, 200 is just going on to turn 6 right now, and they're on the back straight. Yeah. So sorry. It is about 30 seconds down.
It's 70. It's 70 seconds. Yeah.
Oh yes. Stop and go for Brimblecombe as well for a penalty and a SG30. I probably yes. Jeez. Ouch.
No, not ouch. No.
Ouch for his teammates.
Yeah, ouch for his teammates, definitely. Back to the on-track action here. Looking at Austin Carpenter.
It says, I think he's been given a stop-go 30 by whether he's done that on top of. He's got a stop-go 10 for causing a collision, just to clarify. I thought I did see that correctly. But he's got a stop-go 30 as well. So who knows?
Here are the convicts and colonials. Jesus, there's been some drive from this team. Some drive. Just double checking. Just having a look at something. Yeah, they're starting 26th, these guys. So we've talked about them before, but yeah, massive drive.
Yep. And Austin driving from the States, no easy feat. Another two-man team.
So it's probably something like 3 in the morning over there.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, probably. yeah, it must be really early for them. Whether East Coast or West Coast, it's going to be fairly early. And I was going to say, them, I think, with Dreyer in the 17 Mosaic, I think, been maybe the standouts for me. You know, coming through the field a little bit and staying out of trouble as much as they can as well. Because I think there's everyone's had a little bit of a moment as they go. As we see Rondinella right on the back of McLaughlin trying to put a nose up the inside where it's very hard to get too wide. And thankfully it comes out of it a little bit, but all over McLaughlin. We did have Jaden just in the box. He said he was going to be jumping back in with 19 minutes left. Can he get that P15 off McLaughlin and maybe even get a P14 off Johnson's penalty?
How'd Loop to go in the box, by the way? I didn't get to hear
well.
any of his debut. Was he calm and collected? Did he bring some good stuff? How did he go?
Yeah, he brought some good stuff. He was very calm. He done really well.
He's got a really nice tone for me. I like listening to his streams. I reckon he's got a nice tone. He's got a nice vibe about him. So especially once he sort of settles in, if he does another 2 or 3 stints behind the mic in the booth, I think he'll really settle in as a good commentator here. So keep an eye on him. What's he doing here? He's all over the road here. What's he doing? Letting a blue flag through by the look of it. All right, fair enough. Bloody good result for those boys, the Triple J boys. The only red box up there. We said before they should be bloody pro-am.
Sure, red box, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that red box. Yeah, they'll probably get to keep it for Imola because we're 3/4 of the way through a series, so you might as well. But he certainly made a name for himself over the last 2 races, and they will again in Imola. They didn't know Rondinella's name before, now they will now. And that'll be Jay Sweeney as well in the car, along with Darty, Jacob Fleming. So yeah, those 3 boys won't be sandbagging anymore.
Not a bad track for the Aston Martin, Imola.
Yeah,
I mean, this isn't a bad track either. But as front engines generally go well with those curves at Imola. I'm very much looking forward to that.
Yeah, Imola's going to be an interesting race. I always look forward to any race at Imola. Such a beautiful circuit, and some of the most iconic corner names going around. Aqua Minerale, Tosa. Keen to see how... Tamburello. Yeah, just names that are iconic in motorsports. We are looking at Austin near her at the moment in the 700 entry, currently in 12th position. Currently 3rd place in the Ford battle. The Mustangs have they've done well. They've held up a lot better than I thought. So big shout out to all the Mustang drivers. Well done.
Yeah, done a pretty good job in race pace. I think having that power here kind of helps mitigate some of the overall shortcomings of the chassis. There's deceptively a few fairly long straights, somewhat here and there, and power out of the corners is always going to be very useful, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime this car can get into 4th gear, it's super duper strong in 3rd and 4th gear. So that back straight especially, as you said, just seems to make up so much time there. And then it kind of loses a bit through the last sector especially. But you really got to manage the tyres on the Ford though. That was the only thing where you noticed is that if you pushed too hard too early, the drop-off was severe. But if you kind of drive to a delta in the first 10 to 15 laps, then they hang on really nicely. So hats off to Taylor and Cook, though. Goodness gracious, those guys were at the back of the field today after their first stint. So I can't remember exactly who punted them or what happened to them. It was pretty severe, though, and they ended up at the back of the field. So to be back up there in P7 as the lead forward
that far back
is a massive effort. I saw them in the 30s, so that's pretty much the back of the field. Like, don't quote me on it. It was around about the back somewhere. Ish.
I was watching that first stint. I paid attention.
But no, bloody good drive. Taylor's a quick driver, and Cook's just a tenth or two quicker than all of us, really. He's a bloody alien sometimes, this Cook. Seems to have really got that Ford figured out. So, yeah, bloody good drive from the Smokestack Racing Shell Helix boys.
Yeah, but in the case, we know how Cook is. Although, Muller probably wishes he was driving his lovable Porsche, as we normally see Cook in for the last few seasons, that's for sure.
Look, I'll allow it for once. Only once though, so take it. This is a get out of jail free card. I expect business as normal for the next, please.
Not sure if you can get any further away from the Porsche as the Mustang.
Uh,
I think the steering wheel is the same Cosworth unit, and that's it.
If we've got a request, 15th, 16th, and 17th are battling, so.
Yeah, good shout.
We've been watching that for a while, yes. The McLaughlin and Rondinella. And now Aaron Lee as well in the GTR. Sorry, no, Connor Hine isn't here for the GTR, but Aaron Lee is being subsidised instead and doing all he can.
So a shout out to that Rockets Evolved entry. Boy, that has been a huge recovery.
Yes. Were they 4 laps down and disconnected or something?
Yeah, they got
somewhat like that.
Turned around lap 1. They've had a
disconnect.
A disconnect. They've been in the walls, but they're on for a top 15 here. So this would go right down to the final lap as well. So it is McLaughlin leading the way from Rondinella and then Lee.
I think this battle's about to be spoiled a little bit because they got Dreyer right behind them for blue flags. And around goes McLaughlin with a hit from Rondinella. Oh dear, that was a bit weird to be honest. Like, yeah, not good. And that corner has produced so many curses, unfortunately.
Loop-de-as
said it was going to be spoiled.
In a loop-de-loop. That is unfortunate. Such a strong drive, and now he's gone and done that. So that's probably going to be a 15-second penalty on the way for Rondinella. And that just allows Lee to cruise past both of them. So Lee's just loved that. Puts that Nissan up there in the top 15. Just talking about them having come from the back. And poor old McLaughlin is dropped down behind Ricciuti into P18. So it's a bit of a disappointing way that battle will end.
Absolutely. I think maybe Rondinella was looking a little bit at the GTR because I think the GTR was having a little bit of a look at the Aston Martin and then may have lost his focus a little bit and gone into the Porsche, sadly, as we have a replay here. So you can see, we're not seeing the GTR in the mirrors, but kind of get stopped this weird one, and then
he managed to hit the apex well, and I think you're right, he's absolutely driving in his mirrors a little bit with the Nissan. It is hard to defend and attack at the same time, so I think you're right, that's exactly what happened. And
I think the Porsche was kind of not really taking a bit of a tighter line on the exit and was expecting them to I think the Aston was expecting them to be on the power a little bit earlier. It was a bit weird that they came into normally we see the contact a bit earlier in the corner. That was quite late.
Yeah, it was on the way out, wasn't it? Yeah, so just because you can get on the gas though doesn't mean you're entitled to. You've still got to avoid hitting the car in front. So unlucky for Loopty, but that is very quick handing down of a 15-second pen from the stewards. So that'll see him drop probably to 18th with that one. I think Bishop's about 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, not good. And yes, unfortunate. And I shouldn't really make any calls since I went into the back of you many years ago at that corner.
At that exact corner. Yep.
I think you brake checked me, surely.
What?
Yeah, I was carrying the speed. I'm clearly the quicker driver. You just wanted to stop me.
And welcome everyone to the JC and Ferox happy hour.
He's been waiting to get that off his shoulders for 2.5 years, I reckon.
Look, I'll take 10 minutes off, thanks.
So Aaron Lee, I believe, is only a couple seconds off Johnson here, because Johnson is carrying that 5-second penalty. So, and just to confirm as well, they were 4 laps down, 45 minutes into the race. So, wowee, that's massive.
Watch the Ford get a run here. Austin McNeil's got a nice little exit out of the hairpin there, tucked in behind the Aston of Carpenter, and now in 4th gear through that bit there. He's going to have a lot of overspeed here. Not quite enough to get up alongside the Aston, but he's not far away from making a move on the Carpenter Aston here. In fact,
there's contact!
Oh, not about that one, Austin.
There's maybe half a door open, but that door was closing. He's slowing down, he's redressing.
Yeah,
And I think he knows.
Good on him.
Oh,
Good on
dear.
him.
Don't loop it on the grass, Austin.
Yeah.
But yes, hopefully nothing will come of that. And yeah, I think I did see that, you know, Austin. It's two Austins actually, Austin Carpenter and Austin McNeil. But yes, Carpenter was, you know, maybe a little bit wider on the corner before and was trying to close down that door, but maybe went a little bit wide. But the door was never really open. And I was going to say, like, the Aston, I think hands off the, you know, the Ford pretty well on the straights. It is a pretty quick machine.
I just want to reiterate Matt's comment there in the chat. Shout out to Alex as well, who's been in the steward box all day and as the RD. So another long stint. And of course, this race couldn't happen without our RD. So this is great stuff. And yeah, that's a long day. Boy, boy. So
Yeah.
massive thank you to all the volunteers that do volunteer their time to make sure these events do run smoothly. And we get rewarded with fantastic racing. Yes, stewards.
All the stewards with unfortunate alcoholism with some of the racing at times, but you know, we love them. And shout out to people who do all the graphics as well. Shout out to Mullock as well. In you know, hope we get well soon, and everyone that's kind of put these good old races on Saturday. And we appreciate every one of you. And shout out to Podium, of course, for helping support this series.
So under 7 minutes, 53, 52, 51, 50 to go. And it is Matthew Lamb leading the way from Laundry House. JP Sonicus in second position for the 191 Kovacs purple entry. Lucas Keys, I think he may have done this. So he may have actually put enough fuel in it, and he's making that car last to hold on to that third position. Morella in fourth, Holmes in fifth, Murphy in sixth, Taylor in seventh, Gibbo in eighth, Dreyer in ninth, and Darth in 10th position. Darth is our lead Pro-Am driver, currently in 10th there, as we see, with McNeil and Ellis in second and third in Pro-Am. And it is Ronanella leading the way in AM class, but we're not going to count that. So we'll go down to the next AM when you can. Thanks, Glenn, and we'll give a shout out to those AM drivers. Purcell leading the way at the moment in the 121 entry from Wood and Yao, and that are your class leaders.
Shout out to our AMs as well, done a very good job, and Purcell in particular. Did see some very speedy AMs from qualifying, definitely not slow out there. Neil Hines, one of our co-commentators, going a little bit wide there, Neil. But coming round the hairpin, as I'm sure. Here, right at the end, 6 minutes ago, do you think we're going to crack 300 laps? Overall, we're at 295, I think, and just about to clock 296 with the leader coming around.
Oh, it's going to be close. I did say 300.
You did say 300, and then someone come in and said 299. I reckon that's going to be pretty close. Who the hell said that?
Sure, he said that.
I can't remember who it was. Who were we in the box with? Because I said Price is right. I can't remember who it was.
Was it John? Or was it someone else?
I don't think it was John.
No, it wasn't John.
Neil?
Who were we in the
Brad?
booth with?
Alexis?
It wasn't Alexis. I don't know, but anyway, it's going to be bloody close to 300. So Muller's about got that right, I reckon. Paid the end,
That's the only prize that we're offering for all this. You know, if you count the right laps, you get a Freddo Frog. Winners get nothing.
Oh, Freddo Frog. Has to be a white one.
Nicky Moan, was it?
Nicky
John
Moan.
saying it was
Those
Nicky Moan.
Caramel Koalas were too expensive. Yeah, could very well
Yeah,
been
it was
Nicky.
Nick. Yeah.
Tell you what, with the contact between the two Austins, I think that's going to let Darth off the hook for the top 10. And I think they had too much of a gap to overcome anyway. But still going to help Darth cover up that top 10 in the Pro-Am battles. So Leo here coming in. Still about 17-second gap to Gibbo, so fairly safe looking on that regards. For the 7-1.
Yeah, the gaps all throughout the field are pretty set. I think Seneca's currently 5 seconds behind Lamb and only a tenth of a lap faster than Lamb on the last lap, so he's probably not going to reel that in. And then all the way down the board, there's sort of 10 seconds gaps. McNeil is behind Carpenter, obviously, so that's about the last one we've got to look at, I think, for that P11 position.
Diabol saying, do we give Lamb a 5-second penalty to spice things up?
Oh, he'll love that. Just do that. He will love that.
He'd be very impressed.
He'd be very impressed. Oh, goodness gracious.
Benjamin saying, call the safety car.
Yeah, we haven't had that safety car today, have we?
No.
There hasn't really been a big enough accident to warrant it, so that's fair enough. No, yeah, it didn't really... The random nature of the one at... where were we before? Monza. Yeah, kind of killed my immersion a little bit. I like the idea of the safety car, but I think it's got to be a legitimate reason. And it was always going to be tough to get one here because there's no walls, there's nowhere to really block the track. So maybe at Imola, there's a couple of little chicanes and blind corners and stuff that we might see some big collisions at. But yeah, no safety car today.
Philip is not too happy in
No,
chat.
yeah, that.
Alex Tonkin apparently has gone low fuel and gone and swiped the fastest lap for doing it 32.8, I believe, in the McLaren, way down the grid. Can't even see the purple box so far. But yes, that's very cheeky of them to do a stop later on to steal the fastest lap.
That's very good.
I think we will see a
seconds.
safety car at Imola. I've just got this feeling.
You know what first laps are like at first corners are like at Imola, to be honest. It's very tricky. Be great if it rains.
No, oh God. We've had a completely dry race, this race, which has been awesome. So, mixed conditions I don't mind, but I do not want a rain race.
The only thing that could make Imola good is some kind of weather. So mixed conditions or rain, I don't mind. Bring it on for me. Spice that track up because otherwise it's just garbage.
Yeah, and you can sit in the corner with that opinion.
I know that I'm
By
pretty
yourself.
alone. I know that I'm pretty alone with that. But no, look, today's been good. As I said before, I've enjoyed seeing this track in the light and being able to see the apexes and my brake markers and stuff. It's bloody tough, this track at night. And here we are now, Gibbo cruising around with the lights on. But yeah, no, it's been nice. It's been a good day today. The temperature's been spot on and it's decreased steadily and allowed us to set the pressures up right. So it's been a good day. I think most drivers would have enjoyed today. There's been a couple of disconnection issues for a few. I think a couple have had hardware issues, but that always sort of happens in every event, and that's kind of like real life too, where you got your mechanical issues, so you just got to cop that and move on to the next one and hope it doesn't happen again. But I think for the most part, it's been a pretty good day for most drivers.
It certainly has. It's been clean. Blue flags.
The
really
Misano
haven't
has
been
been
an
pretty
issue.
clean.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to make a clean pass here. It's
I'm saying
very
it
much
will
comfort.
be 301 laps. Oh, so close.
Yep. It's, they're on the back straight now is the 992 and definitely gonna reach the finish line before the timer ends. So looking at 301 for the laundry house car.
Oh, hang on.
Now.
Annie's saying in chat that Lucas Keys is having to do a bit of lift and coast here. He might have underfueled a little bit. Oh no.
You did say, I think John did estimate, they were pretty, 80 minutes on overall time in the Aston Martin.
That would be absolutely rotten if that's the case. I'd like to see him hang on to the podium, please and thank you.
There we go. We are on board with Lucas Keys at the moment, so let's keep an eye on that rev counter. So definitely short shifting. Let's watch it into a braking zone and see.
Trying to see the map on the dash, and I don't really know the Aston dashboard. They're saying it might be an 8 or 4 on the purple or orange dot, but I'm not sure which one it is. Still using the top of the rev range though.
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be tight, very tight. As our leader is on the final lap.
Yeah, just behind the 277 car, coming now into turn 9 and turn 10 of Tremonto for the last run down the back straight. An exceptional run from the Laundry House car, born out of a late in-house parody back in the early days, and done liveries by Bowwork, I believe. I'm not sure if he still does them, but still got the good old Laundry House blue on there. See, rounds the hairpin for the last time at Carrow Corner, and straight away for P15. P15, turn 15, and then finally the final corner for
What a drive.
Laundry House.
What a drive.
Yeah, great stuff.
Gonna be well done to Matthew Lamb and Co. Well done. You are the winners of round 2 of the Italian job. T2 to Sanikas as well. 4.4 behind with exemplary strategy all race.
Oh, Morella's got a drive through. Oh, there you go. Oh.
Morella. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's gonna kill things to them. Yeah, I think they got too much of a gap to Holmes though, potentially.
Pip was
But
in
still.
chat saying that she'd got all those track limits today, so that's probably her fault, let's be honest.
And Lucas Keys, he's going to make it home.
Oh, yeah.
It's safe.
I think
It's
he's in
safe.
coasting distance.
Fantastic drive.
Blow it over the line.
Get a
Nice work.
podium. That's awesome. Well done.
OP Aston.
Yeah, definitely OP.
Yeah, I was going to say Holmes has already crossed the line as they were lapped, so Morella's going to get off with this drive-through and come round the final line for the BS plus BMW Guru sideways action on the exit as well, just to real frighten us and show off a little bit. But well done to get to the end with a 30-second penalty conversion.
That is all our cars, I believe, cross the line. So that is the 716 in 8th position. Great drive. Here is Chris Darth. They're going to be our winners in Pro-Am. Fantastic effort to finish in the top 10 as well. So huge effort from them, with McNeil and Ellis rounding out our Pro-Am podium. And then Rondinella will win the AM class in a canter. But that is the Permobil 8 Hours of Misano, a run and done.
Yep, as we'll bring you the final results just when the server ticks over, and we'll clarify the position. So for overall, the top 3 for pro class is Lamb, Britt, and Lawrenson making up the 992, followed by Sanikas and Shady Samuel for the 191. Lucas Keys, Sean Bubnow, and Jones making up the Aston Martin for the top 3 in pro class. Pro-Am headed up by Darth and Def, and followed by McNeil, Nippers, and Peffy Bridge in the Ford Mustang for 700. And Breno, oh, he's going to kill me for that one, but Breno Ellis is going to do an exemplary job coming back from P44 up to P3 in class, along with Babby and Bevis. And I'll let you do the last one, Sean.
So for our airmen, Rondinella, Fleming, and Sweeney in the Triple J, Aston Martin, Purcell and Austin in the BMW, and Wood, Dale, and Brooker in the 960 Ferrari. And a big shout out to the 960 Ferrari as well. Some of the best blue flag driving I have seen. Drive of the day, I'm going to give it to Convicts and Colonials. I just thought their drive was fantastic. And a special tip of the cap to the Rockets involved GTR. I do love myself a good comeback drive.
Yep, I'll give it to Peach and Shay Samuel. Not often we see drivers kind of do the big brain strategies, and they've come out with a P2, very much there in contention for a P1 on strategy as well. That's we don't see that too often, and it should be commended when we do see it.
So a big thank you goes to the one and only Glenn Germain for bringing us all the action today. Huge thank you goes to the stewards and the race director, to all our drivers and teams been involved. But of course, the most important, and our commentators as well that have joined us. But of course, the biggest thank you does go to our magnificent viewers, everyone in chat. It's been an awesome day of racing. Thank you, JC. Thank you, Cameron. Any final words?
Thank you very much. No, been a great race to call. Great people to call it with. And we're great to have everyone in chat. Yep, thank you to everyone. Thank you to our sponsors of Permanent, but also to thank you to everyone who turns up, makes this worth putting on, all our patrons as well. Couldn't echo those sentiments any more than you have already done. But yes, thank you. And that's it from us.
And we'll see you all at the next.